major mode of transmission, right?
Sure.
But in the U.S., a rabies vaccination push among pets has really lowered that.
Yeah.
That in the dog population especially.
Yeah, and push meaning laws.
Sure.
I don't think it's in every state now, but I think most states now require by law.
It's pretty sensible.
Yeah.
If you have a pet, you should have a non-rabid pet.
Yeah, like you would say, no, I don't want my dog getting that rabies.
Ayn Rand would say that.
Probably so. This is the most recent stat we have in 2006. 0.011% of all rabies cases in the United States were, I almost said feline, were canine.
11 thousandths of a percent.
Yeah, so that's virtually nil. And I believe in 2006, that same year, not one case of rabies death came from an American dog.
Not one case of human rabies death, right?
Correct. Yeah, and then 24% of all U.S. wildlife rabies cases are bats.
Yeah, which led to, in 2006, 2 of the 3 rabies-related deaths were from bat transmission, bat bites. Just not good.
Actually, I spoke wrong. That it wasn't in 2006. It was only since 1995.
Oh, gotcha.
There has not been one case of death from an American dog.
Man.
So that's great. They really kind of eradicated that year.
That's right. But elsewhere in the world, again, catching rabies from being bitten by a dog is still a real problem. As a matter of fact, the World Health Organization called rabies among neglected diseases.
Yeah, one of the most neglected.
One of the most neglected among neglected diseases. There's still 30,000 to 70,000 people who die every year. It's around 1 every 10 minutes from rabies in the developing world. Like, think about that. In the United States, 3 people died in 2006. That was a bad year.
Yeah.
70,000 people, as much as 70,000 people around the world are dying from rabies. And these, the countries that have these really high rabies mortality rates in humans are also the ones that usually have the least amount of money to pay for inoculations.
Yeah.
And also, even further, have even less money to inoculate their dogs.
Right.
So there's a huge push right now among scientists to be like, rest of the world, you guys need to pay to eradicate rabies, at least in the dog population around the world.
Yeah.
Do something.
And also, when you have that rural areas, they're not able to get to the clinics to receive those regular inoculations.
Yeah, because Pasteur came up with the rabies vaccine, and basically his technique has been only slightly altered over the years. It's still a series of shots. In the United States or the West, the ones that we have are 5 shots over the course of a period of time.
Yeah.
And again, it's boosting your immunity slowly, and it's a very similar thing in the what did the guy in the email say for the last listener mail? Instead of developing world,
lower income countries.
In lower income countries, they have a schedule as well. It's not all getting them at once. They have to boost your immunity, and it may not be something like driving down the street to the Minute Clinic to get this stuff done.
Right.
You may have to travel quite a ways, and again, miss some work. So it's a big problem.
Yeah, you mentioned Pasteur's brilliant idea. He used it's called an attenuated form of rabies. It's weakened, but still alive, that he gathered from spinal cords of animals.
Right.
These days, they kind of do the same thing, but it is not a live form of the virus. It's a dead form of the virus, but like you said, the same idea is it will give you this slowly, and before it reaches your spinal cord, ideally.
That's a big one.
Ideally, if you want to live, then it builds up the immunity.
Yeah.
Hooray.
Yeah. There are some, if you have some extra dough in your pocket and want to help out some groups, there's a couple of groups that are working to eradicate rabies in low-income countries, like RITA, Rabies in the Americas, and Rabies Free World, are both working to eradicate rabies elsewhere.
Yeah, and if you have been bitten by a animal that you were worried about, I would just immediately, if I got bitten by a squirrel or something, I would go to the doctor and just get it checked out, obviously, immediately.
You don't walk that one off.
But here are some, it's a little sting.
Oh, well.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Like the man who castrated himself and then sat down to dinner in the 19th century. Remember we talked about him?
Oh, yeah.
He read his Bible and then ate dinner and then went to the doctor.
Right. Here are some of the symptoms in humans.
Humans?
Human beings.
Not human beings?
How dare you?
Are you rapid?
Stomach pain.
It's a change of personality right there.
Anxiety. I'm also biting in the air. Stomach pains, anxiety, restlessness, fever.
Do you have any of those?
Nope. Increased aggression, sore throat, excessive saliva, hallucinations, delirium. If that's happening, you are really should go to the doctor.
Yeah.
Coma, sporadic pulse.
At that point, you should have someone take you to the doctor.
And then something called hydrophobia, which we should cover.
That used to be a word for rabies. Like, you could say that person has rabies, or you could say that person has hydrophobia, and it used to mean the same thing.
And why? What's the deal with hydrophobia?
It's an intense, unreasonable fear of water that develops from rabies symptoms, apparently.
Yeah, because I think drinking is, you have a very violent, painful spasms and responses to trying to swallow water.
Right.
So you become fearful of water.
It's crazy. Which is really, really sad, because you're drooling. and you're producing tons of saliva, but you also are just dying of thirst, basically. But if you do drink anything, the pain from your throat muscles contracting is so bad that you will just not drink. You would just rather not drink anything. And apparently, you become fearful of even the concept of drinking, so you get scared of water. That's also because your brain is deteriorating at a rapid rate.
Man.
But yeah, this is not fun. This is not nice stuff. And again, for years and years and years and years, up until like the last few years, I think, the common conventional wisdom was if rabies got to your central nervous system, bye-bye.
Yeah.
We might as well old yeller you, because you're not going to survive and you're going to die. One of the worst deaths we could think of.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until 2004.
When it's the lucky lady?
Yeah, Gina Geis.
I thought you were going to say Gina Gershon.
No.
It's like, oh, that's what happened to her.
Gina Geis. She was a teenager in Wisconsin who was bitten by a bat, I think. And some doctor said, you're a goner.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to give up on you, Gina. No way, no how. Sleep now, baby. I'm going to put you in a coma. And he put her in a medically induced coma, and it was enough so that her body was able to fight off the rabies infection.
Amazing.
So she survived the rabies infection without being inoculated previously.
Yeah.
And apparently without the inoculation being given to her in a rapid enough time.
Right.
So she literally survived the rabies infection. And now they call that procedure the Milwaukee Protocol. And it saved 5 more people's lives.
You know what they call it that?
Yeah. And there was a study in Peru, and in the Andes, a lot of Peruvian groups live near bats.
Sure.
They have to deal with bats.
Yeah.
Apparently, some Peruvians have developed immunity to rabies.
Oh, wow.
And
just by being around
they
them?
documented, I think, about a dozen Peruvians who survived rabies without any inoculation.
Wow.
So they're saying, okay, this isn't a 100% fatal disease. We can work with that.
But
it's like really big gangbusters news.
It's almost like a natural inoculation that's happening, though. Same idea, right? They're getting exposed to it gradually.
I don't know. I don't know if these
sense,
people have been bitten before, or if some sort of inoculation was passed down to them through heredity.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like, I'm not sure.
Like Grandpappy was strong against the rabies.
Right.
So I am.
Right. That's how the genes work.
All right, from 1950s to the roughly mid-1980s, the horror stories were true. You did get like upwards of 20 to 23 shots in the belly, in the abdomen, to treat rabies.
With big needles, right?
Yeah, that was not an old wives' tale. It was a very painful procedure. I tried to find out why it was done in the belly, and the only thing I could find is completely unsubstantiated, but makes sense. Apparently, after you start having these shots, somewhere between 10 and 20, you start having really bad reactions and inflammation, but you need to give them in the same area, so the belly was the largest part
That makes sense.
of the body that you could still find a place to give the injection.
Right.
So I don't know if that's true or not. That makes sense.
It definitely does.
And we have to mention Ozzy Osbourne.
What, biting the head off a bat?
Yeah.
It wasn't a live bat, you know.
Well, there's different stories.
He swears up and down it wasn't a live bat.
No. He swears it was alive because he felt the head moving in his mouth.
Oh, other people have said that it wasn't a live
The
bat.
fan that threw the bat on stage said it was dead. Ozzy.
Right.
He's like, it was alive.
That's a good Ozzy.
Thank you. But that is not an old wife. He also bit the head off a pigeon at a party. But he thought the bat was a toy, apparently, did bite the bat's head, and did get those injections as a preventative measure, but he did not ever contract rabies.
Smart.
And this, who knows? It's also called a legend in some circles. So, but I think it really happened. It's documented.
While I was researching this, I was like, wow, I am not inoculated against rabies. Maybe I should just go ahead and do that. That'd be kind of neat to be like, go ahead and bite me, raccoon, you crazy raccoon. I'm fine.
And then you could continue your ongoing battle with your squirrels, your horse-decked squirrels.
No, the squirrels won. I had to take down the bird feeder.
You just gave up.
No, the condo complex was like, you're not allowed to have those. They attract squirrels. I'm like, yeah, no doubt they attract squirrels. I know. So I said, all right, it's fine. Got anything else?
Nope.
Rabies, if you want to know more about it. Type that word into the search bar at howstuffworks.com, RABYS, and it will bring up this awesome article. I know, I'm just teasing. Do you want me to spell it correctly?
Really not spelled that way. RABIES.
That's right.
All right, did you say the...
Oh, and since I misspelled something, it's time for listener mail.
I'm going to call this cringeworthy experience.
Oh, God, why did we ask for
I know.
these?
Hey, guys, I've been listening for a couple of years, writing for the first time to tell you a compelling story about the time my dad's eyeball fell out of his head. Perhaps I should say it was forced out of his head. It takes place before I was born, but the way he tells it will make you hesitant to go water skiing.
See, my dad was a mob enforcer in Las Vegas.
In particular, you wouldn't want to let your body or your face become parallel to the water surface when you're going around a bend in the river. So when that happens, you could experience what happened to my dad. His face skimmed the water, and the force of that caused his eyeball to pop right out of his head.
Oh my God!
It's stuff that urban legends are made of. So there my dad is in excruciating pain, treading water with his eyeball in the palm of his hand. If you're ever so lucky as to have your eyeball outside of your head, hope that it's still attached like my dad's eyeball was.
Can you imagine he got river water in his eye socket?
Oh my God. He forced it back into his eye socket, and there was nothing else he could do at that crucial moment. And so I understand that he never went to see a doctor.
And his eye has been turned at a 45-degree angle ever since.
His name is John Rambo.
That is crazy.
She said he was relieved 6 months later while the white static he was seeing slowly started to return, and he had normal vision once again. That's outcome bias. If I've ever seen it, cringe. If you experience any squeamish feelings, I consider it a story well told.
Yeah, well-told story.
That is from Lina in California.
California, hey.
Boy, I don't know. Her dad is made of some tough stuff, but he did not go to a doctor.
He's like Hiro Nada.
Or
Simo Haya.
Yeah. Crazy.
So somebody else wrote in and got me about having to get shots like up their nose.
Ugh.
That one got me too. So whoever wrote in with that one, hats off.
Well, at least this guy got a great nickname out of it. Old River Water Socket Jimmy.
Yeah. It's a mouthful. If you have a cringeworthy story, keep it to yourself. Send us something else in via tweet to SYSK Podcast or join us on Facebook.com/Stuff You Should Know. Send us an email to StuffPodcast@HowStuffWorks.com. And as always, join us at our home on the web, StuffYouShouldKnow.com.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio's How Stuff Works. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Hey friends, you know what Alexa does? She makes lives better by keeping people connected to what they care about. Like when folks might realize they haven't talked to their mom in a few days, they might just say, Alexa, call mom. Or when they need a reminder to drink water because maybe they're awful about that. They just say, Alexa, remind me to drink water every hour. Alexa even makes their home smarter by turning on lights and starting coffee. All you gotta do is ask, and she just makes the day better. With Alexa, a voice is all you need. You know, friends, over the last 12 years, Subaru of America Incorporated and its participating retailers have donated more than $176 million to help those in need through the Subaru Share the Love event. And by the end of this, their 13th year, Subaru and the participating retailers they work with will have donated over $200 million to help those in need through the Subaru Share the Love event. So you can get a great vehicle and support a great cause all at the same time. With every new Subaru purchased or leased, Subaru will donate $250 to your choice of charities, November 19th through January 4th.
Hi, Internet. Bill Nye here. Chipotle just launched Real Foodprint, a transparent way to measure the impact of what you eat. You can see how a chicken bowl like mine impacts the planet when compared to conventional ingredients. How much less carbon is emitted into the atmosphere, how much water is saved. Check out chipotle.com/realfoodprint to learn more.
Hi, I'm Katie Lowe's. Here's one of my favorite moments from Katie's Crib, presented by Dove Beauty Bar. Glennon Doyle, I was seeing on your Instagram, your daughter was twisting the beautiful lessons she's been taught in her life. She said, it's more important than ever for women to say what they deserve, and I deserve their comments. Make the switch to Dove Beauty Bar today and get more from your soap. And check out new episodes of Katie's Crib every Thursday. Katie's Crib is available on iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to Stuff You Should Know, a production of iHeartRadio's How Stuff Works.
Hey, and welcome to the podcast. I'm Josh Clark. There's Charles W. Chuck Bryan over there. Aloha. And Jerry's out there somewhere. Aloha. And this is Stuff You Should Know.
Laka. That's pronounced?
Yeah, that's actually a little known fact. That's the Hawaiian way to say Merry Christmas to you.
I didn't know the story, by the way. This is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I have to say, Chuck, before we get started, we have to give a huge shout-out, to a dude, I don't know his name, but he's on Instagram as Kanaka Kai.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's his name.
So, well, maybe so, or it could be Kai Kanaka, who knows? He calls himself the Hawaiian Hillbilly, but he has, every time we post an episode, he goes on and comments, Hawaiian Overthrow episode, please. He's been doing it for like years.
Yeah.
So, Kanaka Kai, this one is for you, man. At long last.
And now he doesn't have to jump into the big woo.
Right. So what I'm hoping, though, is that he's not, like, super well-versed in this. It's just going to be inevitably disappointed. Hopefully it's just something he wants to know more about, so he's been asking for that one.
Well, I'm glad he trolled us for years, because this is a really interesting and not at all surprising story.
No, it's not. And basically what we're talking about today is the overthrow of Hawaii. And it turns out that Hawaii, one of the most beautiful states in the Union, probably the most beautiful state in the Union, the state where you may not got married, in fact.
It puts winter into.
Sure. If you're into tropical paradises,
Yeah.
there's not much better.
Somebody from Montana might be like, you can have it. Look
Yeah.
at these mountains.
Although I could see Montana people go to Hawaii and be like, I've been wrong, so wrong all my life.
And these boots are really uncomfortable.
Right. So it is a beautiful state, but if you go back not too very far, you will find that there's a lot of arguments you can make that it should not be a state in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and I'm curious about the current temperature of native Hawaiian people and how they feel about that now.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to that eventually.
Do you know?
I don't know about the temperature of the Hawaiian people, but I know about some proposals to help kind of reverse or undo some of the damage.
Interesting.
That's for the end.
Well, I guess we should go back some many thousands of years and talk about the settling of the Hawaiian Islands by the Polynesian people about 1,500 years ago, maybe 1,000 years ago, somewhere in there.
Yep.
And for many, many hundreds of years, there were the control of Hawaii was by chiefs and then sub-chiefs, and these chiefs claimed that they were divine in origin, and they said we have a set of very strict religious rules that we should follow called the kapu, and that wasn't so popular over the years.
Well, it depends. I mean, like, if you were born into that society and that was what you knew, that was just what you knew. But I get the impression that over the centuries, some chiefs and sub-chiefs enforced the kapu more than others. And one of the big basis of the kapu laws is that there's a strict separation of men and women, and men were divine and women were profane, and they represented kind of like light and dark, and you can't have one without the other, so they need each other, but also men were still definitely favored in that respect. But then if you also go look through Hawaiian history, there are also plenty of female rulers as well. So it's really interesting. Kapu could probably get its own episode, and I'm sure now we know what Kanaka Kai will be commenting on all of our episodes from now on.
Exactly, move it on.
But so they had their own like very strict social stratification in religious laws for sure.
Yeah, I think if Emily heard that, she would say, Chuck is not divine, but I am profane. So we're halfway there.
Right. Non-profane women rarely make history.
So speaking of making history, this is where a man named James Cook enters the picture in the late 1700s, the very famous British explorer. He was the most notable, some people say the first European to visit Hawaii. Definitely the most notable because there is some, you could make an argument that the Spanish were there before him at some point.
Yeah, they have maps that appear to be Hawaii from like the 16th century.
Yeah, so the Japanese as well, but Cook was the first person to go as an Englishman, which was a big deal as a colonizer, and say, I'm charting this island, or these islands, I'm going to name them the Sandwich Islands. Not a great name.
No, because, James Cook was well known for loving sandwiches, so
sure.
It was so crazy. Actually, it was named for the Earl of Sandwich, John Montague. And it's the very same Earl of Sandwich, though, that sandwiches are named for. So that guy was really, he was an influencer.
And Hawaii's known for their sandwiches.
Yeah, poi sandwiches.
So Cook visits a few times, and kind of did a lot of traveling while he was there. So he makes one visit and then just starts sort of exploring the islands around Hawaii, eventually comes back kind of on that same trip, and gets really aggressive at that point. Not a nice fellow, trying to do sort of the colonizer thing. Here, let me make a deal with you. Let me trade something that isn't very valuable for something that is very valuable, which is to say your land.
Right. And yeah, he was just basically doing the standard Euro explorer thing. Which
Euro
is
trash explorer?
Exploitation, trying to get everybody into craft work, that whole thing, right?
Yeah.
So Cook, I guess he overstepped his bounds finally, and he was actually killed in a major battle after some of his men kidnapped a Hawaiian chief.
Well, he did it personally. It was from what I saw.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
I said by his own hand.
Not a good move.
No.
Not a good move. Because one thing about the Hawaiian Islands, they were ruled by those chiefs and sub-chiefs, like you said. But I get the impression that they were united largely when it came to the kidnapping of any Hawaiian chief by a European outsider.
Yeah, like you can fight with your brother, but if someone else picks on your brother, then you gotta join forces.
Who would ever pick on Scott?
Well, I was thinking of you and me, but sure.
Oh, brother.
Like real brothers too.
Right. Well, and blood brothers. I still have that scar on my palm.
Mine was a squib. I faked it.
I thought that tasted like high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah, you were like, Chuck is sweet blood.
It's so sweet. Like Scott.
So, yeah, Cook kidnaps this guy. They did not respond very kindly to that. So they sent a faction down there to attack him and his boats. They were on the beach. And that's where he died, face down in shallow water. He was bonked on the head by one chief, I think, and then stabbed by that chief's kind of attendant.
Mm-hmm, right. So this is a huge battle, a momentous battle in the history of Hawaii. It was very important, and not just because James Cook died, but because there was one of the, I guess, low-level warriors there, or middle-class warriors, I guess, by the name of Kamehameha, fought quite bravely in that battle. And Kamehameha actually went on to become the first genuinely influential Hawaiian chief, maybe the most significant Hawaiian chief of all time, because while he was there fighting the Europeans, he's like, man, these guns, they work really well, and these Europeans are willing to sell them to you. And he figured out that if he could amass some European support and European weapons, he could get all of Hawaii basically under himself, and that's what he set about doing over the course of a couple of decades.
Yeah, reading this stuff, this was the Grabster, right, that helped us with this one?
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be...
I'm sorry, no, it was James Michener.
Oh, really?
No, do you remember James Michener would write those 1,000-page epics about, like, I think he wrote one on Hawaii.
I don't
basically
even know
with this grabs. Oh, so James Michener is this author.
Okay.
He read these exhaustive historical fictions, and one of them was Hawaii, but they would be like 1,000 pages easily. And I was making a jokey comment on Grabster's research skills.
Yeah, English major over here flew right over my head. And by the way, a little quick side note that I wanted to mention, I'm speaking of epic tomes, I'm reading the Beatles biography from Bob Spitz that's like 1,000 pages.
Oh, yeah?
And one thing I wish we could have mentioned, I know you hate the Beatles, but one thing I wish we could have mentioned in the pirate radio thing was Radio Luxembourg. There would have been no Beatles without them, because independently, Paul, George, and John were all on their own listening to Radio Luxembourg, and that's what turned them on to music to begin.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool. Turn me on, Radio Luxembourg. Turn me on, turn me on. Wow, I did not see the Beatles making an appearance in this episode.
Yeah,
so, where are we now? Kamehameha?
Yeah, Kamehameha.
Oh, I know what I was going to say was a thread through this I found is that back then Hawaiians were largely underarmed in most cases.
That's a big thing, and then also, just like with all other colonizations from outside European forces, disease basically paved the way for imperialism.
Oh, sure.
Where even if they were underarmed, and they didn't typically have standing militaries, I should say the Hawaiians didn't, even if they had, there was like a plague that came around in 1803 that killed off half of the population. I think it was yellow fever.
Yeah.
And there was another measles outbreak about 50 years later that killed off another quarter of the population. So when you're dying off in like numbers like this, how could you possibly defend yourself, especially against people who have these superior weapons like guns, germs, and steel, as Jared Diamond put it?
Yeah, I mean it's the same story as America and the native population here. It's like, hi, we're outsiders and we have guns, and here's some smallpox on the side.
But God decreed that this should be our land because he killed all of you off with these smallpox.
Right, because you have no immunity.
It's the same depressing story over and over again.
It is. So when Kamehameha was ruling Hawaii, which was really, he was firmly entrenched by the almost turn of the century, late 1700s, he was pushing, and so much of this boils down to money and class, and he was really pushing for trade with Europe. He wanted the elite landholders of Hawaii to kind of remain in that position. He was traditionally religious with the kapu and supported that, but he was very much, like, let's enrich ourselves as sort of the ruling class.
For sure, but he was also very open to the idea of exploiting European influence for, to strengthen his kingdom. His house, I guess is what it's called. He actually had two advisors, Isaac Davis and John Young, an Englishman and a Welshman, who were his closest advisors. And apparently, I can't remember which one it was, but when one of them, whenever they would part company, Kamehameha would just begin sobbing because he just knew one day that he was going to leave, and he just loved them that much. So,
interesting.
Yeah, it is very interesting. It's one of those things where we were raised as like Anglo-Euro-American boys on the eastern seaboard of the United States, right, in the Midwest. So when you research history like this, it's just like Hawaiian chief did this, and then this Hawaiian chief came along. But when you start to look into them as we're older, it's just always so fascinating to me just how complex and complicated history really is, and just how boiled down it typically is presented as. Yeah,
totally. That's because, I don't know, I think teachers do a good a job as they can, but when we were in school, the history we were taught was pretty simplified.
It is. I mean, there's also like a real advantage to dehumanizing the people that you've done wrong to over the centuries, especially when they live in a state of yours still.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So under his rule, he managed to sort of unify the Kingdom of Hawaii. It wasn't like everyone was completely on board with what was going on, especially with the kapu and human sacrifice and some of that stuff that happened.
No, but they did live under his rule, whether they liked it or not. He was a very strong king.
Yeah, because he had guns finally, and people didn't, and so they couldn't rise up against him. But after he died is when things got really complicated, because then you had Hawaiian landowners, you had white people that own land, and then you had this third group, this really large working class, even though many were killed off, still a lot of people, and that really complicated the whole situation. And maybe we should take a break there?
We should.
All right, we can take a break and we'll talk about what complicated that even more right after this.
Hi, I'm Katie Lowe's, host of the podcast Katie's Crib, where we try to keep things real while providing an indispensable guide for all parents trying to find their way. I want to share one of my favorite moments from the show with you, presented by Target. Target has always been there to celebrate the thoughtfulness you bring to every little thing, and can help bring meaningful moments to this year's holidays. You can try Target's contactless services by downloading the Target app today. My dear friend, the most wonderful person, Shonda Rhimes, we are here talking about Adoption Awareness Month. Woohoo! Yeah!
For a lot of people, they have dreamed of like making a baby their entire lives, of being pregnant, of having a child that's biologically linked to them. And then they have to deal with that grief and that loss of not being able to do that. And then once they've dealt with that, now they have this image in their head of what they always thought their child was going to be like. And to have a child put in their arms that is nothing like their imagination, for a lot of people, it's very incongruous and maybe doesn't work. Right.
Katie's Crib is available on iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you suffer from heartburn, you know that burning feeling you get that rises in your chest. But did you know there's a natural alternative that's drug-free and safe? Hi, I'm Carolyn Harrington, the founder of Maddie's, and natural healing is my passion. That's why I've developed natural remedies that have helped millions of people across the country. They're drug-free and chemical-free, made with ingredients you'll recognize and can pronounce. But the best part is my acid and indigestion relief actually works. We get so many testimonials from customers who love it and say it's been life-changing for them. So if you experience heartburn after you eat some of your favorite foods, don't suffer anymore. Try Maddie's Acid and Indigestion Relief. I guarantee you'll love this product or we'll refund your money back, no questions asked. You can find Maddie's Acid and Indigestion Relief at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, and Giant Eagle and Digestified. It's also available on Amazon. Learn more about our products at maddys.com. That's MATYS.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. It's not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
So Chuck, we have this is kind of like a brief sketch of what's going on here. We have a native group, the Native Hawaiians, who live here, and they are autonomous in running their own show. Then the European explorers have showed up, and they are trying to make headways in exploiting this area as best they can commercially for agriculture. At first it was sandalwood, then it moved on to, I think, cattle, and then finally like sugarcane. And then those European white landowners in Hawaii started bringing in tons and tons of migrant workers in basically like slave labor conditions. So you have these three groups kind of coming together in Hawaii, only one of which was originally there.
Yeah, and another thing came in, which was missionaries from Europe, Protestant missionaries for the most part, and they did what missionaries do, which was say, hey, you should be Christian and not worship whatever Hawaiian god you worship. And this was a big deal because there were, Hawaii had a long, rich tradition, a very sacred tradition of religion, and this was not that at all. But like they do, they were pretty forceful in making sure Christianity took hold among some of the people, and it became a pretty big deal in Hawaii by like the sort of mid-1800s.
Yeah, for sure. So just like with other places where the missionaries were kind of like the leading edge of the spear as far as imperialism goes, so they just were the first to kind of brave this and bring Christianity and, air quote, civilization to the area. So after they started to make headway and started to change the culture, it allowed greater entree for more like commercial interests who had nothing to do with religion. They were just coming to work the land kind of thing.
Yeah, in 1840, this is when Kamehameha's grandson, Kamehameha III, wrote the first real
bad shots working again. A bunny? Get the fuck out, man.
Don't worry.
You have an A+ every game if like they didn't just say everything is a bad shot select. Like you're so bad, literally any shot you take is a bad shot selection if you miss. That's stupid.
Said, all right,
literally anywhere
over here, and this is kind of the first entree of what democracy would look like there.
Yeah, I mean, it created a judicial branch, a legislature. Like, it sounded awfully familiar, really, as far as constitutions go. And it was a huge watershed moment because, like you said, it replaced Kapu with, like you said, Western-style democracy, basically, or some version of the beginnings of this.
Yeah.
And it also would establish this framework, this foundation for people to point to and be like, oh, no, we want to go further toward the Constitution, not back toward the old ways. So it was like a goalpost that was set there that could be put into. Remember, we want this legislature and judicial branch, the stuff that Americans and Europeans are accustomed to.
Yeah, also, money was a big complicating factor. Like you said, anytime this is introduced and there's very valuable, it's going to get pretty grabby. And that's what happened when the white Europeans and Americans said, wow, this is what beer is great growing stuff. And we're not, they don't have workers' rights laws here. So we could really, really get cheap labor, if not, like you said, basically enslaved people, essentially, from Asia to work over here. And not really pay much money, like bring them over under false pretense, say how great it is, how much money they're going to make, and then kind of build them back. This is what I sign your record contract, and bill you back for all the expenses of getting over there and overcharging for their living quarters, which are terrible. But it's, it's exploitation that we've seen time and time again.
Right. Yeah, it's still going on today, it's basically human trafficking is what they were doing.
Yeah.
So one thing about Kamehameha, the House of Kamehameha, when the first Kamehameha, which is an awesomely fun word to say, and also just reminds me of Magnum P.I. because that was the club that Rick managed, the King Kamehameha Club.
Oh, wow.
Well, yeah, Dragon Ball.
I remember that.
Oh, man. So anyway, I would just kill to be in 1983 hanging out at the beach bar in that club. But anyway, Kamehameha, despite there being upheaval basically every time a successor died, he managed to establish a dynasty that lasted until the 1870s, I believe. And the problem was that there were no strong succession laws.
Yeah.
So when a monarch died, in a few instances, there were these periods called interregnums, which is basically the government. It doesn't actually exist technically right now. It's kind of a free for all while we figure out what comes next.
we gotta get this together and decide how to move forward. And in this case, they would have the legislature vote for the ruler, and this wasn't super popular. It led to rioting. Hawaiians were like, no, we need. We kind of didn't mind the monarchy, and we need these succession laws to be kind of ingrained.
I think that's a real revealing tell about how the Hawaiians felt, that they were like, no, we don't, forget the legislature. We just need better laws to say who succeeds who as far as the monarchs are concerned. Because I think that's what they were used to, and that's what they wanted,
Yeah, but what this ended up doing was kind of, there was a real divide here when 1874, I think, was when Kalakaua.
Kalekaua. I've practiced it a million times.
I did too.
Kalekaua.
Kalekaua.
Yeah.
I love these words. They're so much fun to say.
Oh, yeah.
Even though we're probably butchering them. But
no, I'm pretty sure it's Kalekaua.
All right, Kalekaua was the new king voted on in 1874, and this was the first real wedge because he had this faction that supported Queen Emma, and a real opposition party was in place. People were very, very divided at this point.
Yeah, Queen Emma was the wife of Kamehameha IV, so she had a pretty valid claim on the throne, but the legislature said, no, Kalekaua is definitely our guy. He's now your king and your monarch. And he was an interesting cat, too. He was known as the Merry Monarch. He was a bit of a bon vivant. Hula had been banned by the big buzzkill missionaries for decades.
Like hula hoops? Or hula dancing, I mean?
Hula dancing, yeah. So Kalekaua said, hey, it's my birthday, let's bring hula back. So he was kind of beloved for that. He played the ukulele, but he was also very corrupt. He took a $130,000 bribe from some Chinese businessmen who wanted an opium license. And very importantly, his whole jam was, little by little, the power of the monarch's been eroded to, well, now it's finally my turn, and I'm basically as the figurehead here. I want the power back, so I'm going to do that. And instead, there were some white interests that had formed a group known as the Hawaiian League. And they were basically made up of landowners, businessmen, people who were all white European and American people who said, we actually don't like that idea. And in fact, we're going to make you sign a new constitution into law. And you're going to do it basically at gunpoint, and it's going to be called the Bayonet Constitution, historically speaking.
Yeah, so the Hawaiian League, they had a bunch of different names. Initially, they were the missionary, not the missionary league, the missionary what?
The missionary party.
Yeah, the missionary
They thought
party.
that was too sexy.
Right, so missionary party became the Hawaiian League, eventually became the Reform Party, because who doesn't like reform? And they eventually became, because as we'll see, they pushed more and more toward annexation. And I don't know if were they officially called the Annexation Party? Or was that sort of like a...
I honestly don't know. The way that they were introduced, I think, I don't know.
Well, either way, what they did was they said, all right, we know that not many people, we're an underarmed society, so if we're going to do this, we're going to get the guns on our side. And that was where they got the support of the Hawaiian Rifles, which was a volunteer military unit, all white people. And like you said, in July of 1887 is when those Hawaiian Rifles got involved and said, sign this new constitution.
They did, and so it basically said, you know how you thought you were a figurehead before? Now you are, a genuine bona fide figurehead. Your power is completely at the pleasure of the legislature, which, by the way, is no longer appointed by you but elected. And also, further, by the way, we Europeans and Americans now have voting rights because you have to be a landowner and literate to vote. So not only do we have voting rights now to elect the legislature to basically do whatever we want, but we've also just excluded all of those migrant Asian laborers that we just brought over because they don't own anything and probably a lot of them can't read. So ipso facto, you go play some ukulele for a while, Kalekabua, and thank you very much for Hawaii.
Yeah, I mean, I got the impression that it was under the guise of, hey, democracy is great, and voting is how things should go, but no one's voting, by the way.
Exactly, yeah, and I mean, it definitely was presented like that. They were trying to liberalize the island, but ultimately it was for their own interests. So when you really got down to brass tacks, which is copy rhyming slang for facts.
So I didn't think that was going to show up either. So in 1891, that is when he died, the aforementioned Kalakaua, right? Kalakaua.
Yeah.
And he was succeeded by Hijo's, his sister. How are you going to make me? Queen Lily Kalani.
Yeah, man.
Right, that's right.
Yeah. So she, if Kalekaua had a problem with being a figurehead, Liliuokalani was definitely opposed to the idea of just being like Queen Elizabeth, or just showing up for state functions and that kind of thing. Like she considered herself the ruler of Hawaii. She was the monarch who was meant to succeed Kalekaua fair and square, and had a real problem with this. But the problem was that within the 4 years that Kalekaua signed the Bay of that Constitution, the doors had been thrown so far open for Western business interests in Hawaii, that she basically faced an insurmountable challenge in undoing just the changes that had come in the last 4 years. It had been slowly creeping up over the decades, but from that Bay of that Constitution forward, over the 4 years between then when she took over, the changes were insurmountable, basically.
Yeah, married to an American too, incidentally.
Well, it shows you like just how intermarried American politics and European politics were with Hawaii politics, literally.
Yeah, and I don't think we mentioned, like, this whole time, there are both American and British warships in Honolulu Harbor.
Yeah.
So, like, they've been there the whole time. They're the military, and I didn't get the idea that they were active at that point. They were just there, kind of parked there.
Yeah, I think to support to send the signal, but also to keep other interlopers out. I think the British and the Americans basically considered Hawaii theirs.
Right. Unofficially, but moving toward it officially, because you said the door was thrown wide open and change was afoot. It was the Hawaiian League that was really, they had flirted with annexation a little bit, but at this point, they were really, and this is where they took on the name the Annexation Club. Like I mentioned earlier, they were really, really headed toward annexation, which is where we have to kind of go back over to America and talk about the Tariff Act of 1890, or the McKinley Tariff, which was basically a very protectionist thing. Hey, we need U.S. goods to be in industry here to be ramped up, so we're going to charge huge tariffs on goods imported into the U.S., and that meant Hawaiian goods. And landowners in Hawaii said, this is not good for us because this is going to make us raise prices, sales are going to go down, our profits are going to go down. And while they were, the Annexation Club was making hay about democracy being a good thing, it really kind of came down to money.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that McKinley tariff really kind of forced everyone's hand. Because, like you said, Hawaii was a sovereign nation, and so there were tariffs on it. It didn't matter that they were American companies and stuff was being produced in Hawaii, so when it came to America, there was a huge tax slapped on it. So they started saying, okay, we need to figure this out. We need to get Hawaii annexed. And so I get the impression that the Hawaiian League kind of went from, there were some people in there that had been saying the whole time, annexation is definitely the way to go, to where that was the point of the Hawaiian League from that moment forward, was getting annexed. Fortunately for them, Liliuokalani, whose name just flits in and out of my ability to pronounce, she said, hey, you know what, I don't like all this, I don't like where this is going, I'm going to rewrite the Constitution. I'm going to restore the power of the monarchy. And your legislature can go sit on it because I'm passing this by royal fiat just by me decreeing that it's true. It's true. And when that news came out that she was planning on doing that, the Hawaiian League said it's go time.
Yeah, and as far as the U.S. goes, they didn't outright say they wanted to annex. It was kind of a tricky situation for them. They didn't want anyone else to get in there in front of them, of course, but they also didn't want to. I feel like they didn't want to be too aggressive with it. Like, well, hey, if you're open to it, we'll talk about it, but we're not going to ask you to dance.
Right, but it wasn't out of any respect or deference necessarily it was because they didn't want to tick off the British.
Yeah.
So when Lily Uokalani said that she was going to rewrite the Constitution and this came out, the opposition was really strong, and she actually backed down, and she announced, okay, I'm definitely not going to do it by royal fiat, but I'm going to do it through normal channels, and it really kind of took any hostility out of the move, but it was too little too late as far as the Hawaiian lady was concerned, and like I said, they decided it was go time, and should I say, it's go time for us to go to commercial. Hey Chuck, did you know that over the last 12 years, Subaru of America Inc. and its participating retailers have donated more than $176 million to help those in need through the Subaru Share the Love event?
I did, and at the end of this year, 13th year, it's going to be over $200 million.
That's amazing. Through the Share the Love event, the ASPCA has had a significant impact on things like rescuing and transporting and adopting out more than 64,000 animals across the country.
Yeah, they also work with Make-A-Wish, one of the best foundations out there, and they've granted life-changing wishes of more than 2,500 kids with critical illnesses.
Yeah, not to mention Meals on Wheels and the National Park Foundation and National Park System have definitely benefited from the Subaru Share the Love event.
That's right, so you get a great vehicle and support a great cause. With every new Subaru purchase or lease, Subaru will donate $250 to your choice of charities, November 19th to January 4th.
Something you should know is brought to you by Infinity, making your car buying experience as convenient as it is luxurious during the Infinity Winter Sales event with Infinity Now. Is that not correct, Charles?
That's correct, because Infinity has rethought every step you take to get into a vehicle, so each aspect of the process can be on your terms.
That means that purchasing and leasing is offered online, so you can do it from the comfort of your home, or you can test drive without going to a dealership.
That's right, and get sales and service from anywhere with pickups and drop-offs that come to you. It's a type of luxury that's made to fit you and your lifestyle, so you can shop, buy, and service the way you want.
Infinity Now. Experience the new way to buy an Infinity at shopinfinitynow.com. Available at participating Infinity retailers.
Alright, so it's go time in Hawaii. Queen Lily Uokalani has drawn a line in the sand. White men in Hawaii were super worried all of a sudden. And so that annexation club that has now changed names 4 times, changed their names again, said, all right, now we're the Committee of Safety. And by Committee of Safety, I mean we're going to lead a military coup.
Right, which are typically very safe.
Yeah.
So there was a move basically to collect arms, specifically to depose Lily Uokalani. Like that was the point that this group had. And I guess it was pretty, if it wasn't like overt, basically everyone knew about it. So much so that a loyalist to Lily Uokalani, his name was Charles B. Wilson.
Yeah, he was a loyalist.
Which we should say, so his name sounds pretty American, and that's for good reason, because he was American. And if you go back a couple of monarchs, you will start to see like Germans and Americans and British people in their cabinets.
Yeah.
Like as like foreign minister or secretary of finance, like just like it's just some normal thing. That's how entrenched everything was. So Charles B. Wilson was to Lily Uokalani, the Marshal of Hawaii, which, as I put it, is kind of like the head of the FBI and the head of the Department of Defense of one. But he was in charge of the National Police, basically. He found out about his plot. He wanted the plotters arrested.
Yeah, he called it out and said, arrest the committee, or whatever they're calling themselves today. And the American members of the cabinet said, no, we're not going to do that because this could break out in violence. So let's all chill out. That all changed on January 17th when there was a shooting. A native Hawaiian policeman was shot trying to prevent delivery of some weapons to the annexation club. He didn't die, but he was shot. And there wasn't like a lot of, James Cook obviously died pretty in a grisly way, but there wasn't a lot of like actual violence and bloodshed. There was rioting and stuff over the years, but I get the feeling that this shooting was kind of a big thing at the time.
It was. It was the only shooting in the entire overthrow of Hawaii, this entire coup, which makes it significant. But I get the same impression that you had, that Hawaiian society was generally rather peaceful, so to shoot somebody was a very big deal. So much so that the cop got $200 for his wounds collected by the local community, which is pretty nice.
Pretty good scratch back then.
Yeah, I know. I didn't look it up on West Egg.
So the Committee of Safety goes to, we mentioned the warships in the harbor. They go to, or the USS Boston that's parked there, and go to Captain Wilkes and say, hey, you know what? There are American American citizens on the island there. You guys are having a good time just kind of hanging out playing cards. But there's property that's in danger, there's American citizens that are in danger, and there are armed troops. We need you guys and your guns to come on the island. And he went, well, all right, come on guys, let's go. They all put down their cards, and 162 soldiers went ashore, and that was sort of the real turning point as far as an actual American military presence in there, supposedly defending property and American citizens from danger. But it really ratcheted things up as far as conflict goes.
Well, yeah, and particularly for Liliuokalani, to her, she saw American troops coming ashore, establishing a fort like a couple hundred yards away from the Imperial Palace, and basically creating a presence on native sovereign Hawaiian land.
Yeah.
And this was at the same time that the Committee for Safety had run up on the steps of the Capitol building and read a proclamation that the Queen had been overthrown, that the monarchy didn't exist any longer, and that she had been deposed, and that they were now in charge. And combine that, from her point of view, with the presence of American troops, she's like, okay, I guess the Americans just overthrew me. She didn't know who was working with who. She just knew there were armed troops. She didn't really have any kind of state of the army or anything like that. So she made a very wise and, in my opinion, very noble decision to say, you know what, I will surrender for the moment, because I want to avoid any unnecessary bloodshed. Like, anybody who fights for me is going to get wasted by these American Marines, and I don't want to see that happen. So I will surrender, but I'm not surrendering my position to the provisional government. I'll surrender to the United States of America temporarily until they can restore my position. Because this is BS.
Yeah, and in her statement, we won't read the whole thing, but at the end, she essentially says, I'm doing this for now, until which time I will be reinstated as the authority, at which point everyone just kind of patted her on the head and said, that's adorable. Does she think that's actually going to happen?
She said, P.S. BS.
And I don't think we mentioned this new provisional government said, all right, we have a president now, and his name is Sanford Dole. If that name sounds familiar, Sanford's brother James founded the Dole Fruit Company in 1899, so really no surprise how that worked out.
Right, so let's just recap real quick. Okay, so there was a group of American and European white business interests, landowners, businessmen, who overthrew, like during this a little melee after a cop was shot, ran up onto the Capitol steps, read a proclamation that they were in charge. John Stevens, who we had mentioned, he was the American minister to Hawaii. He was very much in on this and in league with the Hawaii League. And he said, I, as official representative of the United States, officially recognize you, the provisional government, as the true government of Hawaii, would no longer recognize the monarch. And that was it. All of a sudden, this island kingdom of Hawaii that had been around for 1,000 or more years and had been organized for a couple hundred years or 100 or more years, just didn't exist anymore. Poof. Because an American minister recognized a group of other Americans who just said, we claim this place basically as our own.
Yeah, and they said, we're voting for this stuff now. Dole is president, like I said, but the royalists are boycotting the elections. So the annexation party, which eventually became the American Union Party, they just were winning the elections because there was no contest, basically.
Yeah, which is, it's a problem. You're in such a pickle with that, Like, you're like, I reject that these elections are even valid on their face. But then if they just keep holding these elections and other people keep recognizing them as valid, then you're SOL, It was a really sticky, terrible situation for the Native Hawaiians and their monarch.
Yeah, so Dole and the gang are firmly entrenched at this point, and this is when they can really start to go after annexation.
Not easy to give this to the one car guy. There'll be a little bit of VC, but is it really worth 150 VC to keep fucking trying to feed him? Could be getting badge points.
You put together a report and report back to me and let me know what's going on. Went over, put together his report, and he said, yeah, it was super illegal what happened. And so Cleveland said, all right, Queen, if you want, we'll send troops in there to overthrow the Republic and put you back in position of Queen. But what you have to do is you got to offer amnesty to that Committee of Safety that overthrew you, kind of using our soldiers to begin with. And she probably had whiplash at this point. She was like, no, I'm not going to do that. And actually, those guys should be beheaded, if I'm really being completely honest. And so Cleveland kind of slumped down and said, all right, well, I guess we're not going to do that then.
Yeah, he said,
I'm done trying to give him
shit. It's going to be tough to get past Congress, so I guess we don't have anything to say here. And you have to kind of hand it to Liliuokalani that, she stuck to her principles. Yeah, she could have been restored as an monarch, maybe even back to like the pre-figurehead version of the monarchy. And she said, no, we cut their heads off if you put me back as queen.
Yeah. At the same time, the U.S. Congress gets involved. They said, we're the ones who investigate people. So they sent over our guy, John Tyler Morgan. And Morgan went over, and his report said, you know what, this was not some illegal coup. This was just Hawaii being Hawaii. This is their politics. This is how they do things. We didn't really do anything wrong. No blood on our hands.
It's Hawaii. This is what they do. No big deal.
I have to change my fucking free throw. Every goddamn game so far. I've been saying I'm going to change it off of Kobe. For how many games?
Oh, okay, so the McKinley tariff came before all this, huh?
Yeah,
Or it came after?
Not that I'm doing bad with it.
No, I got the idea that maybe it was as a senator or something.
Okay,
I might be completely wrong.
No, but that would make way more sense. But the point is that McKinley was much more in favor of annexation than Cleveland was. And so the United States officially annexed Hawaii as a territory in 1898. And this was exactly what all of those American and European...
Oh my god, I can't give this kid an assist. He literally passes it to John like nearly every fucking time.
For the imported goods, because Hawaii was an annexed territory. But, Chuck, they also were in a state, which means that they weren't subject to U.S. laws like immigration, which meant that they could continue their human trafficking, which meant that as an annexed territory, their profit margins were as wide as they've ever been, basically.
Yeah, I mean, those were, they were terrible in reality, but those were the golden years if you're a plantation owner in Hawaii. Because you're basically just making money hand over fist with no oversight. By the way, just McKinley was a House representative when that tariff act came out.
Gotcha. Thank you. That was a really great intro introduction.
Usually don't do this. So when did statehood come on the scene? Because Hawaii didn't become a state until 1959, which was not that long ago.
No, it was a full 60 plus years after it was annexed.
Is that because they were just fat cats and they were loving it?
That's exactly right. The powerful interests who basically ran the legislature said, hey, we really...
I made him make one. That's what you'd have to do, is just wait till the last second. Force the bitch to shoot.
Knock your socks off. But they had no desire to be a state, because then that meant that the immigration laws would be imposed, and they had to follow a lot more social and cultural mores that America had established. And it was going to be a bad ship. The other thing was here at home, and it was just straight up like racist xenophobia.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if we said to put a pin in it, but we were talking about all these migrant workers who, had kids and stuff, and those kids were born, they eventually became a non-white majority in Hawaii, and they were like, you know what, if we make this place a state, he said they're going to actually, these migrant workers are going to gain real voting power, and they have a non-white majority, and we really don't want those white people in our Congress.
In Congress, that was basically the reason that kept Hawaii from being a state in 1959. People didn't want people of Asian or Native Hawaiian descent in D.C. and Congress, I guess. Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, so it took until March 18th, 1959 to finally become a state, and then it took until 1993 for Congress to pass an apology bill. And this is hysterical, and it's so believable, but Ed points out that they were, it was disputed because they were literally arguing about either the Blood Report or the Morgan Report being more accurate like 100 years later.
Yeah. Can you do Clinton apologize?
Oh, what do I have to apologize for?
That was great. So that bill actually said that Hawaii, or the Native Hawaiians, quote, never directly relinquished to the U.S. their claims to their inherent sovereignty. The U.S. said in 1993, in so many words, like the United States stole Hawaii. And Hawaii is a state because we took it basically back in 1890, or the 1980s.
Great story.
It is. So you were asking about the pulse of Hawaii today. There's a bill that was introduced in 2000 by Senator Daniel K. Akaka, and he's since retired, I believe, but the Akaka bill is still around, and it basically would extend sovereignty to Native Hawaiians in virtually the same way that Native American tribes in the continental U.S.
Oh
have
my
their own
goodness.
tribal nations. They have their own governments that make decisions for them. They have their own laws and all that. And it's just never been passed. I don't think there's quite enough support for it, or what the holdup is, but it's still languishing.
I haven't been. I gotta go at some point.
Oh, dude, I would like to live there one day.
Yeah, it's definitely should get retired.
It's amazing. So maybe I'll meet up with Kanaka Kai, the Hawaiian hillbilly while we're there.
I think with your Magnum obsession, you are destined to just while away with a coconut with a straw in your hand.
Who likes to kill a kid or refill his coconut?
Hey, just be somebody. What do you think I got this rainbow helicopter?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, man. I've been to the Magnum house before. You can tell me. Oh, it's neat. Well, you got anything else about the overthrow of Hawaii? Well, if you want to know more about the overthrow of Hawaii, there's a lot more out there. It's a pretty interesting story, and Hawaiian culture is pretty interesting too. Now we'll dive into it. And since I said that, it's time for this review.
I'm going to call this Anvils. And by the way, this is from Nolan. Nolan did not point this out, but we heard from many people who said that the Smithy It's not the blacksmith, but the place. Their workshop is called the smithy. And I like it. Yeah, smithy. Like that's the blacksmith.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think they're the smith.
Okay.
Not the Smiths. That's forcing Chuck Martin.
That's right.
Hey guys, love the episode on blacksmithing. I've been a blacksmith since I was 19 when I bought my first anvil. I started listening to Stuff You Should Know during grad school. My anvil was sadly packed away. I had no time to use it, but thankfully it isn't on the shelf any longer. And I found myself sitting next to it while listening to your episode. It seems silly, but these things have a real personality to them. They're like old friends. I met mine close to a decade ago, and it's a 1-0-16 128-pound Peter Wright.
Wow.
That means something to Smithies.
I was impressed by the Peter Wright.
Yeah. He's a legendary anvilist.
The smithy.
So, one thing on the show I thought I'd mention is about anvils. Josh said he wanted to attach the anvil to a stump to disperse the hammer strike to the earth, which is
absolutely right.
Which is partially correct, but missed one beautiful thing about a good anvil, which is its rebound. An anvil's quality can be measured by the rebound. This is how much force pushes back at you when you strike. Because this is a good anvil, because of this, a good anvil hits back when you strike it. And a good blacksmith uses this to effectively forge both sides of a wood piece at the same time.
I also saw somebody else write in to say that it helps you in swinging a 10-pound hammer, like working the rebound to your advantage too.
Totally. He said you can tell if you have a good anvil by the rebound, by dropping a ball bearing on it, or lightly dropping a hammerhead and seeing how high it bounces. A dead anvil will have no bounce, and because it's a soft lead, a good anvil bounces back alive. There's a ringing in the air. This is actually where the phrase has a nice ring to it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's not.
Love it.
It was a blacksmithing phrase. So great job, guys. As always, keep it up. Always love tuning in to these shows. Can't wait to hear more. And that is Noah.
Thanks, Dylan. You really quenched our thirst for etymology.
Big time.
Appreciate Nolan. Appreciate everybody, all of the Smiths who wrote in to let us know all the stuff we got wrong, but also say, hey, you generally got it right.
Yeah, so, and farriers. We heard from farriers.
Yeah, tons of farriers out there. So we appreciate all of you. If you want to get in touch with us, you can send us an email. Send it off to stuffpodcast@iHeartRadio.com.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio's House of Works. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows. Holiday season means stocking up on some essentials, like decorations and an ugly sweater. With a Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, you can choose to earn 3% cash back on online shopping. The essentials have never felt more rewarding. Visit bankofamerica.com/more-rewarding to apply now. Copyright 2020 Bank of America Corporation.
Yeah, friends, over the last 12 years, Subaru of America Incorporated and its participating retailers have donated more than $176 million to help those in need through the Subaru Share the Love event. By the end of this, their 13th year, Subaru and the participating retailers they work with will have donated over $200 million to help those in need through the Subaru Share the Love event. So you can get a great vehicle and support great cause all at the same time.
Oh my god, this dude's retarded. Instead of just staying wide open, he drifted to the other fucking people. I was getting doubled off the screen. Like, giving this guy a fucking assist is unbelievably annoying. All for 100 fucking VC. Might as well just let the clock go out. Yeah, hold ball for too long, whatever. Fuck me every way you can.
About petticoat rulers, and it might surprise people considering America today is ranked 81 out of 193 countries.
Oh my god, and then that happens. Woo!
Women who were mayors and city council people way back in the 1800s.
Yeah, there are 2 towns.
Shoot the ball, shoot the ball. Damn it. Shoot the ball, shoot the ball. God damn it. Shoot the ball, shoot the ball. God damn it. This is ridiculous. I'm losing more VC by trying to give him the ball than I am gonna gain from making him just shoot it twice. It's crazy. 2 fucking baskets is all he needed. I can't get him to do it.
That same year, Jackson, Wyoming, elected not only an all-woman town council, Chuck, but also a mayor, a woman mayor, for the first time ever. And that group, these petticoat rulers that came to be appointed women to the highest positions in the town: clerk, health, treasurer, and marshal. Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing. And I was surprised to see that the first woman elected mayor of the United States was all the way back in 1887.
Yeah, I had no idea.
And it was in Agoria, Kansas. Her name was, this one was the one, I believe we covered her before in something, Susanna Selger, who was placed on the ballot as a sort of a prank by men in the town who didn't think that women should hold office. They put her on the ballot thinking that she would be humiliated and it would set women back politically. And she didn't know she was on the ballot. It was like a blind ballot until the day of the election. and she won.
That's awesome.
And went on to be mayor. The other one's Oskaloosa, Mary D. Lohman. She was legitimately elected mayor and the first woman elected as mayor in Kansas with an all city council full of women. Nothing but ladies.
That's amazing. But the thing is, yeah, like we think about it today, and we're like, that's unheard of. You know, like literally unheard of. I hadn't heard about that before. But the state of Wyoming is actually known as the equality state. And one of the reasons why is because, you know, we associate 1920 as the year that women were granted the right to vote. That's a national thing. They had the right to vote back in 1869 in Wyoming. So it kind of like gives it a little more texture or context for both to know that women already had the right to vote for more than 50 years before Mayor Miller and the all-female town council were elected in Jackson.
Yeah, that's how Mary Lohman won in Oskaloosa. Is they had in Kansas they had the right to vote in municipal elections, and they won by a 2-1 margin on the Oskaloosa improvement ticket. The one in Utah was interesting too, and they both kind of have similar stories. In that when they got in office, one of their big things was to kind of just clean up the town, collect back taxes. I think they had something like $200 in collected taxes just because people just refused to pay, and they went around personally to the houses, and I think they left office with $2,000 in the city coffers. And then Mary Woolley Chamberlain of Kanab, Utah, she was mayor for 2 years, and she had a female city council, and she was enacted one of the first leash laws for dogs.
Oh, cool.
And then wanted to protect local business, so she enacted a daily tax on traveling salesmen coming through town. Because she was like, you can't just come through town, steal a bunch of business, and then leave with your pockets full. So we're going to tax you guys per day just to kind of drive business, to protect local business.
That's some smart government right there.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a break. We'll come back and talk about some more smart government that was instituted by women around the turn of the last century. Okay?
Let's do it.
Hi, I'm Katie Lowes, host of the podcast Katie's Script, where we try to keep things real while providing an indispensable guide for all parents trying to find their way. I want to share one of my favorite moments from the show with you, presented by Target. Target has always been there to celebrate the thoughtfulness you bring to every little thing, and can help bring meaningful moments to this year's holidays. You can try Target's contactless services by downloading the Target app today. My dear friend, the most wonderful person, Shonda Rhimes. We are here talking about Adoption Awareness Month. Woohoo! Yeah!
For a lot of people, they have dreamed of like making a baby their entire lives, of being pregnant or having a child that's biologically linked to them. And then they have to deal with that grief and that loss of not being able to do that. And then once they're done with that, now they have this image in their head of what they always thought their child was going to be like. To have a child put in their arms that is nothing like their imagination, for a lot of people, it's very incongruous and maybe doesn't work, right?
Katie's Script is available on iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you suffer from heartburn, you know that burning feeling you get that rises in your chest. But did you know there's a natural alternative that's drug-free and safe? Hi, I'm Carolyn Harrington, founder of Mads, and natural healing is my passion. That's why I've developed natural remedies that have helped millions of people across the country. They're drug-free and chemical-free, made with ingredients you'll recognize and pronounce. But the best part is my acid and indigestion relief action works. We get so many testimonials from customers who love it and say it's been life-changing for them. So if you experience heartburn after you eat some of your favorite foods, don't suffer anymore. Try Manny's acid and indigestion relief. I guarantee you'll love this product and we'll refund your money back. No questions asked. You can find Manny's acid and indigestion relief at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, the Giant Eagle, and Digestible. It's also available on Amazon. Learn more about our products at Mannys.com. That's MATYS.com.
These things are available on the administration.
All right, so Chuck, you said Kanab's town council were elected by a 2-1 margin. I saw the same thing too for Jackson's petticoat rulers, which really kind of goes to underscore this. This was not like some fluke or a joke like the first female mayor in America, Salter. Is that what you said her name was?
Yeah, Susanna Salter.
She reminds me. That story reminds me of Elizabeth Blackwell going into med school. There was supposed to be a bridge and kind of blew up in the face.
That's probably what I was thinking of, actually.
Yeah, because I don't remember talking about Susanna Salter before either. But the fact that they won, that the petticoat rulers and the Kanab, Utah town council won by like a 2-1 margin, really shows that this was not like a joke or a fluke. I think one woman, one of the city council members, beat her husband in the election in Jackson in 1920.
It was Crabtree.
Yeah, and which that had to taste pretty sweet. And then the fact is that a lot of them were reelected when they came up for reelection. So not only was it a good idea, they proved themselves as worthy for reelection too. And some of the things they did, like you said, they beefed up the town coffers. I saw they didn't institute a leash law in Jackson, but they did criminalize littering for the first time. They cleaned up the town square, meaning that they didn't allow cattle grazing there anymore. That was another thing they did. What else?
They graded the streets. They said, how about some street lights and street lamps? Let's expand electrical service. Let's get a cemetery going in this town because everyone's always shooting each other.
Right? Or they used to when the men ran the place. That was another thing I saw too. I mean, you were talking about the back taxes not being collected and the getting like an additional $1,800 into the treasury. One of the things that I saw, I think it was in a Jackson Hole newspaper, the reason for that was that this town had been run like really institutionally by men up to that point, and that there was like this kind of pioneer spirit where everyone was expected to take care of their neighbor and everyone did and stepped up when help was needed, but it wasn't like a organized structural civic pride. And then that's what the petticoat rulers came in and instituted. They basically said, hey, you know that the whole take care of your neighbor thing, there's actually a lot of things we could be doing, through government. Let's start doing that. And it actually kind of took off.
Yeah, Grace Miller, the mayor, I think she was Jackson, right?
Yeah.
She said in an interview, we simply tried to work together. We put into practice the same thrifty principles we exercise in our own homes. We wanted a clean, well-kept, progressive town in which to raise our families. What is good government but a breathing space for good citizenship?
Nice.
And it sort of reminds me of that quote. I don't know the exact quote, but it's sort of like if you want the job done on time and right, like hire a working mom or something like that.
I think you're talking about something to do with like lipstick and pickles.
No?
No? Is that a different one?
I think so.
Okay. The one you're talking about makes a tremendous amount of sense. So the petticoat rulers came in, and from what I understand, there's a town historian, Morgan Albertson. I'm going to take a stab at this last name. Jawed? What do you think? Jaouen. It's a beautiful,
It's just beautiful plan.
Either way, it looks very, very nice spelled out. But the historian, we're just going to call him historian, basically said that the petticoat rulers shaped Jackson and Jackson Hole into the town they know and love today. And that it may have just kind of become a town that ended up deserted and misused and mistreated and misgoverned and lost to history. The historian's willing to go so far as to say that. Either way, the rulers definitely deserve credit for shaping the place. But the weird thing is, Chuck, is like, despite how successful the all-female town council, the mayor, and appointed positions was for Jackson, it's like the town was like, okay, well, we tried that. Let's wait another 80 or so years before we do it again.
Yeah, we tried that and it worked out really great. So let's just wait till the 1980s.
Yeah, 1980s was the first time that women city council people were elected again. And it wasn't until 2001 when they had another woman mayor, Jean Jackson, was elected in 2001. So it went from Mayor Miller, Grace Miller, in 1920 to Jean Jackson in 2001. That was a drought.
Yeah.
You got anything else?
I got nothing else. We salute them.
I do too, but I have one last thing. The women were all members originally of what's called the Pure Foods Club, which is a social group that met a couple of times a month. And that's where the idea to run was hatched and nurtured. And that group is still around today, but they call themselves the Birthday Club. But isn't that adorable? This group's been around since the early 1900s, and they still meet twice a month, and now men are allowed.
I love the Birthday Club.
They will let you in, you're a man and likable, so I think those are the two qualifications.
And I have birthdays.
You do, yeah. Well, yeah, hats off to the petticoat rulers and all of the women who helped shape the United States, then and now. I guess that means short stuff is out.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio's How Stuff Works. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Hi, Internet. Bill Nye here. Chipotle just launched Real Food, a transparent way to measure the impact of what you eat. You can see how a chicken bowl like mine impacts the planet when compared to conventional meats. How much less carbon is emitted in the atmosphere? How much water is saved? Check out chipotle.com/realfoodprint to learn more.
This episode is brought to you by IBM. Today, every answer matters more than ever before. Because whether it's about health, deliveries, or finance, some things just can't wait. That's why IBM's helping businesses manage millions of calls, texts, and chats with Watson Assistant. It's conversational AI designed to help your customers find the answers they need faster, no matter the industry. Let's put smart to work. Visit IBM.com/Watson Assistant to learn more. Welcome to Stuff You Should Know, a production of iHeartRadio's How Stuff Works.
Hey, and welcome to the podcast. I'm Josh Cook. There's Charles Lee and Chuck Bryant. Jerry's over there, and you may already be a winner because you are listening to Stuff You Should Know, the podcast.
I was going to say the version of the same thing. So.
Hey, that's the spoils of doing the intro.
That's right. You may be a winner.
Yep. Chunk.
Sweepstakes.
Yeah, man. So I was aware of sweepers before. That there's this group of people out there, hobbyists, people who enjoy sweepstakes. We'll talk about that later. But as I got more and more into like researching sweepstakes, that's pretty interesting. There's a lot more to it than even that.
Yeah, I have never, I don't think, entered any contest. Well, you know what? I fully take that back because almost every year I enter the HGTV Dream Home.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Well, that's like one of the big sweepstakes in the United States.
Yeah, well, I mean, every year that I can sort of remember. I haven't had cable TV for a few years, so I'm not reminded as much. But that's one of those, like, I mean, have you ever seen those houses?
Yeah, I've ran across
They're
them
so cool.
during this research, and yeah, they're very beautiful. Not only that, they don't stop with the house. They'll give you like a GMC Yukon and like, here's $500,000 in cash.
Yeah, it's gotten crazy.
You know, here's some, here's a couple of snakes that are really exotic and expensive.
I think they do a green home as well now.
Yeah.
I think there are a couple of them. And one of them, I think the green home one year was, Serenbe here outside of Atlanta.
Yeah.
I think one of them was a Serenbe.
Yeah, there's one that they gave away in the last year or so down on Merritt Island in Florida, where I've been. And then there's one in, I want to say Miami or something, and I read about the person who won. Actually, it was written in Miami, I don't remember what the house was, but they couldn't afford it. They won, and they were like, we can't afford the taxes on this house.
Yeah, that's what growing up, everyone's dad basically, well, you got to pay taxes on that stuff.
Right.
That was a great idea. I would find a way to work that out.
Yeah.
If I want an HGTV, there's a GTV green home.
Yeah, but I mean, if you all of a sudden were like, I don't have $15,000 for taxes.
No, that's true. I mean, I think that's the same with game shows and stuff, right?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, Chuck, you can read all about that in our chapter on the Perfect Price is Right game, which is in our Stuff You Should Know, an incomplete compendium of mostly interesting things book.
That's right, and I gotta tell you, I'm trying to think, I think of all the chapters in that book, that might be the one that I was most jealous of from the podcast standpoint.
What do you mean?
Like, putting it on as a podcast.
Oh, I see.
Rather than being a book chapter, I was like, oh man, I so want to do that as a podcast. But maybe one day we can.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything stopping us from doing that. I think
We're not going to wait a little while.
Nope, we're doing it next week.
I don't want to undercut the book sales.
Well, no, we definitely won't. But, I think we're totally fine to do any and all. That one, out of all of them, will be the most difficult because it's such a straightforward story. But I'm sure we'll find a way to plump it up.
I wonder if that would incentivize people to buy the book. If we did an episode from one book chapter and said, do you want
more?
Yeah. Like how many more? How many chapters are there again?
27.
Yeah, you want 26 more stories? Reading book pleasures?
Especially if you put it all awkward and vaguely hostile.
Yeah, I think that's the old publishing trick.
Right.
Hostility.
Right. We're assertiveness.
Poe moved a lot of books that way.
So, you can order a book now, pre-order it anywhere you order books, including IndieBound. And did you come up with Bitly?
Yeah, okay, sure. If you want to support Black Owned Bookstores, you can go to bit.ly/SYSKBLM and order it from there.
Yep. So that's our spiel, which actually was organic. It's not at all scripted. Don't think that. If you did, then you obviously missed the clumsiness and all of it. But we're not talking about our book today. We're talking about sweepstakes. Sweepstakes. And in fact, sweepstakes, Chuck, the word itself, sweepstakes, is hundreds of years old. I think they found its origin at least in the 13th century.
Yeah, because back then, you had stake, and like you would buy, it was kind of like a lottery. You would get a bunch of people to throw in money for a ticket, probably a ticket, and some person would win, and so they would sweep
Green
the
the first
stakes.
four, and now
But it's
what's
not
on?
like that.
I haven't used Jordan Frito in a while.
Contest in Canada, sweepstakes in America, those are different because they are always no purchase necessary. That's the differentiator.
Right. The one thing that they have in common with those is that the winner takes all. That's the point. There's like a grand prize where this one person wins the prize. You sweep the stakes, right? But that is totally different from a lottery. A lottery is self-sustaining, so much so that the educational system of lottery proceeds and how self-sustaining it is. With the sweepstakes, it's like, well, there's one person putting up the prize, but then somebody else comes along and wins it. What does that person who puts the prize have to stand to gain from it? And the answer to that question is the heart of sweepstakes, which is basically publicity. That's where they came from. Sweepstakes are, like you said, competitions in the UK or contests in Canada. They were born in the 40s, 50s for sure, as a marketing and advertising tool that some companies and salesmen came to basically move more stuff, or at the very least, get people interested in some item or product that would have otherwise just been overlooked in a regular ad.
Yeah, and sometimes it was it still can be very blatant in that there's like a code on a product, and you like.
Alright, so I gotta wait a little longer.
Sometimes you can actually buy a product that has a code that you can then enter like a UPC symbol. Sure. So sometimes you do have to buy things, but sometimes it is literally just we have, and it doesn't have to be a new thing, but it oftentimes is a new product, maybe from an old stable, like a new kind of toothpaste from Pepsodent or something, or Colgate, and they're just trying to drum up PR, and a good way to do it is to give away $50,000 and get people just in that aisle of the store.
Right, and so have them say like, well, I need some toothpaste. I normally get Colgate, but Pepsodent has a $50,000 sweepstakes right now. I'm just going to buy the Pepsodent this time.
I'd be a fool not to.
Yeah, how can I lose? And they hopefully from that point on, they'll keep buying Pepsodent, right? So that's a way to drum up sales. But you said something that was really important. One of the things that differentiates the sweepstakes on purpose from, say, like a lottery is that there's no purchase necessary to win. And in the United States, no purchase necessary is like just common vernacular. Everybody knows that phrase. That came from what's known as sweepstakes law, which is to get around rules and regulations against lotteries in the United States.
Yeah, again.
One of the ways that they did that was to create this other way to enter. You didn't, like, yes, if you bought this tube of toothpaste, you automatically had your entry form right there because it came with a package. But if you didn't want to buy the toothpaste, but you still wanted to enter the sweepstakes, they had to afford a way for you to get an entry form and enter without any kind of purchase whatsoever, and then that entry had to be as valid or eligible to win, have the same chances of winning as somebody who did make the purchase. No purchase necessary to win.
Yeah, the other thing a sweepstakes will do is give you, and this has changed over the years obviously, but give a salesperson a lead. You got to give us like Gary leads or you're on the way out the door with no job, basically.
Yeah.
So in the old days it was, let's say it was like a sweepstakes if you bought a blender. If you didn't buy the blender but you entered the sweepstakes, at least it would be your information to blender salespeople. It would be like, well, they were looking at blenders, I know that much, or else they wouldn't have even known about this.
Right.
These days, obviously, like with social media, that's a big way that it's done. It's all done virtually. So they know that if you just click on something to enter a sweepstakes, then all of your information can be sent to whatever company that is. And that's why you're going to start seeing if you enter some like REI sweepstakes or something. Don't be surprised when in your social media feed you start seeing nothing but ads for outdoor gear.
Right, exactly. But it's kind of updated for the 21st century, but it's the same principle. You're saying, I'm interested in blenders. Please send me all the advertising you can find on blenders. And that was how it was before when you sent in your info by hand or put it in a box in the store. It's the same thing now when you enter to win an online sweepstakes and you share your content and like that. It's just now we call it data mining. And rather than the blender salesman getting in touch with you to see if you still want a blender that you didn't win, it's some third-party marketing company that is getting in touch with you because your information was sold to them because you entered into that blender sweepstakes. So it's different, it's updated, but the point's the same. Sweepstakes are there to increase brand awareness, to generate buzz or hype around a new product. It's a form of advertising, and it's a way to generate leads for sure. And the thing is, they were huge in the 50s and the 60s, and one of the reasons that they took off was because of Reader's Digest, actually.
Yeah, Reader's Digest.
Oh my gosh, man.
Magazine that
New characters, man, they hurt.
and that you would read.
They hurt. Especially when you don't have any, VC laying around to throw into them. It's going to have turnovers and annoyances.
All exclamation points. Now, there was another thing. That may have been like true stories that were also funny, but I remember reading Reader's Digest a lot as a kid. Yeah. Just hysterical because it's so not kid-friendly.
So the point is they go through and read magazine articles and then condense them down to like abbreviated versions. It's just the broad strokes, right?
I think so. Like I never got that back then, but I think it's sort of like a dummy's version of the e-reader. I can tell.
Man, it's so bizarre.
Yeah. So they would. Yeah. What a weird concept. Is it still around?
Oh yeah, Reader's Digest is definitely still around. I guess it's like the antithesis of long form, where they're just like, we don't need all that stuff. Here's the main points.
I'd like to get my hands on Reader's Digest and see what it's like these days.
And a shawl.
A nice toilet.
Because it gets a little chilly.
So that was always the joke with growing up in my church was whenever the teenagers, which is what they call the old folks, it's adorable, would have an outing, the lady, this one woman would get up and say, it'd be like July, and she would say, and remember to bring a sweater. And it didn't matter what time of year, that's adorable, gotta bring a sweater. So, and of course, that's ageist to make fun of.
Dude, it's so funny you said that because I was about to say, like, 10, 15 years from now, we're really going to have our backs against the wall.
Yeah.
Ageist is a thing, yeah. No, that's not what I was saying.
Okay.
I was saying we're going to get called out for our ageist, off-hand remarks.
I know, and we're going to be cold.
It's both.
Because we're going to be old.
That's right.
Bring a sweater. So, Reader's Digest had a form, and they were very upfront about their sweepstakes. It was pre-printed, it had a number there, and you could just fill it out and mail it back. And Reader's Digest is trying to sell subscriptions, and Publishers Clearinghouse is obviously the elephant in the room. The big daddy of all sweepstakes, which is another weird company when you think about it.
Very, especially today.
Yeah, I mean, magazine subscription sales.
But that's where the company started out. It was a magazine subscription salesman who went door to door and said, you know what, nuts to going door to door. I'm just going to drum up a brochure and mail it out to people. And he started getting responses like that. So much so that he put this company, Publishers Clearinghouse, together. And then when they became like a household word is when they attached sweepstakes to it, like Reader's Digest had demonstrated was so effective. Because like with Reader's Digest or Publishers Clearinghouse or whatever, ultimately at the end of the day, they're trying to sell you something. Like you said, Reader's Digest is trying to sell you a subscription. They're attaching the sweepstakes to it because they're using that age-old lever of, hey, everybody check it out, it's a big deal, we're giving away $1 million, and also here's everything you need to order as many subscriptions as you like from us.
Do you have any magazine subscriptions?
Yeah, we've got 12, which is no longer to my taste. Like, I don't like current modern design, architecture, and decor today right now. But we also have one from Elle Decor. That one is very much up my alley. There's a lot of color and stuff like that. We have Men's Health and GQ.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Which is not paying off for that because I dress terribly and I'm overweight.
Emily gets a few magazines. I think like you guys, we both share a love of like architecture and stuff like that. So we like looking and fantasizing about like these amazing places. That's why I enter the Dream Home thing every year.
I know, it's kind of like a little mini vacation to go through one of those magazines.
It really is.
It's also fun to judge. Like, oh, you paid $1 million for that, you chop it. Once you get some taste. But that's what I say to the magazine.
What I'll never be though is the person on HGTV, House Hunters, that walks through and goes, "Jeez, I don't know about this place. I got a ceiling fan."
Do they do that on House Hunters?
Oh, I mean, it's also a big House Hunters. They already have the house when they go on the show. It's a big scam, but yeah, there are people that say, like, this ceiling fan or this wallpaper, and like, it's really easy to change, my friend.
And the producers off camera, they're like, can you actually like stick your finger down your throat and make yourself vomit? They'll really, really pay off.
All right, I think we should take a break. We'll get back and talk a little bit more about sweepstakes. Let's do it.
If you suffer from heartburn, you know that burning feeling you get that rises in your chest. But did you know there's a natural alternative that's drug-free and safe? Hi, I'm Carolyn Harrington, founder of Maddie's, and natural healing is my passion. That's why I've developed natural remedies that have helped millions of people across the country. They're drug-free and chemical-free, made with ingredients you'll recognize and pronounce. But the best part is my acid and
What the fuck kind of a pass was that? I passed forward and it went all the way across instead of the guy right there.
Don't suffer anymore. Try Maddie's acid and indigestion relief. I guarantee you'll love this product.
If it's outperformed by fucking letter grade, I'm screwed. Because I'm just not. Every bad shot on a new character, if you didn't put any VC into it, is a bad shot. Every single missed shot. Doesn't matter if it's a layup, a fucking bunny, a 3-point. Literally doesn't matter. If you miss it, it's a bad shot. Like, watch. Bad shot of that. Bad shot selection. See what I mean? Like, I'm losing letter grades for no reason. That was greenable. That's annoying.
Okay, Chuck, so we've been talking about that HGTV Dream Home giveaway, and there's good reason because it is one of the big ones. But it's also one of the easiest to understand. If you go and read up on HGTV's Dream Home sweepstakes, you're going to find there's a very clear reason that they give away this huge prize with all of its money and cars and all this stuff. Because I guess they build the home over the course of like a season, and then they give it away. So
there's a TV show wrapped around it.
Right, so they're generating viewers for the TV show, which is supported by advertising. The more viewers you have, the more you can charge for ads. So the sweepstakes is just basically being used to generate buzz for the TV show now, or vice versa, maybe both. But the point is, it's paying off for them, which is why they keep giving this stuff away. But I have a soft spot in my heart for this one, because they are one of these few giant sweepstakes that just say, here's how it's done. Ask us whatever questions you want.
Yeah, and it's also, just a big advertising bonanza period. So not only are you getting the GMC SUV, it's like Frigidaire, and like I think every single thing in that house has some sort of sponsorship attached to it, like from the siding down to the dude who poured the concrete. You know, I'm sure they all donate that stuff for in-kind advertising. You know,
That's a Tommy Thompson brand concrete job.
it's double stamped. But yeah, HDTV is very cute. Like they have a, I think they actually have a regular drawing, not even
The
a
OG.
computerized drawing. Like they do it the old-fashioned way, right?
Dude, yes, they should, but I just had a stroke of genius. We should get HGTV's Dream Home Sweepstakes to sponsor this episode.
That would be great.
That would be full circle.
Yeah, and maybe put your thumb on the scale for those.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with the Dream Home giveaway, the way that they hold the sweepstakes is through what's called the random drawing method, where if you enter, you can enter by mail, I believe, which is the old-fashioned standard way. You can also do it online, which is far and away the much more common way to do
What?
it now. But either way, you're going to have your entry placed into a bin. We have actual physical bins, like I get the impression it's a 55-gallon drum, and your physical paper entry goes into the drum, or if it's online, it goes into a virtual bin. And then at the end of the contest, these bins have maybe like 50,000 entries in them each, and then they're sealed off and a new bin started, and each bin's numbered, right? And then at the end of the contest, they put the number of ping pong balls there are bins. Put those in a lotto machine. Hit one, and all of a sudden you have your bin.
Good foul. Good foul.
Really not.
They are, and then and I think that's what I like about it too, is the old school nature of it, wherein like you're getting selected out of a hat essentially, and you have just won a house.
Well, look, not yet. Your bin has just been picked. You haven't necessarily been picked yet. You got to tell them how old school the bin low-fi this is.
Oh well, yeah. Once you get to the bin, I mean, don't they just like dump it on the floor and literally pick it out?
Yeah, when they seal the bin, they give it a good shake and a roll and all that, so that like so the first entry isn't necessarily any better off than the last entry. They're all mixed together pretty well. But then yeah, they dump it onto the floor and they take an HGTV employee, blindfold him or them, and push them toward the pile of envelopes. Hopefully, without them falling down. I don't know if they do. It's on a pile of envelopes or something like that. And then they just grope and grab one, and that's your winner. If it's a physical one, if it's a virtual one, the computer program runs through all the names in that bin, and the employee presses the space bar and stops. Either way, it's a random person picked. And I love it. You might as well be conducting like a Catholic Church fair drawing at that point. When you have somebody blindfolded grabbing at a pile of envelopes, that's the level that you're at.
Yeah, you know what would make
Oh, I fouled out. No, that's gonna give me nothing probably.
They did that, but instead of choosing the winner,
Man,
they chose like 5
that's so
different
retarded.
names, and then they had those people come in, and they had David Bromstad's
Fuck
holding
you.
up 5 matchsticks with his hand in front of the camera, and each person had to draw a matchstick, and the longest stick wins the house.
Who's David Bromstad? Is he from Stranger Things?
No, he's HGTV.
Oh, that makes more sense.
He's the guy that's like now
Okay,
covering
give me
tabs.
something at least. We're good.
No
Thought it was
idea.
gonna give me
Was
nothing.
he the trainer who recently had a heart attack?
Foul out with 1 second remaining or some
I
shit.
think so. He's I mean now another show he does is the lottery dream home. Like he gets lottery winners and tries to sell them or shows them houses.
I've
Which is
never
a
heard of
depressing
that.
show actually.
Is there? Yeah, I don't. We've done one on lotteries before, but did we touch upon like how tragic most lottery winnings are?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I can imagine that show's a bit of a downer if you really think about it.
It can be.
You know,
That's all I'm gonna say.
I might have to start watching that. I'm in the market for a downer TV show, so thanks for that.
Well, you would think a dream house show would be like nothing but awesome and excitement, but I think sometimes just the way people like to spend their money can be depressing.
Yeah, I'm with it.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude.
I don't want to judge if that's I don't want to go up there, their dream house,
Sure. Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you meant like, I just bought 1/17 of a share of the Dallas Cowboys. So,
pretty valuable.
so that random drawing method is pretty standard. That's kind of, from what I can tell, like the gold standard of sweepstakes. There's also one that's one of the original ones called the pre-selected method. This is the one that was used to great effect for many decades, and it's the one that Publishers Clearinghouse frequently uses too, where the winning number is selected first, secretly and held in confidence, and then a bunch of numbers that have the same number of digits as that winner, including the actual winning string of numbers, are put onto mailers for Publishers Clearinghouse and mailed out everywhere, which is why they can say you may already be a winner, because you could conceivably be holding the winning envelope because the winning number is already been selected.
Yeah. As a kid in the 70s and 80s, we didn't really fully get that. We saw an envelope with Ed McMahon, he should have been Ed McMahon, with his name and face on it. you may already be a winner. Some fake check written out to you. Sadly, a lot of people thought those were real checks. There have been stories about that. So I didn't really fully get that, but I guarantee you that the people that participated in these things knew that it was a pre-selected winner. And if you are lucky enough, you got to pay attention, because what they kind of counted on was that most of these envelopes get thrown away. Most of these prizes go up unclaimed.
Right.
I think that 10% of the prizes were ever even awarded for those early Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes.
Yeah, that was not even Publishers Clearinghouse. I think this might have been more than. This was like Colgate Palmolive and oil companies and soap companies and toothpaste makers were all like using this pre-selected method, and they would get all of like the attention and all of the advertising, but they would have to give out none of the money, because the chances are that nobody, the winner or the person with the winning package didn't go to the trouble of actually taking it back to the store, and so they would get all the advertising without any of the having to give up any of the money. And so this actually got a lot of bad press. It led to hearings, and later led to congressional hearings that created some legislation we'll talk about later. But the upshot of it is that it caused companies that have sweepstakes to create what's called a second chance drawing, which is, let's say, you preprint all of these entries and send them out, and one of them has this pre-selected winning combination, that dilutes the chances so tremendously that the chances are the grand prize is not going to go anywhere. But for the second chance drawing, you have a smaller prize. Say like the grand prize is $10 million. Second chance drawing grand prize might be $1 million, and you select the winner from the entries that were returned. So it's guaranteed that somebody is going to win that second chance drawing. That seems to have appeased the townsfolk with the pitchforks and torches.
Yeah, because the Publishers Clearinghouse grand prize winner is the odds are astronomical. Like the $1,000 a day for life is 1 in 6.2 billion. Like Powerball is a great deal when you compare it against something like that.
Yeah.
And PCH is pretty tight-lipped to try to get a ton of information about exactly how it works and why it would be 6.2 billion, because it's not like there's that many people entering. There's no way that's happening.
No, and I looked so high and low in the weirdest little crevasses of the internet trying to get an answer to this, and I could not find it. The only thing that I can imagine is that it has to do with the number of entries put out there. But they're certainly not printing out and sending 6.2 billion mailers.
No, but is it the sweepers like doing this thousands and thousands of times?
It's possible. It's possible, because I did see people say like the chances are so high because they get so many entries. But what you're talking about is that would be almost every single person on Earth entering, which is happening, or every single person in the United States entering 17 times. I guess if you have some sweepers, hardcore sweepers, and enough of them, it could drive the chances of that high. But it just seems like there must be something to do with like the randomly generated number, or something that has to do with driving with mistakes. Because like you said, Powerball seems like easy street. Powerball's chances are 1 in 292 million. This Publishers Clearinghouse is 1 in 6.2 billion. And the reason for this huge discrepancy is because they're structured differently. When you play Powerball, you have to pick 5 numbers from a pool of 69 numbers, and then 1 Powerball from a pool of 26 numbers. And when you calculate the factorials together, which are words that together, I think I combine them accurately, but I have no idea what I'm talking about at this point. You have a 1, any combination you choose has a 1 in 292 million chance of being right, because there's 292 million possible combinations.
Yeah, it's very black and white.
Yeah, totally understandable, even if you don't know what factorials are or how they work. You can get that. But again, with Publishers Clearinghouse, it's like, wait, how is this possible at all? 1 in 6.2 billion, I cannot find out.
Yeah, well, one thing is for sure, if you do win, this was kind of made me feel a little bit better. If you do win, they're going to find you. And I thought this is sort of the opposite of how it would be. I thought they would be like, no, you got to come to us, and we're really not going to make much of an effort. But they do. They find you. They will use a private detective to find you and track you down. There's the P&G executive who testified during those FTC trials in the late 60s. It says they exhausted every resource to find anything, any winner over $500. And usually the winner comes forward. But I guess it's good to know that they do make an exceptional effort. And you can't have grown up in the 70s and 80s without knowing about Ed McMahon and Dick Clark and the Publishers Clearinghouse Prize Control coming to people's houses with balloons and confetti and champagne and a giant check and knocking on your door with a camera crew. Like, that was as much of America as like baseball and apple pie, basically.
For sure. Like, people talk about the Mandela effect, the Bears effect, and all that. A lot of people associate Dick Clark, especially, but also, McMahon especially, but also Dick Clark too, with Publishers Clearinghouse. they never once pitched or worked for Publishers Clearinghouse. To this day, people, even back then, I saw a contemporary article that was like, confused them with Publishers Clearinghouse. They worked for American Family Publishers, which was a knockoff also ran for Publishers Clearinghouse. They never once pitched for Publishers Clearinghouse. Publishers Clearinghouse has always had the prize control that shows up at your house, and that's always been Publishers Clearinghouse employees, and they apparently are legit. Like, if you win, they don't get in touch with you ahead of time. They just show up at your house, or if you're not home, you're on vacation, they'll show up where you're vacationing, they'll show up at work, wherever you are, they're going to show up with these camera crews and give you this grand prize. So that apparently is legitimate.
Yeah, and if you want to be a party buzzkill pedant along the order of it's actually the low on the totem pole is the prize place to be, then just start floating that American Family Publishers fact to people that you meet.
Is that right? Because I love that. Oh man, I need to. I'm not going to be able to help myself.
I think if I was at a random party, this had never happened, and I was at a random party and said something about, I told a great story about Ed McMahon and Dick Clark at Publishers Clearinghouse, and said, well, actually, they worked for American Family Publishers.
Right.
I don't think there's any way to frame that in a way that makes that person look good or fun.
It's all in the delivery. You can laugh along and be like, that's crazy, but even get this, it's even crazier. You're going to bring a word for Publishers Clearinghouse, and everybody triple laughs on top of the laughing they're already doing. There's
Or
a way.
it just goes dead, and you're left going, but I framed it correctly, or I said it in an engaging way.
I said, well, actually, with my finger up.
And then I would say, yeah, but what about that bloopers and practical joke show? Then everyone would be laughing again. And you just go forward.
I would, and, that's really typical party behavior anyway.
Remember that show, though?
Oh, yeah, totally. Like,
I can't
it's
remember what it was
it's
called.
called bloopers and
That was it. Yeah.
I believe it. That's all it was. It was like the title was the description. It was great. Remember they had the Sergio Aragonés cartoon guy who kind of sweep the stage?
Oh, totally.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what Fantasy Island. You know they rebooted Fantasy Island?
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
It was supposed to be super dark.
Well, the first ones.
No, it wasn't.
The original Fantasy Island was super dark.
Oh, I need to go back and watch that because I don't recall it at all.
Yeah, like almost all the fantasies ended up being scary and taught the person a lesson on what they should really like fantasize about.
No, I was like 4 at the time. I didn't figure that out. It is, by the way, it is TV's bloopers and practice.
All right, let's take a break and we'll talk about the very, very few sweepstakes that are in existence today, right after this. Hey friends, this year getting a head start on the holidays doesn't mean just putting up your lights before Thanksgiving. It means shopping and shipping early too. FedEx is expecting a record number of packages will be shipped this holiday. It's going to be a shipping marathon, also known as the Shipathon. FedEx is training harder than ever to deliver packages quickly and safely. So make sure you shop and ship early this season. Visit FedEx.com/holidayguide to learn more.
Hey everybody, if you're working or studying or sitting there, say, waiting for your conference call to start, whatever you're doing, Smart Food is there for you to pop it up.
That's right, man. I love Smart Food. The flavors are incredible. Smart Food white cheddar popcorn, air popped, gluten-free, no artificial colors or flavors, and delicious.
Yeah, they also have Smart 50 white cheddar popcorn chunk, which has
That'll be a bad shot.
calories.
Yeah, of course it is. Corner 3, 30% contested. That's a bad shot. Get the fuck out of here.
Just sitting in the tree, baby. It's delicious.
Let's just keep this going, Chuck. I'm going to bring it on home for us with their flaming hot white cheddar flavored popcorn. It's just the bomb, basically. Ooh, I love that flavor.
Oh
All
my
right, folks, so you know what
god.
to do. Go out there and pop it up.
Find it at a grocery store near you.
God, that shit is annoying.
By the way, Chuck, TV's Bloopers and Practical Jokes is a 5.3 on IMDb, which is wrong.
Really?
Yeah, that was a great show.
Man, and I bet you that dumb Saget show was kind of like a 9 out of 10.
Well, these days it's Alfonso Ribeiro.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm not really a fan of this.
Okay. So much ridiculousness?
No, I never saw it.
That's all it is, but it's much more like painful to watch.
Like skateboarders getting racked.
Yeah, just really dumb stuff, but it's mesmerizing. And somehow they have an infinite, limitless supply of episodes of it because it is on 24 hours a day on MTV.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I think I've told this story before, but I like to put it out every 5 or 6 years in case the person listening is this person. It's when I was at UGA one day, and I saw a guy completely busted on a bicycle on the sidewalk, and his books went splayed out everywhere. And the very first thing he did was and he was laying down on the sidewalk, put his hand under his chin and act like he was reading a book.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
And like, if you're out there, dude, please send us an email. Stuffpodcast@iheartmedia.com. Because that was one of the best reactions I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that's a short view.
It was pretty great. So before we broke, I was being coy about the very, very few sweepstakes that we still have today. Because surely these went out of style in the 70s and 80s. Not true. There are about 400 million annual sweepstakes in this day and age.
Isn't that nuts?
That is, and I'm sure that counts every dumb
Sure.
iPhone app sweepstakes to win 10 cents, but that's still 400 million.
Yeah, that's still a sweepstakes that you could go play. Whereas before, I think at its first heyday in the 60s, mid-60s, the FTC calculated there was something like 600 national sweepstakes. Yeah, 4 million is a lot more than 600. What's crazy is those FTC hearings actually tried to put a clampdown on everything. It didn't work, and they ended up expanding and exploding even beyond that. But one of the things that has kind of driven that, I don't know if it's got to be a chicken or the egg kind of thing. Though. Has it been these people who are called sweepers, or in the UK they're called coppers, who their hobby is engaging in sweepstakes? Did they lead to this proliferation of it, or are they encouraged by the easy access to sweepstakes that never before? What do you think?
I don't know, because I didn't know sweepers existed. I didn't know that there were people that would spend, sometimes a couple of hours a day, randomly, or not randomly, very pinpointedly looking for and registering for all kinds of sweepstakes, using spreadsheets, using their autofill on their computers, just to enter to win over and over and over again.
Yeah.
But they're out there, and it's a subculture that I'm surprised there may be a documentary about that.
I don't know. I haven't run across any mention of it. There's a really good Zachary Crockett article. Zachary Crockett, an amazing writer, who I don't know if he still writes for Poison Arms or not, but just amazing. He, of course, did one on the subculture. But he said that like a good, normal sweeper, somebody who's like a genuine hobbyist, is doing this for hours and hours a day and entering up to hundreds of sweepstakes every day.
Hundreds.
Yeah, hundreds of
It's a major
sweepstakes.
award, like Christmas Story.
That's what they call them in the. I should say, so there was a Slate article from 2003, and it had a lot of just blatantly factual errors, and was really arrogant and like dismissive toward this group. So it's possible that they don't call them major awards, but that's where I got that from. But the lingo was MA, that they're after the MA, big cash payouts, cars, boats, major awards that are not necessarily for you.
Yeah, and it's still the same sort of, like we said, with social media, it's a little bit different how it goes, but it's still the same kind of aim, which is to build brand recognition. You see major brands doing these sort of fun games, like Jeep hit those tiki torches. This is sort of like a scavenger hunt. You had to go around and find these torches. Clues on Facebook. You win a Wrangler if you found all the torches, and that's good for Facebook. It's good for Jeep. It's probably good for tiki torches.
Right.
But every department store on the planet has some sort of, even very minor, like here's a $50 gift card kind of thing. If you retweet this or whatever, like those are just all over the place now.
All over. There's a site called Sweepstakes. What is it called?
Sweepstakes Hub?
I think so. I mean, if that's not what it's called, it might as well be called that. I can't find it right now. We'll see if we can call it out later. But I went to it today, and I mean, dude, there's a sweepstakes for everything. There's a new podcast out, and they're giving away like an Amazon Alexa, just to generate interest and awareness of their podcast. It's like everything has some sort of sweepstakes. Like if you got a new book, give away 5 books. We should do this. You give away 5 books, and then hopefully everybody's like, well, I didn't win, but that book sounds pretty great. I'm going to go ahead and buy that book, or at the very least, I'm on a mailing list for this publisher because I've just shown them that I like books about to enter into the sweepstakes.
Is that podcast? Let me ask you this: can you listen to it on iTunes, iHeartMedia app, or wherever you find your podcasts?
Probably.
Interesting. You're doing something right.
Yeah, they are. I'm gonna find the name of that podcast because we can't mention a podcast like that and just never give it a name. So I'm gonna do a little research and maybe get answers.
Okay. Well, yeah, too. So at least 400 million sweepstakes today. Now, like you said, the FTC got involved. They held hearings, and everything is on the up and up now. You have to, and I'm sure this is all very much spelled out as far as like you have to clearly explain the rules and clearly explain your chances of winning. And I'm sure that's very much mandated on what clearly means. They're not just like, yeah, whatever you think is clear is fine with us.
Yeah, Congress actually got involved and passed an act.
Yeah. And what was that?
98.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's what Congress does sometimes.
Right. But the reason why is because there were
a few cases that sort of troubled people, to say the least.
Yeah, they passed the Deceptive Mail Prevention and Enforcement Act, also known as the Sweepstakes Act. And there was one case in particular that really pushed everything over the edge. It was this elderly man in his 80s. He lived in California, and with his own money, he flew not once, but twice to Tampa, to the American Family Publishers headquarters, to claim his prize money because of it. He got a mailer that said that he was already a winner. Apparently, the actual label said final results are in, and they're official. You're our newest $11 million winner. And then if you read the fine print, it was like, if you have the winning number. This man flew twice to Tampa to collect like 2 different prizes because of mailers twice. And they finally said, enough's enough.
I can just picture him on the plane and like telling his seatmate like what's going on, and then not knowing what to do. Quite frankly.
Well, yeah, imagine being the seatmate. He's like, see, check this letter out. Yeah, and you're just like, oh no, this is not gonna go well.
Yeah, like what do you do there, dude? I wouldn't know what to do because that hits me right where it hurts, which is to be kind and empathetic, but also to not let someone go through something like terrible.
Right.
So that presents a real ethical quandary for me.
Well, I think at that point you kind of say, I'm going to be late. I have to go to American Family Publishers headquarters before I come to the meeting. Yeah, that coronavirus right now.
No, really, I just don't want to take the chance of being next to someone going to pick up their grand prize. It doesn't exist.
So part of that 1998 congressional act is that like you really need to be a lot more clear about the odds of winning. You have to say things like no purchase necessary, or another phrase is buying won't help you win. But the whole thing, from what I understand, the whole thing. And by the way, American Family Publishers is now defunct. They went under. Fortunately for Publishers Clearinghouse, they got all sorts of free press because people used to just think American Family Publishers was Publishers Clearinghouse, but they also got a little bad press too because people would think that anything American Family Publishers did, it was actually Publishers Clearinghouse. So it's really weird. I think it is where like 2 alternate universes kind of came together right there.
Now, which one was it that there was one case where they had the entry envelopes, the entree envelopes packaged in such a way that you could tell the envelopes where people actually did buy a subscription and where they didn't, even though they were both supposed to be entered. It was very easily allowed them to just throw away the ones where they didn't actually buy something. Was that PCH or the other?
That was Publishers Clearinghouse, and they were found
they have blood on their hands too.
Throwing away hundreds of entries that had no check. Because again, remember, what they're trying to do is get you to subscribe to a bunch of magazines, or now they sell vitamins or housewares or something like that. And if you had to check it, apparently some big chunk of entries got just thrown away.
Well, and you talked about sweepstakes law. They did have to settle a lot of lawsuits over the years, civil lawsuits from contestants. So, there were people that were wise to it, and there were attorneys out there very willing to take those cases, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I think over time, part of it was because of that pre-selected thing, where people were like, what do you mean nobody won the grand prize? People really paying attention to that kind of stuff, and they would get sued. And I saw that they paid tens of millions of dollars to settle some of these and fight some of them too. So, but they're still in business, which means that they're still making so much money that it's worth holding these sweepstakes, not just to give the prizes away, but also to fight off litigation as well.
Yeah.
And one way that you can really kind of fight off litigation is by hiring what's called sweepstakes administrator.
Yeah, like there are companies that will fully execute the contest from beginning to end. You hire this, like hiring a caterer. You don't have to worry about the little stuff mushrooms. Like they're going to do it all. They're going to come in, administer it in a way that's above board and legal. You don't have to worry about the hassle. You just got to pay them their big, and you're all set. It's hard to believe that there are companies out there that do this, but there are.
So as much as like the PCH seems a little hustly, it is a legitimate sweepstakes company. It's not a scam, but there are plenty of scams out there.
Yeah.
And in fact, PCH has to warn the public how to look out for scams. One of the biggest ways is that if you are contacted via email, phone, Facebook, something like that, saying that you won a big prize, that's automatically wrong because they send their prize patrol out for their biggest prizes. And that's really legitimately how you would find out as they show up at your house.
Yeah, these are all, they seem like no-brainers to people like us, but to a lot of people, they fall for this stuff, and it's really sad. If you get anything that says you won something, all you got to do is prepay this tax. Anything asking for credit card information, any kind of payment whatsoever, is 1,000% a scam.
Right.
Every time. Anytime, a lot of times it's front for like malware. They might ask you, like I said, for your social security number, your credit cards. Just don't fall for that stuff. Don't give anyone information like that.
No, and you will need to give them your social security number eventually if you win any prize over $600 for tax reporting, because remember, taxes are a thing. But they're not going to hit you up over Facebook Messenger and tell you you won a prize, so give me your social security number right now. The thing is a lot of people who play this are elderly and they are preyed upon. There are a lot of scams out there. I saw some figure in the tens of billions of dollars that is lost to scam sweepstakes every year in the United States. That's insane. It's an insane amount of money that's being lost. Let's just say it.
It is super sad.
So the name of the podcast is called The Authority with Brian S. Arnold. And what's sad is they're in week 8 of their 8-week giveaway, sweepstakes giveaway. And so this will come out long after the 8 weeks is up. So sorry about that. But there was a sweepstakes, the Authority Project with Brian S. Arnold. So
and you know what's interesting? This is not off topic, but over the years, a couple of times we've had a couple of dumb ideas like, hey, why don't we give away a thing to listeners for, just doing something? And every single time, like the legal department of whatever parent company we have, it's like, no, we're not going to get involved in this medicine. Because then it's a contest. We're like, well, it's not really a contest, it's just very low-fi. You can't do that. You have no idea the kind of work you're opening up.
Yeah, because there's a whole branch of law called sweepstakes law, and it involves following the letter of the law and also helping people sue people who are suspected of not following the letter.
Yeah, so as attorneys, they just kind of always squashed it.
Sure. So I just want to give a big shout out. We never said I don't think white people do this real quick, Chuck. And there's a woman named Sandra Grauschoff, and she is probably the world's leading expert on sweepstakes, at the very least America's leading expert on sweepstakes. She runs the Balances sweepstakes pages and just legitimately knows what she's talking about. And she just said it's excitement. It's as simple as that. That like the idea of getting a check or getting a prize affidavit in the mail is very exciting. Other people have called it a high. And Grauschoff says, yeah, it turns out though if you're thinking about sweepstakes every day and how to play them better and all that stuff, you may want to get evaluated for a gambling addiction because it can kind of easily trip something. I'm sure. Yeah. Who knew gambling addiction would make an appearance? So if you want to know more about sweepstakes, well, go forward and check them out. It's time for listener mail.
I'm going to call this how we helped somebody out recently. Hey guys, want to say thanks. Before even telling you why, I honestly cannot thank you enough. My name is James, 21, and I'm from Glasgow, Scotland. Yesterday, while at work, I received a call from my dad telling me that my grandma had passed away suddenly during the night. Obviously distraught, I left work, headed home to be with my family. I know that nobody enjoys crying, but I really hate it. And as I end up with these very intense headaches, well, through the tears on my drive home with your podcast playing from my car, I was able to laugh and smile despite the circumstances. I couldn't for the life of me tell you which episode I even listened to. It's just that it made me laugh and saved me from the literal headache and the heartache that I was feeling with that, and I'm so thankful. I must have listened to around 200 or 300 of your podcasts in the past month or so. So please keep doing what you're doing. And that is from James M. in Scotland.
That's great.
Sorry to hear about your grandma, James.
Our condolences, James. But yeah, it is very nice to hear that we can help people with times like that in some small way. For sure. Makes us feel like real big shots. If you want to get in touch with us, you can send us an email to stuffpodcast@iHeartRadio.com.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio's Hosting Works. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows. Holiday season means stocking up on some essentials, like decorations and an ugly sweater. With a Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, you can choose to earn 3% cash back on online shopping. The essentials have never felt more rewarding. Visit bankofamerica.com/more-rewarding to apply now. Copyright 2020, Bank of America Corporation.
Friends, over the last 12 years, Subaru of America Incorporated and its participating retailers have donated more than $176 million to help those in need through the Subaru Share the Love event. By the end of this, their 13th year, Subaru and the participating retailers they work with will have donated over $200 million to help those in need through the Subaru Share the Love event. So you can get a great vehicle and support a great cause all at the same time. With every new Subaru purchase or lease, Subaru will donate $250 to your choice of charities, November 19th through January 4th.
Hi, Internet. Bill Nye here. Chipotle just launched Real Food, a transparent way to measure the impact of what you eat. You can see how a chicken bowl like mine impacts the planet compared to conventional foods. How much less carbon is emitted in the atmosphere? How much water is saved? Check out chipotle.com/realfoodprint to learn more.
This episode is brought to you by IBM. Today, every answer matters more than ever before. Because whether it's about health, deliveries, or finance, some things just can't wait. That's why IBM's helping businesses manage millions of calls, texts, and chats with Watson Assistant. It's conversational AI designed to help your customers find the answers they need faster, no matter the industry. Let's put smart to work. Visit IBM.com/Watson Assistant to learn more.
Hey everybody, it's me, Josh, your old pal, and for this week's SY SK Selects, I've chosen one of those overlooked gems from way back in July of 2012, 8 years ago, can you believe that? It's How White Collar Crime Works. So sit back, relax, and learn about how the other half commits crime.
Welcome to Stuff You Should Know, a production of iHeartRadio's How Stuff Works.
Hey, and welcome to the podcast. I'm Josh Clark. There's Charles W. Chuck Bryant. There's LaCroix, Mineral Water. And this is even sponsored by LaCroix. Yeah, I agree. LaCroix, call us. And since you put the two of us, a couple of microphones, and a nice cold can of refreshing LaCroix Mineral Water together, you have something called Stuff You Should Know. It's a podcast. It's a podcast.
Is this actually? Oh no. I thought it was gonna say like Coca-Cola in small letters.
Is it LaCroix?
No, it's Sundance Beverage Company.
Oh, yeah, they're huge.
From Minnesota, I think.
That's perfect. That is a perfect sponsor for Stuff You Should Know. The little guy that's producing a great product for you. So, Chuck, I've got an intro today.
Awesome. I miss these.
Stop criticizing me.
I mean,
So, very recently, a trio of Brits, economists, British economists, like walking saltines.
very exciting.
But anyway, these guys did something pretty cool. They studied bank robberies. And their study was published in a journal called Significance. It's actually kind of a cool journal. It takes statistics and applies it to real-world stuff. So it's an interesting statistics journal, if there is such a thing. And if there is, this is it.
Yeah.
And what these guys found was that bank robbery is actually a really terrible way to make a living.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Morally, economically, it's a terrible way to make a living too.
Oh, sure.
They
It's no good.
right, yes. They looked at a lot of variables, like the number of people involved. They found that the bigger the gang, the more the bigger the haul, I guess. But it also meant that's one extra mouth to divide up amongst. Unless you're like one of those bank robbers that just kills everybody afterward.
Yeah.
You don't want to get in bed with one of those guys.
Ben Affleck.
Or like in Heat. Wasn't there a lot of killing afterward in Heat?
Yeah, and in the town, Ben Affleck's so recent heist movie.
Yeah, I'm killing him. I was going to let that one walk by, but you brought it up twice.
I enjoyed it.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, so anyway, there's a lot of variables involved. But what they found is no matter what, in the UK, you can make off with about 31 grand. That's not bad per. Yes, on average, that's what the take was.
Okay.
So in the UK, it's not so bad. But at the same time, 31 grand, what are you going to do with that?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to live the highlight, you gotta rob like 4 or 5 banks a year and easy.
Right, okay. Or, if you're in the US, you have to rob a lot more than that. So the UK suffers about 106 bank robberies a year. In the US, there's 12,000. And of those 12,000, the average take is like 4 grand.
They only have how many a year?
England, 106.
God, that's
They
amazing.
have really stiff gun laws, and I think they probably deter bank robbery because you kind of have to have a gun.
Or a gun in your pocket, because it's.
Well, these guys figured out that the presence of a firearm increased your take.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, so $4,300.
Yeah, that's not much at all.
Now, and about a third of bank robberies, I guess in both countries, yield nothing.
Zero.
Wow. So it's a lot of hard work, a lot of risk for very little gain.
Hey, what
The
you working
real money is in white collar crime.
Oh, yes.
You want to make some cash quick? Maybe one good heist? Yeah, it's gonna set you up for the rest of your life. And even if you're caught, the chances are you will have a mild, if any, penalty levied against you. Well, white collar's the way to go. Yeah. We're talking guys who tell people that they are financial investors and get friends and family and parents in the little league that they coach to give them 900 grand. There's other guys who just have little penny stock companies that pump up their stock prospects called stock touting and dump all of their shares. That's investor fraud. They make hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. It's where the real money is, and historically speaking, it has really low risk. And even if you're caught, all right, so we're endorsing white collar crime. We're not endorsing it. I was being facetious.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant up with white collar crime in 2012.
No. As a matter of fact, it's going down. The times are definitely changing. There's a big struggle going on right now as to figuring out just the right amount of punishment with white collar crime, because there's a lot of factors involved. It's a lot different from collar crime, e.g. stealing a car, robbing a bank, and there's a lot of differences that separate the two. And one of those now is the sentencing form is probably stiffer, which is a total reverse from how it used to be before.
And they also closed a lot of the club beds and gotten so much press.
Yes. Well, they changed them. They're still there. They just are changed.
Well, a lot of them are shut down, like, period.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just to ship them to real federal penitentiaries. That reminded me of the work with the hearings for this podcast.
What? Oh, yeah.
Is this it's definitely white collar. Part of the problem with white collar crime, Josh, as you know from reading this, is that it's hard to come up with an exact definition of what constitutes it. So that's why they have a hard time getting great statistics on punishment and fines levied and how many they're catching. But I'm going to go with nonviolent crime. Yeah. It typically involves, and you have to say things like typically because it's kind of all over the map, right? Typically involves deceit and fraud given by a perpetrator because of their occupation. Yeah. And for that reason, a lot of times it's called occupational crime. Yeah. And if you look at it through that view, which is a very broad view of white-collar crime, sure. It's not just the execs in the $3,000 suits who are perpetrating this. It's the guy who's stealing pencils from work. Yeah, or non-violent, deceitful, especially if somebody asks him if he did it and he says no. Yeah. And it's because you're granted this opportunity through your occupation. Actually, I would call that beneath that. It's what I'm saying, like a very, very broad definition of white-collar crime, that definitely counts. But for the most part, when you think of white-collar, you think about CEOs, you think about investor fraud, embezzlement, that kind of stuff. Exactly. Feds have been after in the United States in earnest since 1974 as far as a dedicated division. The FBI. Yeah. And that's because it thinks of it, right? And then despite that, about $300 billion a year, and that's a pretty rough estimate. Was it 2010? 2010. Yeah. So let's talk about a few ways you can commit white-collar crime. Yeah, because the definition you gave was like beautiful. It's pretty good. And there are some that, just like I said, investment fraud or
need to take a piss.
Prototypical white-collar crime. Insider trading is one. That's a big one, yeah. Which falls under securities fraud, right? Yeah, I mean, it's a type of securities fraud. So basically, insider trading, I swear we've done something on this. It must have been in our Fannie and Freddie presentation that we studied a lot of this stuff. Yeah, and I thought we'd done a podcast and I missed nothing. But insider trading is essentially like, let's say that you and I find out that Discovery had an awesome company that you and I find out that Discovery had an awesome company that you and I find out that Discovery had an awesome
I don't do that. It's crazy.
Quarter. And so we go and buy a bunch of Discovery stock for nothing. And then it just shoots through the roof after the stock price goes up. That's insider trading. Sure. That's using private knowledge about a publicly traded company for your own gain. That's a no-no.
Or giving tips to other people, and that would count as well. And then
like
they
as market stewards.
Yeah, if they took part, then they would be insider traders as well.
Exactly. And it works the opposite way as well. Like if you find out that there's a lot of terrible information is going to make your stock drop. That's right. Sell before that information becomes public, you're in trouble.
Securities fraud, which insider trading is kind of like that, but it is also manipulating, cooking the books, you've heard that term, of your own company to maybe undervalue a stock before it goes public, or, I mean, there's all different variations. But it basically involves manipulating numbers in a dishonest way.
Right, that pump and dump scheme.
Yeah.
Where it's stock touting, that's all securities fraud. And then there's antitrust violations, sure, really good one. This has been kind of big lately. So Google is supposedly hogging the YouTube metadata, which is preventing Microsoft from making a decent app for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Google's like, well, it's proprietary or whatever. Sure. So it's like, no, you might have to share that. They're alleging an antitrust violation.
Wow.
Companies kind of police one another with that.
Oh, sure.
And then also price fixing is a big one, which is like the opposite of companies policing one another. It's collusion between companies. And like Apple and book publishers fixing the prices of ebooks allegedly has been going on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's going on all over the place.
It's a dirty world.
Bribery, one of the oldest tricks in the book. Obviously, that's involves some sort of a payoff or a kickback in exchange for whatever information. I get the bid, my company gets your bid in this government job, and I get a little kickback, or I give you a little kickback, rather. Any kind of maybe favorable decision that can influence your company.
Yeah.
A little grease in the palm going on.
It's like, here's 3 high-quality frozen steaks. Please consider. And you say, consider grain.
And within each of these steaks is a $1 million bill.
It's not even it doesn't even exist.
What? Frozen steaks with money?
$1 million bill.
No.
We know about frozen Deutsche Marks.
Somebody sent us $1, by the way.
I want $1.
Well, give me 50 cents.
All right,
Oh, like it's 33 under. Gotta get your haircut. Don't go there.
We'll talk about it later. Investment.
Yeah.
Office Space. Everyone's seen the movie Office Space.
Sure.
That little program they had to like shave a cent or something off of
Yeah,
their transaction. It's embezzlement. They were given the opportunity through trust with books, with accounting. They basically had access to the money and skimmed some off the top. That's embezzlement.
Here's some more guys.
Yeah.
Money laundering, which we have done a podcast on.
Yeah.
Ponzi schemes.
Yeah. Tax evasion.
Tax evasion. Huge.
So basically, these are all the stars. There's also other ones like espionage, industrial espionage, corporate espionage.
Yeah, selling secrets.
White collar. Sure. Remember the lady who tried to sell Pepsi's secret to Coke?
Yeah, that was pretty hacky.
No, Coke's secret to Pepsi.
Yeah.
She's like,
we right here. She wasn't.
I called the cops.
She didn't do it.
She was surprised. Environmental law. Violation of dumping toxic waste.
Yeah, covering that up. Like Aaron Brockovich style.
Yeah.
One of the things they point out here, which is when it comes to things like your little office space scheme that you just touted, a lot of times it's difficult to imagine victims. Like in Office Space, no one's going to miss a penny. It's a huge company.
Right.
So you commit these crimes without realizing that someone is hurt somewhere down the line.
I don't want him to score at all. Got a 10-0 these
And I'm not
bitches.
saying it's understandable, but if you've like worked your whole career investing in this company with your 401k, you know it's about to tank. You're like, man, I need to sell this, or else I'm done for. My family's done.
Yeah.
You don't think about the people buying the stock; they're the victims.
No, it's absolutely true. I mean, like, you are being
There it is.
you were pawning your problem off on somebody else. But I think you paint a really, really excellent scenario. Like, you can, in some cases, feel bad for white collar people, especially if it's just some average Joe who's worried about his 401k.
Yeah. Or in the case of Enron, you don't feel bad for the upper dudes. You feel bad for everyone in that company that got defrauded.
Right, but they were strictly victims. They didn't turn around and like try to dump their stocks.
But that's a very visible case. like screwing over your own employees.
But you make a good point. Like even if the criminal is sympathetic, there still is a victim, even if it's just some amorphous trader they'll never meet. Even if the victim is some like hedge fund manager.
Yeah.
It's really tough. There's like a really weird spectrum here. There's like, I don't know if it's a bell curve or like the UV spectrum. Who knows?
Yeah.
But there's sympathies like
Guessing it's going to be the same thing. He gets drafted by the Lakers, and then the very next pick I get drafted by it somehow, which doesn't make any sense. But okay, still take it.
Because you can also have credit card fraud and computer and mail fraud and counterfeiting and things like that, like, you know, the Nigerian email scams, that's white collar.
But and they're in the same boat as like Ken Lay and Jeff Skillings.
Right, exactly.
Same scummy crooks.
Or let's say you commit a little credit card fraud or bankruptcy fraud, and you're just like, it's an easy way to get out of my debt, so I just say someone stole my credit card. It's very easy there to not envision
Not to mention they have him as a center, but look how small he is. He's as tall as a guard.
But what happens is they raise the rates on you and me.
Because they just went universal with
All
him.
of a sudden, everyone across the board is paying more money for
While if he was a guard, it'd be amazing for the Lakers to get a center and a guard, you know?
That is very true.
Just high
And
prospects.
I think everybody should probably, I think a good companion piece that occurred to me is to go listen to our Why Do Corporations Have the Same Rights as You?
Yeah.
One of the fundamental flaws of corporate policy is that you serve your shareholders first.
Right.
Like you need to adhere to the law, but really, ultimately, like anything you can do to serve your shareholders is your mandate as a corporate government.
Right.
That includes keeping the profit margin as high as possible.
Yeah.
Which you're not going to go to your shareholders and be like, hey, we're making enough money. We took kind of a hit, but we're still making a ton of profit. So we'll just take a little hit this year. No, we took a hit, so we're going to fire people.
Yeah.
However you reconcile that, I mean, that's your own personal beliefs, like what you feel about that. But that is reality as far as business goes, right? There's fraud, there's adjustments to the fraud, absorbing the fraud, and it's the corporation trying to get as lean as possible.
Yeah, they're not going to take the hit for that. They're not going to say, oh, well, a bunch of people defaulted on their credit cards this year. I guess we'll just have a bad year.
No. And I know in reality that's how it works, but I just find it disingenuous to be like, well, everybody suffers. Like people lose their jobs because of fraud. It's like there's a point B in there that has to be held accountable to some degree.
Well, which is your own friggin' ethical code of conduct, and like, how about not doing that because it's the wrong thing to do?
No, but I'm saying like there's an institution that's absorbing the hit and then turning around and firing this poor guy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's tough because I came across a word when they were describing white-collar crime, giving a definition of it, and they said victims, diffuse.
Yeah.
You don't meet the person, the victim passes along the hit to other people. It's nebulous.
Yeah. And even if they're raising rates by like a quarter of a percentage point, or you're paying an extra $2 as a consumer in a year, it's like, it's still not right. Yeah.
The world is shaped by the voices we choose to listen to, the leaders we pay attention to, the ideas we choose to embrace. What if we made the choice right now to create a new world with better outcomes for more of us by listening to more voices? What if we made the choice right now to design a future inspired by the diverse voices of 100 amazing women? Women are speaking. Listen to them. Learn from them. Join us at P&G and choose Equal right now for an equal future. And now, Hear Equal. Introducing Seneca's 100 Women to Hear, a new podcast by Seneca Women supported by P&G. Listen on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
At Target, it's Black Friday now. That's right, Black Friday deals are happening now, like right now, with hundreds of deals on thousands of items. This week through Saturday, save big with incredible deals on must-have toys, electronics, and video games. And gotta-have sweaters, sleepwear, home, and more. Shop in-store and at Target.com and get all the Black Friday savings without all the Black Friday stress. No matter how you shop, it's Black Friday now, only at Target. Exclusions apply.
So where did this come from?
Josh, it sounds like it came from a cold wool delivery boy. I want to know more about this. Was this dude just cold, or did he really steal a lot of wool?
So you're talking about the Carrier's case.
Carrier's case of 1473-ish.
It's the first white-collar trial.
Yes.
And it resulted in the first white-collar law in 15th century England. And this wool transporter was given a bunch of wool and said, hey, take this wool to this person. And it was his job.
Yeah.
So he decided to instead just keep the wool for himself, for his own use.
Okay, so you looked into this more?
Yeah.
I said, I'm going to keep some of this wool.
No, he kept some of the wool. I think he kept all of it. But somebody gave it to him. He's like, thanks, chump.
Seems like
He was. But the key is, and this is something that is woven into the history of white-collar crime, what he did was not illegal at the time.
Right.
The law that was enacted as a result of the carrier's case was, they were saying, okay, this isn't illegal, but it's obviously there's a huge problem with this, so we're going to create a law that outlaws this act so people can't do it anymore.
Good point. And basically that's what happened. Well, that's kind of what happens with every law, I guess. If someone commits a person and someone says, hey, maybe we shouldn't do that.
Yeah, I guess.
But in this case, especially like the Industrial Revolution in the West, obviously, you started getting these larger corporations, and all of a sudden things like monopolies and price fixing and employee safety and all these things come into effect for the first time. So that's sort of when it was really born, and when they started saying, hey, we need to look at something called antitrust.
Yeah, again, like monopolies were not illegal, but when a company bought up all of its competitors and said, oh, suddenly the price for your groceries like through the roof.
Right.
Where else are you going to go? It wasn't illegal, but the people of the world started screaming, and governments finally responded. It was really the U.S. that had the real first solid response in the Sherman Antitrust Act in like the 1870s, maybe, I think.
1890, named for Senator John Sherman of Ohio.
Yeah.
Sherman says Senate Finance Committee.
Yeah.
Which I didn't know anything about that.
I didn't either, but I mean, it seems like a basic committee there.
So this is interesting in that it was voted on. It won by a vote of in the Senate 51-1, in the House by 242-0.
Wow.
So there was one dude that didn't vote for it, and then I think 25 years later, when they came up with the Clayton Antitrust Act to really put some punch into the Sherman Act, it was 277-74 and 46-16. So in that 24 years, it sounds like maybe things got slightly corrupt here and there.
Well, it wasn't that. It was that. Well, maybe it was.
Yeah.
But there was also some real problems with Sherman. It was really vague.
Yeah.
It basically said, like, now from here forth, all anti-competitive corporate measures are illegal.
Right.
And then it left it to the courts to decide what was what, and the courts weren't really in the mood to enforce it, so it went largely unenforced. Although American Tobacco Company and Standard Oil, like two of the biggest companies in the country, were dissolved under the Sherman Act.
Yeah, Standard Oil.
Imagine that. Like, imagine going to a company now and saying, like, hey, Apple, you're just too big.
Yeah.
So we're going to dissolve you into 31 companies. We have all these federal regulators here. They're going to come in and look at everything and dissolve you into different companies. Sorry. That's what they did. Yeah. Okay, even still.
Oh my god, there you go. Spawn location now available. That is great.
There couldn't be price discrimination anymore. Right. Which, if you were black in America during the Jim Crow era, price discrimination was mind-boggling.
Oh yeah, you walk into a store if you're allowed in there to begin with, and they'll just make it whatever price they want.
Yeah, it was really. I'm reading this
so much better. I'm glad they did that. I brought that up the other day.
Blemish on American history.
Yeah.
I mean, like, slavery wasn't bad enough. I mean, like, slavery light through the Jim Crow era.
Yeah.
Look at my rank. It just shot up for some reason.
Allegedly.
That's weird.
Mergers were outlawed.
Did they fix the...
And then
What the hell?
you had, like, competitive companies with the same people on the board of each.
Right.
You can't have that. And then also exclusive contracts where it's like, hey, Home Depot, you can sell our weed backers, but you can't sell anybody else's. Those contracts were out.
Right.
Hey,
they do stuff like that now, though, right? Maybe not exclusively, but they carry like
they do now.
Very limited number of brands.
Corporate mergers, interlocking boards, exclusive contracts.
Oh, that's one of my.
They all got shipped away.
Oh, okay.
It's just, I mean, this act is like not enforced anymore, basically.
Well, that's one of the things that bugs me about like Rush Report. Actually, the big box hardware stores, grocery shopping, you only have access to who they have partnered with.
Right.
Whether it's your potato chip that you want or your weed whacker that you want.
It's true, and most of the big box stores also have exclusive contracts the other way. It's like, yeah, we'll sell your weed whacker, but you can't sell it. No one else can.
Right.
So it's like a real gamble. I understand to like sign on to one of these giant corporations.
Well, that's when in the Walmart effect. That was one of the things that they used a tin company or an awning company, and like this mom and pop awning company all of a sudden gets a Walmart contract, and they're like, sweet. They answered all our prayers. They ordered like 30,000 of these. Ordered 30,000. They opened up like 3 new buildings, hire all these employees, and then the next year they come back and say, we want 30,000 more, but we're going to pay you about 60% less. And you've already bought the buildings, and you've invested in the materials and the people, and so you're screwed.
You know, one thing that I've long thought, and I'm going to totally take flack for this, but I still think it's worth saying. Like, here, like, well, it's just business.
Yeah.
I feel that any institution where, like, morally reprehensible acts can just be, offhandedly dismissed as a matter of course of that institution is inherently flawed. There's an inherent problem with it.
Yeah.
It's not okay.
Agree.
Like, we don't just go, well, it's just murder.
Right.
You know? Or, well, it's just stealing.
Yeah.
You know, welcome to Earth, human.
Right.
No, we have moral and legal guidelines that we follow, and business and corporations have so long stood outside of these things.
Right.
And it's just, it always bugged me when it's just like, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
I don't like that. So sorry, I'm off my soapbox.
No, I agree completely.
I'm off of my time brand soapbox.
Well said. So things are kicking along here in the industrial West. Corporations are getting larger, and all of a sudden these crimes start happening, and something called a muckraker in the 19th and the early 20th century comes about. I didn't realize a muckraker was exclusively a journalist.
Yeah, it's another name for an investigative
I
journalist.
thought it was anyone raking muck.
No.
But it's specifically a journalist who basically early on said, you know what, there's bad stuff going on, see, and I'm going to expose you.
Right. But Sinclair was one.
Oh, really?
And he wrote The Jungle, changed.
Oh, of course.
I mean, the FDA basically came about because of the investigation that he conducted.
Well, muckrakers raked a lot of muck and caused a lot of problems in these companies, and one of the things that came about because of the muckraking were, you know, things like the Clean Act.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Exposing all this stuff.
Exactly, and things like that, the federal regulations, consumer protections, the muckrakers basically stirred up public sentiment, like, hey, don't be idiots, like, this stuff's going on.
Right.
And a lot of people said, well, it's not illegal. And then, fortunately, there were guys like E.A. Ross, who was a criminologist and a sociologist, and he started really kind of looking into this and said, hey, man, these people might not be criminal, but let's call them criminaloids. Like, that's the term they coined for people who, especially in business, carried out these terrible acts that weren't illegal. He argued that even though it's not illegal, they're causing ill. These people are still responsible for it. So make a law that outlaws it, dummies.
Yeah, yeah.
And he inspired a guy named E.H. Sutherland.
Okay, he came before Sutherland.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He was at the, Ross was working at the muckrakers, and Sutherland came about 20 years later.
Yeah, Sutherland coined the term, actually, white-collar crime in 1939, and he was a criminologist and sociologist, and he pretty much, he had a broader definition that basically it was the high society and not the lower class at all committing these crimes.
Right.
Which, nowadays, you can't really say that because anyone can get a stock deal. This is commit, and you know, and it happens all the time across all spectrums of the classes.
But Sutherland's point was, and he wrote a book called White Collar Crime.
Yeah.
His point was that there's a huge bias in the United States where law enforcement and the courts lean heavily on the working class crimes,
Sure.
and just basically ignored the crimes of the upper class.
Yeah.
And said this is not okay. Like if a guy's going to steal $1,000 from a cash register with no gun or anything like that.
Right.
Like there were other factors, but let's just say a guy steals $1,000 from a cash register and he's poor, and a guy steals $1,000 from an investor and he's rich. They should be treated equally, and they're
Right.
not. And that's what Sutherland.
And he was the first dude to really bring this to light, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, Ross kind of started to, but Sutherland wasn't very well received.
It was well received in certain corners, but there are also certain flaws pointed out by people over the years. One of the things mentioned in the article said that he failed to distinguish illegal crime from mere deviant behavior.
Right. Like apparently his whole premise was like, you're into donkeys, you're a white collar criminal.
Exactly. And the other thing I mentioned too was that he pretty much said it was anyone, like any upper class, nonviolent crime.
Right, and that's definitely evolved, and I think fairly.
Sure.
I think you can be working class, you can be business class. If you like, that's a big part of white collar crime's definition is your opportunity arises because of the trust that's granted to you through your occupation.
Yeah, even if you're a lower level employee, you still may have access. Like the lady who wanted to sell Coke secret, she wasn't like a CEO.
No, she was an admin, I believe.
Is cost-efficient basement worth any fancy piece of coin? Well, questions like you. I will know some directly investing can help you find answers. With personalized planning tools and insights to help you get what you want to go, even if it's just downstairs. A Bank of America company. Visit merrill-lynch.com/bbh to get started today. This is not risk. Cheers, friends.
Support for this podcast and the following message come from E-Trade. You want to invest your money, but there's one problem. You're not sure where to begin. Luckily, there's E-Trade, who offers more than just trading. E-Trade simplifies investing without the financial jargon and has the people to offer guidance and support to make your money work hard for you. For more information, visit etrade.com/iheart. E-Trade Securities LLC, member FINRA SIPC.
So there's one thing that like you said, they like to shoot a hole in Sutherland's theory that or they say his definition is too broad because he did include behavior that's not illegal. But it's a very legitimate point to say you kind of have to, because if not, then we wouldn't have had the Sherman Antitrust Act, we wouldn't have had the Clayton Act, we wouldn't have had the FDA, all of these things that the carrier's case, he would have gotten off scot-free. What he did was illegal, so it has to evolve over time.
Agreed.
And it has. So let's talk about, I guess, the impacts of today's modern white collar.
I was like, man, I'm suspenseful. Thanks. Yeah, we talked about a few of these about it seemingly not having a victim, but what happens is you rip off a huge corporation, that raises prices, there's another ripple effect. You talk about cutting jobs to meet, the needs of the investors, it's a publicly traded company.
Right.
When there's stock fraud committed, insider scandals like Enron are going to ripple out throughout the stock market, cause basically cause people to be unsure and have no faith in the stock market. So, yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah. Think about all the people who just lost everything.
I know.
Oh my God.
I get just as angry if I'm more angry at something like that than, something like heinous crime. Yeah, it's equal. Yeah. They're both scumbags. Okay.
So, you said like in '74, the FBI first started. That's when they created this white collar crime division.
Yeah.
So apparently, like,
1974.
yes, yeah. It was a response like this University of Michigan survey that they conducted between 1958, I think, and 1973. They found that people who said that they trust federal government went from 73% to 37%.
And in what span of time?
Between 1958 and 1973.
Wow.
Yeah, flip-flop.
Yeah, that sort of time. I can see that over that time period in the 60s.
Yeah, one of the big ones was just like fraud and corruption at high levels, and so the FBI created this white collar crime thing.
Oh.
One of the other things that differentiates white collar crime from regular working class crime is
It's just not gonna let me do a workout. It's bugged.
Right. You walk into a room and there's some guy weighing out cocaine. He's a criminal.
Yes.
You walk into a room and there's some guy on a computer doing a pump and dump scheme. Who knows?
Yeah.
The average cop isn't equipped to detect this kind of crime. Right. And as a matter of fact, even very, very well-trained cops aren't typically equipped to detect this kind of crime. One of the hallmarks of white-collar crime is that it's very difficult to prove. Yeah. It's very difficult to uncover.
I can't get any of the workouts to go off.
Yeah, and there's no smoking gun, there's no paper trail, or there may be a paper trail, but it's
There it goes. Maybe.
electronified.
Sure.
So it's a little harder to follow. You gotta really
Maybe.
You gotta have people that know what they're doing. Right. That's why the FBI created it.
Wow.
I guess
More bug shit. Great.
It's kind of hard.
And they made rep easier to get and just gave people a bunch of rep? That's weird as fuck.
Pretty hard. You were there. And then the Sarbanes-Oxley
People are
Act,
gonna be done with this game so quick now.
Some say too much.
I haven't even been playing
Yeah,
that
I
much.
comply with this at various, when I worked at
And they just shot me up that far.
I can jump through way more hoops.
Wow, this is crazy. I can't believe this is so bugged.
Do you want
I'm gonna try reloading
It
it.
was in 2002, and it was to improve corporate governance, which is basically accountability between corporation and stakeholders. What it amounted to was a lot more paperwork, essentially. A lot more proving of numbers and showing numbers and jumping through hoops.
It was a direct reaction from the fallout of Enron, and Tyco, and like all the other companies around that time. One of the other things that did triggers was it quadrupled sentences in a lot of cases for white collar crime.
Yeah.
So now you have guys like Bernie Madoff getting 150 years. There's a guy named Sholem Weiss who was involved in like the breakup of some insurance company. He got 845 years. He gets out in 2754.
I don't think he's going to see that.
I don't either, but I mean, the guy named Rich Martin just got 100 years for a $39 million Ponzi scheme. Like, all of this is, like, post Sarbanes-Oxley, except Sholem Weiss, which is really saying something. But,
He still got that.
yeah, but I mean, like, so now sentences are, like, quadruple. It's like, wait a minute, maybe this is a little too much.
Just retribution on the rich.
It is, and that's kind of, I think, why a lot of people are having a hard time feeling bad for ridiculously wealthy people who were hucksters and frauds, or people who milk people out of their retirement accounts. It's tough to feel sorry for them. But legally speaking, it's like, well, wait a minute. You were worried about the guy who stole $1,000 out of a till being treated differently from the guy who stole $1,000 from an investor. Now it's flip-flopped. And how is that any better?
Exactly.
One of the arguments for these kind of things is that these people are traditionally and historically have been treated differently because they look like the judges that are sentencing them. Yeah. And so judges historically really have taken it easy on them.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and just call them.
Okay. But they also have been, you can make the case that they are usually first-time offenders. They're usually failing people that that's something that the judges put out there.
Yeah.
Like, well, this is a family man. He's not much of a flight risk. He's probably never going to do this.
Yeah, is he a danger to society?
Yes, he didn't use a weapon.
Yeah.
Which is a huge differentiation.
Yeah.
And so sentences in typically don't apply. But you can also kind of say, well, you know, it feels like
There we go.
We've traditionally ignored white collar crime. Now we're really sticking it to it.
Well, it's that whole argument with prison. Is it like punishment for a crime done, or is it rehabilitating a person who's probably crime?
Well, with an 845-year sentence, and making an example of that person, because since you can't release it, another way to prevent it is to send a message to the courts like, you do this, man, you're going to prison for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know if that's such a deterrent though.
I mean, think about it. 20 years, and then you say Club Fed is not around any longer.
Yeah, true.
And I mean, this is like 20 actual years.
Yeah.
Some guy named Thomas Pickers recently got 50 years, and he will spend 40 years in jail in his 52, and he will probably die in prison now. That's a big deal. Somebody who's like, maybe I should, since I'm recruiting, maybe I should let this 50 grand just.
I've never messed up a fucking treadmill thing before, but I did right there. Whatever.
Getting rich by the tens of millions of dollars. What I want to see is that these people don't get out of
It's
prison.
usually easy as fuck. You know, you're done 10, 20 seconds early, you just stand there.
Different accounts.
Just look at my phone, fucking up apparently.
Like the financial part is what really bugs me. I didn't get a chance to. I meant to look up and see if any of the Enron victims and employees were ever repaid, or if they were just SOL.
I wonder that this thing's pushed their SOL, really, because the company was in such bad shape that it was all going in.
It's just like sorry.
No, I think some people did get some money, but I don't think it was anything approaching what it was.
Well, if whoever commits these crimes gets out of jail and they have two pennies to work together, then those two pennies more than they should have, I think.
Well, that's the thing. Like, so the government started prosecuting under the RICO Act.
Yeah.
It's the same thing they bust up mafia organizations with, and they've been fighting white collar crime. And that one of the things about the RICO Act is it allows states and individuals who are harmed to sue for up to 3 times the damage.
What the fuck is going on? I aced this one last time too.
It's true. Can't pay it.
The
No,
fuck.
it's true. But, like in the Madoff case, the guy who was assigned.
Oh my god, I'm about to literally close that.
I don't remember how much.
Yeah, I'm closing that. I'm sorry.
The guys managed to get like $6
No
billion.
fucking way. I don't know what the hell's going on, but how the fuck do I go from 5 stars on every fucking one to I couldn't do one?
I'm looking forward to the ones where it's like, hey man, we don't listen to you for free to hear your opinion about class.
All right, let's move on to other countries. Things are different all over the world. Obviously, when it comes to big business and business dealings, Western Europe has followed right behind the U.S. Most wholeheartedly with laws to prevent corruption. Eastern Europe is coming on board a little slower. But then you go into other countries like in Western Africa, and it may be customary to grease palms to get a deal going. Right? Or in India, where apparently if you're a truck driver, you're going to have to bribe people to keep your rig on the road. And that's just how it is there.
Right, and not only is it customary, it's frequently legal.
Yeah, Russia, bribes all over the place. You want a land contract, you might have to bribe somebody.
So if you're a multinational corporation,
It's tough to do
that's
this.
headquartered in America,
Yeah.
you have like a real problem facing you, especially, like I said, the Justice Department under Obama's been prosecuting white collar crimes and going big
Look at that amazing floating ball.
Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which says if you're an American company, you can't engage in bribes even if it's legal in that country. But what's the point? Like, why hamstring American business? Not one problem.
Yeah, exactly. And to help this out, actually, there has been a unified committee called Transparency International, and they are out to get rid of corruption and to unify business ethics all over the world.
Right, and that's the reason that you hamstring American business.
Yeah.
It's basically saying, hey, we can take the hit in the hopes of pressing the rest of the world into the same competitive laws we have here in the States that we're required to. Yeah. That's it. We should play this one out with Toby Hank's Big Business.
No, I don't want to do the ball bullshit.
So Chuck, let's see, if people want to learn more about white collar crime, I would strongly advise that you go read this article by Jane Grant. She's going to Chuck and there's a Simpson represent. Way to go, Jane. You can type in white collar crime in the search bar, which brings up.
Oh, I know what I tried doing
Josh,
wrong.
I'm going to call this,
That's what I was doing wrong.
Good cause. Chuck and Josh and Jerry.
Instead of doing pushing up, I was just
Jason have been listeners nearly as long
Yeah.
as you've been making it. Because you don't understand where
Okay, I got it now.
That's good for anyone. It's funny and informative, and I always feel like his house. I'm writing it because it's recently his birthday. He's the best brother in the world, and downright awesome. He mean a lot to me. If you could tell the stuff you should know listeners about his latest project. His friend Jim survived cancer, until Chase, and he gained strength. Over 2 years, 226 tracks. 600, would that be?
Wait, how many? 200, 2,600.
What? Or 2,200?
600 plus 200 is 2,800.
Nearly 200 artists.
This person's insane.
Over 2 years, 2,600 tracks, nearly 200 artists from other countries all over the world have allowed them to share that message. They are releasing their second compilation disc, Electronic Saviors, and Desperate Music to Cure Cancer. So it's these artists' compilation. Nearly 2,600 tracks. They're a registered U.S. charity, and all proceeds go to cancer research. And if you want to support cancer research, you go to www.electronicsaviors.com. And that is something Chase has got going on. His sister Laura Dudley is a big fan of her room. He says it's so bad.
Nice, I'm all for it. That was good.
Cure cancer.
Yeah, we always want to hear about Google. So you can get in touch with us. Let us know what yours. Try our best to let everybody else know about it, especially if you would support it. Let's see. Austin, enjoy a little Talking Kids, Big Business. From the live album Stop Making Sense released today to the award, which you can tell by that Tuesday about this. You can get in touch with us at SYSK Podcast on Twitter. You can go to facebook.com/WishNow. And you can send us a regular old email to stuffpodcast@howstuffworks.com. And as always, join us at our home on the web, stuffyoushouldknow.com.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio's How Stuff Works. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
New friends, over the last 12 years, Subaru of America Incorporated and its participating retailers have donated more than $176 million to help those in need through the Subaru Share Love event. By the end of this, their 13th year, Subaru and the participating retailers they work with will have donated over $200 million to those through the Subaru Share Love. So you can get a great vehicle and support a great cause all at the same time. With every new Subaru purchase or lease, Subaru will donate $250 to their choice of charities, November 19th through January 3rd.
If you think you might be depressed or you're feeling overwhelmed or anxious, BetterHelp Online Counseling offers licensed professional therapists who are trained to listen and to help with issues like anxiety, grief, trauma. All you do is fill out a questionnaire and assess your specific needs. You can get matched with a counselor in under 48 hours. Don't forget, everything that you share is confidential. BetterHelp is an affordable option.
I hit the right button, but too late apparently, I guess. Oh my god, it didn't take it again.
So get started today at BetterHelp. BetterHelp.com/stuff.
Oh my god, I'm getting mad at this. This is so stupid.
Hi, Internet. Bill Nye here.
I don't care, just end it. So stupid. I hit the right button every fucking time, but whatever.
Like mine impacts the planet compared to conventional methods. How much less carbon is emitted in the atmosphere? How much water is there?
Fucking strength's not important anyway, so I don't give a fuck. Even stamina and acceleration, I don't really give a fuck. Stamina I do, but acceleration I don't.
Because whether it's about health, deliveries, or finance, some things just can't wait. That's why IBM's helping businesses manage millions of calls, texts, and chats with Watson Assistant. It's conversational AI designed to help your customers find the answers they need faster, no matter the industry. Let's put smart to work. Visit IBM.com/Watson Assistant to learn more. Welcome to Stuff You Should Know. Actually, iHeartRadio's How Stuff Works.
That's right. And this was I've been wanting to do since 2016. And it seems like the fire kind of went down, and now it's the fire is back up again, and much of these election polling. And this year is sort of black magic, which is really not black magic at all. And as you'll see, the polling wasn't even that off in 2016.
No, it was great. There was a furious, we'll talk about it in a second, there was a furious reaction by the media and just flat polling and pollsters out to dry saying, you're terrible, your whole crap is useless.
Lie to us.
As the pollsters went back after election night in 2016, which was a bit of a surprise to everybody involved.
Where is it? Georgia?
At Georgia.
I took one of those classes. I hated it.
Intro to statistics, right?
Yeah, boy, I hated the class.
The professor, finally, I walked up to her on the last day, the third time, was like, please. And she bumped my D up to a seat, and I never looked back.
So say you have a 1 in 4 chance. You're like, well, what does that mean?
Right? What is 4? But so if I can understand this, I've been doing some research, then anybody can understand at least the gist of it enough to understand polling and not be taken in by bad representation of what poll results are.
Yeah, so if you remember in 2016, there were pollsters saying, or I'm sorry, I'm going to say that wrong over and over again. You had media saying that Hillary Clinton is going to win in a landslide. She's got an 85% chance to win, some said as high as 95. She's going to win the popular vote by 3 percentage points. All the battleground states in the Midwest, she's going to win those narrowly. And it did not work out that way. And like you said, there was a furor over how could everyone be this wrong with the polling. And there's a man named Nate Silver, who everyone probably knows at this point, who has made his name as a data specialist and runs the 538 blog, and said, you know what, polling is flawed, and that's probably the first thing that everyone should understand, is all polling is a little bit flawed. State polling is definitely a little more flawed than national polling. But here's the deal, everybody. These polls from 2016 were not only not so far off, but historically dating back since 1972, they've actually performed a little better than a lot of elections.
Yeah, and the state polling, while worse than average, wasn't that far off from the average error rate. So what do you want? So there's a lot of stuff, like you said, there was a lot of postmortem that was done on the 2016 polls, what was gotten wrong, what was gotten right. We'll talk about that later. But the point is that overall, it wasn't that far off. And so the idea isn't that the polls failed, or that there's something inherently flawed with polling, or that there's even something inherently wrong with the media. Like, I want to go on record here, especially in this climate, the media is not our enemy. Like, any healthy democracy needs a vital, robust, independent media. It's free from biases and an objective to reality and good and justice as possible. But there's also such a thing as a 24-hour news cycle, and you've got to fill that. And that's given the rise of opinion news and pundits and basically trying to capture as much market share as possible, which is definitely the wrong track for media in general. But I just want to go on record, while we're going to be kind of beating the media up a little bit, that does not mean that the media is inherently flawed or evil or seeks to kill you and your family and your dog.
So Silver goes back, and a bunch of people go back and look at history and kind of what went wrong here in 2016 as far as the polling goes. He says, you know, we went back for the past 12 presidential cycles since 1972, and he said the polling error was 4.1. He said in 2016, that national polling error was 3.1. So technically, by a full point, it was a full point better. He said, we predicted that she would win the popular vote by 3 percentage points. She actually did win the popular vote by 2 percentage points. The state polls were the real difference maker. They actually did underperform at a 5.2 error rate. And that doesn't sound like that much. I think the overall error rate for state polls since 1972 is 4.8. So 4.8, 5.2 doesn't sound like much. But if you're talking about a percentage of error in just a handful of swing states, that can make something look like a landslide, even though you lose a popular vote.
Damn, they're getting blown out.
Right, that's exactly what happened, because you got to remember, Trump didn't win the popular vote. He won the Electoral College, and it came down to those swing states. But the fact that they were off just by 0.4 points from the average for the error rate goes to show you just how close that race actually was, which again is the opposite of how it was being broadcast throughout the election. It was supposed to be a landslide. Like, Hillary Clinton might as well just be like taking measurements for curtains in the Oval Office right now. Like, it was just that set. So it was presented one way, but in reality, if you really looked at the polls and the polling results, if you looked at them with a sober face, it was a much closer race than it appeared, or than it was being broadcast.
I haven't had a sober face since that night. So, we should talk about the margin of error in polling. Anytime you see a poll, they talk about the margin of error. It's usually plus or minus 3 or 4. And that is on each side. So for each candidate's poll, in other words, it could be a potential like 7 to 8 point swing and still be within that margin of error. So when Trump is winning states by a 0.2% margin or a 0.5 or a 0.7% margin, that's well within the margin of error.
Right. So that margin of error, by the way, is just built in. We'll talk about it a little bit, but it's like there's just no way around it. And to get around any margin of error, you would have to literally go through and interview every single voter in America and then compile the evidence or their data perfectly without any miskeys or anything like that. And it's just impossible. So everyone accepts that any poll is going to have a margin of error, but you want to keep it within the plus or minus 3 points.
Right. Yeah, so a little history of polling. We've always been pretty spellbound by polls in this country. We put a lot of stock in polls, especially the presidential race.
You got a rookie on Kawhi Leonard?
That
Oh
comes from the
shit.
idea that you hold up a piece of straw to see which way the wind is blowing. So the straw poll is kind of like, here's how things stand today on something. Like, this is the way the wind is blowing today on this matter.
Yeah, they're just kind of informal. They used to take them like on train cars. The journalists would ask people who they were on the train with, who they were going to vote for. Nothing like formal or anything, but it does kind of reveal how long-standing our fascination with polls really is.
Yeah, it got pretty serious in the 1930s, specifically the 1936 election, where a literary digest, it was a pretty big magazine at the time, polled its subscribers. It's just kind of funny even seeing this sentence. They predicted a landslide win for Republican Alf Landon over FDR. So if you've never heard of Alf Landon, you know why, because Alf Landon did not beat FDR. And the magazine's editor said, you know what, we didn't even think about the fact that we just polled our subscribers and that they're wealthy people, or at least wealthier on average, and they're probably going to vote Republican, so Alf Landon was their man.
Right, so if you go out, even today, and just interview Republicans and say, hey, who you're going to vote for, and then take the results and apply it to the entire population of the nation, you've got a flawed poll, and that's what Literary Digest did. But in doing so, they established this kind of, they pointed out a real design flaw that now is just one of the first basic things that anybody conducting a poll gets rid of.
That's right. Gallup came on the scene, they galloped onto the scene, so sorry. They were one of the first big polling companies to say, all right, we got to get this right. We got to get a representation of all of America here. So we're going to send our people door to door. We're going to go to every zip code in America. And they did that from 1935 to 1984 and got basically within about 3 percentage points. Doing a pretty good job, but it was really expensive. So in the 80s, in the mid-80s, they switched to calling people on the telephone.
Yeah, which I mean, that's still today, that is the gold standard, is for a human being to dial up another human being and ask them some questions. And we'll talk a little more about it, but what Gallup does, and what Pew does, and what a few others do, is it's called randomized sampling, or probability sampling, which is where you basically leave it to chance that any registered voter in America is going to get...
I'm going to get a bad shot selection regardless. I just don't know what I want to do right now. Part of me thinks drive, part of me thinks I need to start working on 3-point shooting. Even though I'm only like a 63-point shooter right now. Still sounds kind of nice. I don't know.
Ask these questions, and it worked pretty well for a while when they moved from in-person to the phone, because they were still asking people questions, and they could still get their answers and harass them, which is a big thing we'll see about this type of sampling. The problem is when people started to use caller ID, they stopped picking up the phone as much, so the response rate went down dramatically.
Yeah, so they would call people using random digit dialing, which is a computer system, where it fed in an area code and then the first 3 digits, and then randomly dialed the last 4. So you got a pretty good start there on the random sampling, but even then, they said, you know what, women tend to answer the phone more than men, so to truly randomize it, whoever picks up the phone, we have to then follow up and say, we want to talk to the person in the house who's had the most recent birthday, further randomize it. I got kind of a laugh about this because I don't know that I've literally ever seen my father pick up a telephone in his life.
Yeah.
Or at least growing up for the first 18 years of my life, I don't think I ever saw him answer the phone.
It's all ham radio, huh?
Not even into that, but just literally, not one time. He would just let it ring. If no one was around, if my mom wasn't around to answer it. And granted, it was usually never for him. No one ever called this one to him. But
sure.
I picked up on that, and my friends used to get really frustrated back before texting that I would just never answer my phone. And I always just thought it was an option. Like, when the phone rings, it doesn't mean you're obligated. It just means now you have an option. You can answer or not.
Well, technically, that's true. I mean, like, it depends. You don't have to answer the phone, but it depends on, who in your life could possibly be calling.
I didn't think it was rude or anything. I just thought it was literally like, I'm going to hedge my bets here that one of my friends isn't stuck on the side of the road.
Right.
They can leave a message in an hour, I'll go get them.
So, what you're talking about, Chuck, is what's called a non-response. And that's factored into the response rate, which, with phone polling from 1980 until the 1990s, it was manageable. I think the response rate peaked at 36% in 1997, which is good.
Not bad.
Now it's down to like 9% because, like I said, people have caller ID, and if some unknown number's calling, you typically don't answer. That actually affects things because there's a certain kind of person who answers the phone no matter what. And they are not like every single American, and that actually factors into the kind of poll you're conducting. Plus, also, you want like a certain amount of responses. I think out of a sample size, you want a minimum of 800 survey responses. And back in the day, when you get a 36% response rate, meaning 36% of those people you called would answer the phone and go through all of the questions and answer the fully and complete the survey. because it was expensive, it meant that there were fewer and fewer companies that could conduct these.
Schroeder.
Which meant that
Oh, they updated the rosters? No way.
But on the other hand, it also.
Oh, that's sick as fuck. If that's true.
As Gallup pointed out, like you can kind of fiddle with the numbers a little bit with a smaller response.
At least Schroeder's on there. I'm sure they didn't get everyone on there. Oh, I gotta know now.
Because of people not answering their phone as much.
Marcus Morris is on the Clippers. Okay, that's Marcus. Schroeder, James, Cobb doesn't matter. McGee, I don't think McGee's on the team anymore. Caldwell Pope is. Rondo's not. Howard isn't. Kuzma is. Caruso is. Markeith is. Dion, I don't know if Waiters is still on there. Damn, that's still pretty cool. You got Schroeder though. Better than nothing, right?
Support for this podcast and the following message come from E-Trade. You want to invest your money, but there's one problem. You're not sure where to begin. Luckily,
Key is just getting LeBron and fucking AD to stay up to that first ring.
Without the financial jargon and has the people to offer guidance and support to make your money work hard for you. For more information, visit etrade.com/iheart. E-Trade Securities LLC, member FINRA SIPC.
Hey friends, this year getting a head start on the holidays doesn't mean just putting up your lights before Thanksgiving. It means shopping and shipping early too. FedEx is expecting a record number of packages will be shipped this holiday. It's going to be a shipping marathon, also known as the Shipathon. FedEx is training harder than ever to deliver packages quickly and safely. So make sure you shop and ship early this season. Visit FedEx.com/holiday guide to learn more. Alright, so we've already talked about
fucking Schroeder.
And then they take one further step on that call by saying
Oh, LeBron.
with whoever had the most recent birthday. Even if it's, I guess, your 3-year-old.
Right. And one other thing I would kind of pay attention to is that I have to interject, dude. Like, harassing people, like, if you've been picked by this computer, if your phone number's been picked, they're going to keep calling you and calling you. And that is because, as a person who doesn't normally participate in phone surveys, you are a specific kind of person. That you can't be left out of the population because you represent a large number of people and they want your opinion. So part of this phone standard of calling people is to call them over and over and over again to basically harass them and to participate and get their answers from the survey because it's as important, if not more important sometimes, than the people who are like, oh yeah, I'd love to answer this phone survey. Two totally different kinds of people.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was totally kidding, by the way, to the listener when I said they will speak to a 3-year-old. They asked the most recent birthday of someone in the voting age, obviously. All right. So then you've got a pretty decent random sampling to begin with. And then you have to start the process of weighting, which comes in a lot of different forms. If you want an example of like a really good political poll, it's going to be paid for by a neutral source. It's not going to be like, a CNN poll or a Fox News poll or a Super PAC or anything like that. You're going to have a random sample of the public, which we just talked about. You're going to be dialing cell phones and landlines these days.
That's a big one. Also, they'll ask you if you have a cell phone and a landline, and if you say, yes, I have both, they're going to adjust your response based on the fact that you had a higher chance of being selected because you have two numbers that the computer could have picked.
Right, and another thing is, like you mentioned, they're going to keep calling you. The best ones use live interviewers still. And then what they want to do, and this last one is really important, is they're going to try to improve the accuracy of the results by weighting the response to match. What they want to do is just match a real-world demographic, age, race, your income level, your education level, and all of that stuff is factored in, and all the stuff is weighed out because, we'll talk about it, but, there are many different kinds of Americans, and if you want a really good sampling of different kinds of Americans, you're going to, like you said, have to fidget with the numbers to make it a true representative population.
Right. So, because even if you just get it exactly right demographically and weighted, which, like you said, was for a second, you still have that margin of error. And again, that's that, 52% plus or minus 3 points. That means that it could be 55% or it could be 49%. They don't know. But somewhere between that, most of your answers are going to be the correct answer somewhere in there. That's what that means with that margin of error. And the reason that that's built in is because it is basically impossible to perfectly represent the larger population through random sampling. You're just not going to pick everybody correctly just by the fact that it's random and it's a sample.
Yeah, and that's important because that's why you hear so much hay being made over a double-digit lead in a poll, which Biden had sort of semi-recently. I know it's gotten a lot tighter since then, but when Biden was up by I think like 10 percentage points, people were flipping out because like we said, it's plus or minus 4 for each candidate, so that's a total of 8. And so basically the press started screaming like, he's outside of the margin of error, everybody. Like, nothing can beat him.
Right, yeah.
Now things are back within that margin.
I saw on PBS NewsHour, they interviewed Mark Shields and David Brooks, who's a New York Times columnist, and I think Mark Shields is an independent columnist, and one of them actually said, this was in July, America has clearly made up its mind on who's going to be the next president. I was like, this is July. Did you not learn anything from 2016? I couldn't believe that those words just out of their mouth. It's so matter-of-factly. Yeah, it's irresponsible. There have been studies about this too that have suggested that words like that polls that say 99% chance of winning, that this kind of stuff like
They lost by one.
Negative impact on the meter because it makes people think, well, I don't need to go out and vote. Everybody else is going to go vote. The turnout might be lower than otherwise. There's also people there's people who dispute that. They say, yes, it makes sense intuitively and anecdotally, but we've yet to actually see genuine data that says clearly that this has this effect. But it's something that's still being studied right now, whether it actually does or not.
Well, and I also saw an article the other day about the quote-unquote silent majority, and that another reason those polls were so wrong back then, and they're saying are probably wrong now, is because they say that there's a substantial block of voters who very privately and secretly vote for Trump.
Yeah, the term for them among pollsters is shy Trump voters.
Yes,
they won't admit that they're going to vote for Trump, but they're going to vote for Trump, and that affects polls. I saw that that's actually not been proven to actually exist. But I think it was there's a really great Pew article. If this stuff is speaking to you at all, go check out Pew's Key Things to Know About Election Polling in the U.S. It has a bunch of great links that you should follow in there. And there's also Sciline. They have surveys and polling, which is a guide for journalists to polling, but I found out you don't actually have to be a journalist to read it online. So if you want to go check those out, they have some great, like just some breakdowns of some of the stuff we're talking about, but also about how to read polls and what to trust and look for in general.
And in fact, Pew was actually originally called Pew until 1976 when Star Wars came out. And they might be going to change our name now, guys.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Yeah, it is. Dan O'Rama today with you, huh?
So, back to the weighting thing. And by the way, we should mention that Gallup said if they wanted to increase that sample size and actually get the margin of error down to like plus or minus 2, that they could do that, but that would be like a literal 100% increase in the cost. So, like, everyone just please live with plus or minus 3 or 4 points.
Yeah, I know everybody generally does. And Dave uses this really good example. Dave Russo helped us out with this. He said this margin of error is best understood where if you selected 100 marbles, there's a jar of 500 red, 500 blue marbles, and you pick out 100 of them, you might pick out 50 of each one time.
Wait, 500?
What?
You said 500 marbles?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 1,000 marbles. I've lost my marbles. Yes, there's 1,000 marbles. Okay, 500 are red, 500 are blue. Your task, Chuck, is to pick out 100. So you go to the trouble of picking out 150 red, 50 are blue, and I said do it again. And this time it's 47 and 53.
And you keep saying, again.
Right, and I smack my writing crop on the desk that you're sitting at.
And I do it 100 times.
It gets super turned on.
Yeah, I do it 100 times because your leader told me to.
Right.
And at the end, you get a little bell curve, and basically a plus or minus 4.
Right, so yeah, almost all of them, this is what's a 95% confidence interval, almost all of them are going to fall in that bell curve. There's going to be some outliers. There's just going to be that one time where it was just absolutely insane. You actually picked 100 red marbles randomly blindfolded from this jar. That's so insignificant statistically. It's just such an outlier. But almost all of them are going to be in there. So when you're polling like this large group of people, like American voters, and 95% of them are falling within a couple of percentage points of either side of this middle, you can pretty much feel confident about that. And that is the basis of election polling or political polling, of all polling, really. They have this built-in margin that they know exists, but everybody can live with it. The problem is when you're hovering around that 50% mark, you're talking about a two-party system.
Yeah.
One of them has like 51%, the other one has 49%, but there's plus or minus like 2 points.
That means flip a coin, America.
It means we have no idea. And some people would say, well, why even do polling? Because what you're showing there is not who's going to win. That's not the point of polling. The point of polling is to take a snapshot of how America, or whoever you're polling, is feeling that moment, about who to elect, about what laws to pass, about religion, about the Cleveland Indians. It doesn't matter, right? Like, that's what a poll does. I mean, you can pervert polls into making them talk a different language and say, hey, look at this percentage. You take these polls, you convert them into something else. Now you have something like a 95% chance this person's going to win. Go shout that, Wolf Blitzer. Wolf Blitzer goes and shouts it as loud as he can.
So, we need to talk a little bit more about weighting. I mentioned earlier that there's other things they do to sort of tip the scale, and that sounds like a bad term, so I guess I shouldn't say it that way, but things they do to make it equitable. and a true representative of the American population. For instance, African American voters make up 12% of voters. So if they did a poll, and in the end they only got 6% of respondents were African American, then they just double it basically. If the respondents were overwhelmingly Caucasian, they would weight that down to their true representative number, which is about, I think, 66%. Yeah, the electorate is white. And if 80% of white people respond, or 80% of the people who respond are white, then they're going to kick that down. And again, this is just adjusting the poll to the proper weight, so you have a really legitimate snapshot. And, you know, if it sounds crazy that they're using 1,000 people's responses and drawing that out to the size of the voting population of America, it is, but if you're a statistician, it isn't.
Yeah, I mean, it reliably works as long as you present it with plus or minus this margin of error.
It's as crazy as just an average Joe on the street.
It does.
It'd be like they ask 1,000 people and we're supposed to know and extrapolate that. And a statistician who are number wonks and data wonks would say, yeah, that's exactly what that means. Shut up.
That's really all you need. But it really is a testimony to the power of those statistics and that data and the analysis of it. Yeah, weighting's really important. It goes far beyond just like age, political party. I think Gallup uses 8 different variables. The New York Times Siena College poll uses 10. And they include things like marital status and home ownership. Pew uses 12 variables. They ask things like, do you have home internet access? Do you volunteer, or do you engage in volunteerism? And all of these things have been shown to be associated. So, like, if you're a white woman, age 65 to 75, who volunteers twice a month
and lives in the suburbs,
you're a very specific person where there's a group of people out there who vote like a certain way, and you represent like all those people with that. So they'll weight the results based on these additional questions that you answer. They don't just ask you, are you going to vote for Trump or Biden? And there's also built into that question a really important point: are you going to vote?
Yeah, that's a huge thing we haven't talked about. It's one thing to poll registered voters, but here in America, somehow presidential elections only get about 60% turnout still, which is just shameful and crazy. But that's another podcast. But so most of the really, really good polls drill down, and to get a real good representation of what might actually happen, they try to drill down to whether or not you're most likely to actually vote.
Right.
Because who cares what your opinion is if you're not going to vote?
And they generally take your word for it that you're telling the truth. You know.
Yeah.
But sure, they do have like 9. I think Pew has 9 questions that they basically use to establish that you are planning on voting. Like you're actually going to vote. You're not philosophical.
Yeah, I don't know what those questions are, but I imagine they have to do with, do you know where your polling place is? Do you have transportation?
I was thinking they were going to be like, are you really going to vote? Was like question 3. And they just kept adding reallys. So you've got these people who've been called, and they have answered these questions. They have participated in the survey, whether they wanted to or not. And they've finally done it. Built into that margin of error, built into this poll is that understandable margin of error that just comes from the fact that it's a randomized sample, right? But what Pew and any other legitimate polling group will point out is that the margin of error is actually greater than that. That the margin of error for the average poll, according to Pew, is that it's something more like 6 points, right? Not 3 or 4, it's actually 6. And the reason why it's built in on top of that margin of error, that's automatically part of the poll just by the virtue of it being a randomized sample, are things like the person typing in the wrong key accidentally. Those kind of things add up. Or that the question isn't worded clearly enough that anybody who hears it knows the intent and knows what their answer is. There's some sort of miscommunication involved. There's also things that they can't control for it, like people who have pseudo-opinions who don't want to sound dumb, so they just answer yes or no based on something they really don't care about either way, and because they don't actually have an opinion, that weights things the wrong way. So when you add all these things up, you have these additional errors that lead to like a bias overall in the poll, which can affect the outcome. But again, the companies that have the money to conduct like these genuinely big gold standard polls they know enough to know how to kind of factor and control for those as much as possible. But still, what Pew says is, if you're listening to a poll and somebody says plus or minus 3 points, you should probably go ahead and double that in your mind. Double your pleasure, double your fun.
Double your margin error. So let's take a break, and we're going to come back and talk about what exactly they think went wrong with those state polls right after this.
Support for this podcast and the following message come from E-Trade. Trading isn't for everyone, but E-Trade is.
Whether it's saving for a rainy day or your retirement, E-Trade has you covered. They can help you check your financial goals off your list. And with a team of professionals giving you support when you need it, you can be confident that your money is working hard for you. Get more than just trading on E-Trade. To get started today, visit etrade.com/iHeart for more information. E-Trade Securities LLC. Member Hedron Civic. Here's something you might not know. Blue Moon beer was created during the 1995 baseball season at the Sandlot Brewery at Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. That's right. The human founder and brewmaster was inspired by the flavorful Belgian bits he enjoyed while studying brewing in Brussels.
Yeah, and somebody tasted it, and they said, a beer this good only comes around once a blue moon, and hence the name was born. And not just today, a really good, delicious beer, a bright, well-crafted beer with a twist of flavor, best served with an unmistakable signature orange garnish, and a glass to showcase the whole beautiful, hazy color of it.
That's right. Once in a blue moon should happen more than once in a blue moon, you know. So the next time you're out with friends or enjoying a night in, reach for a blue moon. It's the beer you can enjoy every day. And you can have Blue Moon delivered right to your door by going to get.bluemoonbeer.com, finding delivery options near you.
Blue Moon, reach for the moon. Celebrate responsibly. Blue Moon Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Game.
All right, so I think it's generally acknowledged that 2016, the polling was off, but apparently the polling wasn't off, but the way it was reported on was off. But what really happened in 2016, what was off was the state polling, and what they think, they've, like you said, gone back and obsessed over these polls since then.
I was going to increase my free throw a little bit, but I don't know if I need to really. I'm bringing a lot of them. Sure, it wouldn't be a bad thing, but.
She said it was a failed profession, basically.
Jimmy's like, I'm getting rich off this, man.
Yeah.
We can't end polling.
Jimmy Pugh was like, stop talking.
So what happened in 2016 is, they think, is that a lot of non-educated white people came out in big, big numbers for Donald Trump. And that was a sort of a new, not a new factor, because they always talk about college education, but a new factor in how outsized of a factor that was. It had never been that outsized. And so all these state pollsters, they didn't weight it, and they didn't adjust their polls to reflect this fact that college-educated people are more likely going to respond to these surveys. So their polls were just off.
Yeah, and they knew that college-educated people were more likely to respond to the surveys. That wasn't news to them. What caught them sleeping was that they had not picked up on the fact that this group of people, non-college-educated white voters, were going to go to the polls in numbers like never before, and that they were going to vote for Trump. They did not pick up on that. That was brand new. Like, that didn't exist before. Trump basically brought up a new electorate that helped get him elected, especially in battleground states like Wisconsin and Michigan and Indiana. Although I think Indiana was a shoe because of Pence. But this group of voters that did not exist, or this line between college-educated and non-college-educated white voters, that partisan gulf hadn't existed before Election Day. The pollsters didn't pick up on it, and so they didn't weight those responses because they've never had to weight their responses before based on college education.
Yeah, so suburbs, exurbs, and especially the rural vote counted like it had never counted before, which is obviously why you see what's going on right now, like a very hard push by the Trump campaign to get these same people out.
I didn't think about that. The free throws can count for shooting badges.
That's the nicest way I can put it.
It genuinely is. So, so the idea that this was already kind of a closer race that was being broadcast, that these electoral, huge electoral battleground states that got flipped, that was basically the reason that Trump was able to take the Electoral College. But the idea is that these voters kind of came out of nowhere, voted for Trump, and that there were some other things that happened too that the pollsters didn't anticipate. One, that the undecided voters, people who said legitimately undecided at this point before the election, for whatever, they broke hard in favor of Trump on election day. When they made their decision, they voted for Trump. That hadn't been predicted. That was another big one. And then one of the other things too is that the polls were just doing what polls do, which is sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. But polls had gotten so good in the 2000 odds that people came to be overconfident in their ability to predict and pick winners. In the 2016 race reminded us, like, polling's not perfect. Let's stop pretending it is.
Yeah, and it's a lot of it has to do with, like we've been kind of harping on, the way the media presents it, and then a lot of it has to do with just our conditioned, how we're conditioned to look at things like underdogs. And it's different in politics. indicator, especially at 538, they had these predictive models, and they started talking about the fact that, and I think the Washington Post even wrote a good comparison to sports. And if someone is a real big underdog going into like a Super Bowl or World Series, and they end up winning, people don't get angry and go after the people who said they had a 15 or 20% chance of winning. They just said, "Wow, what a story! The underdog won."
Right.
But there are so few presidential elections, one every 4 years, that it's the same thing, but people just look at it differently. Like an underdog, like Trump was an underdog that supposedly had like a 15 to 30% chance of winning.
Some people said one.
Yeah, well, that's ridiculous. But a 30% chance of winning is a real shot at winning.
For sure, yeah.
The way it's framed, it doesn't seem that way in politics.
No, and so that's one thing. But another thing is that we shouldn't even be talking about presidential elections with like 50% chance of winning, 99% chance of winning. Like that is not how we should present it. That's not how we used to present it. We used to present it saying like this poll found that Clinton was going to lead Trump 52% to 48% or something like that,
yeah.
plus or minus 2 points, and that would have shown you like, oh, okay, well this is a really close race, way closer than I think. And that's that. There's my information, not. Again, the problem is that you can take that same statistic, 52% chance of winning, plus or minus a 4-point margin of error. If you convert that to a normal distribution, you come up with an 84% probability of a win. That's the problem, is that these statistics that are being the data that's being produced by these polls are being converted in ways that they shouldn't be, and that's what the media jumps on. That's what the public laps up, because that is the horse race statistic. An 84% chance of winning, a 15% chance of winning. That's what we think about. That's what we look at. And so rather than realizing, like, actually this is a close race, 52% plus or minus 4 points, we see 84% chance of winning, and that's a foregone conclusion that that person's going to win. That ultimately is where the media and the public are culpable for this.
Yeah, I don't think they were meant to be extrapolated like that to begin with.
They weren't.
And that polls are valuable, but like I haven't looked at any polls, and partially because of like 2016 went down, and in fact for the past week I've taken a complete internet news and social media break, and it's been pretty great actually because I literally haven't looked at a single news thing. Very sadly found out that Chadwick Boseman passed away like 3 days afterward.
Oh, wow.
Like that's how dark I've gone, and not looking at the internet unless it's something that brings me joy, which is to say, old Led Zeppelin and Van Halen YouTube videos.
I was looking at classic Mad magazine covers of the 80s.
Yeah, that's all I've been doing. Is if it doesn't bring me joy on the internet, I'm not doing it.
That's good.
And I got to break that soon because I do think you should be active and involved in the know. But
but taking a break fairly regularly is definitely mentally healthy.
But that aside, I'm not looking at any polls. I don't care what any poll says.
Well, see, so I was thinking very similar stuff too. Like, what's the point of polls? Okay, well, I finally found it. If you look that up on Google, there's just very little on it. But I found somebody who explained it pretty well. I thought that polls aren't meant to tell you who's going to win. They're not forecasting models. Like I said before, they're meant to be like a snapshot of how whoever you're polling feels at the moment, right? And in doing that, because you are sampling American people, and these are independent news organizations typically who are carrying out these polls, you get to tell everybody else how America's feeling, rather than the leaders saying, I'll decide how you're feeling. I can decide what you want and what you need and what you think is important. Polls prevent that from happening by telling the rest of the people, hey, this is how everybody else is feeling right now too. And in some ways, it is kind of sheeple-ish where, the idea is like, oh, is that supposed to sway my opinion that everybody's going to vote for this person and not for that person? That should have no bearing or impact on your vote. And it feels like that's how polls are used sometimes. But if you step back and look and see that they're actually kind of an important part of sharing what other people are thinking, rather than being told what we're thinking or what to think, then they actually are pretty legitimate in that sense.
Yeah, well, I say take your polls and sit on it.
Well, one more thing we cannot talk about polling and not talk about internet polling real quick. And this is a completely different style of polling that's never been done before. Rather than a randomized sample, you actually just say, hey, you want to take the survey, and people click it. So it's called opt-in surveying.
Yeah.
And very specific kinds of people take surveys on purpose on the internet. So they really are, and because they're new, they're really now figuring out how to weight these things or not, and how to use them, because they can produce legitimate data. But it depends on who's conducting the poll, if they know what they're doing, that kind of stuff. But just like everything else, that moving things online is democratized polling, and so anybody can conduct a poll now, and basically they're in the news cycle. That's how Kid Rock almost became a senator in Michigan for a second there. But so on the one hand, it's good, but it's also we're in a big period of disruption as far as polling is concerned. So for you, the polling consumer, either go like Chuck and their data, like how their questions exactly were worded, what their population size was, how they weighted, and all this stuff. If all that stuff is included, you can probably trust the poll. And then beyond that, just remember what you're looking at. This isn't a predictor of who's going to win. It was a snapshot for a very, very brief moment of a very specific sample of America to show how people would vote right then. And it was right then too. This is not election day we're talking about.
Yeah, and I want to be clear, I'm not poo-pooing polls. I just, they're valid and useful, but I just don't care to look at them right now.
I understand.
That's my jam.
Well, you got anything else about polls?
Nothing else about polls.
Well, if you want to know about polls, start looking around and go check out Pew stuff and sideline stuff and all that stuff. And since I said stuff 3 times, here comes Rumpelstiltskin.
Or Candyman. So, this is from Keely Price, and Keely says this: Hi guys, I'm writing today not only to confess my unending love for Stuff You Should Know, but also to share a link to some black-owned bookstores. It would be so cool if all of your listeners purchased your book. She should just say period. Comma, from a black-owned bookstore. Couldn't agree more, by the way. A couple of podcasters that I listen to while I wait for Stuff You Should Know have books out and coming out soon, and they encourage their listeners to support black-owned businesses to purchase their book. It's a win-win. I don't know why it's taking me so long to think to write this to you guys. I've landed on Corona madness. But last but not least, I'll say I love the End of the World with Josh Clark and Movie Crush as well. Any chance to hear you guys talk is a chance worth taking. When we get a COVID vaccine and you guys can do your live shows again, please come to Nashville.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think we planned on Nashville.
Yeah, Nashville got scuttled by COVID.
Yeah.
We're going to come. Now we might not ever be able to.
No. I know it's super close to Atlanta. I'd lose my mind if I got to see you guys here. All the best, Keely Price. And so Keely sent a link to a handy website that lists black-owned bookstores near you. I made a little URL shortener to make it easier on everyone.
Oh, let's have it.
So you can go to bit.ly/SYSKBLM and find black-owned bookstores near you to purchase Stuff You Should Know, an incomplete compendium of mostly interesting things. At the very least, we like to encourage people to go to indiebound.org and support indie bookstores. I don't know if there is an actual black-owned indie bookstore website, but I would imagine most of the black-owned bookstores are indie bookstores.
Yeah, probably.
So check it out, bit.ly/SYSKBLM. Go out and buy our book, everybody. You're going to love it. It's really great.
And thanks for that, Chuck. Thanks for setting us up for that too, Keely. Much appreciated. We'll see you in Nashville. I guess Keely will be the one, like she said, lose your mind. If you want to lose your mind on us via email, we love that kind of thing. You can send it off to stuffpodcast@iheartradio.com.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio's House of Works. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Friends, over the last 12 years, Subaru of America Incorporated and its participating retailers have donated more than $176 million to help those in need through the Subaru Share the Love event. By the end of this, their 13th year, Subaru and the participating retailers they work with will have donated over $200 million to help those in need through the Subaru Share the Love event. So you can get a great vehicle and support a great cause all at the same time. With every new Subaru purchase or lease, Subaru will donate $250 to your choice of charities, November 19th through January 4th.
This is Sammy J, and I have some exciting news to share. We are back for season 2 of my podcast, Let's Be Real with Sammy J. This season, we'll have more revealing and unfiltered conversations with celebrities, influencers, activists, and athletes. Guests include the amazing
How'd
singer
that get
and
in right off
actor
the bat?
Anthony
What the hell?
Ramos, TikTok sensation Dixie D'Amelio, NBA star Aaron Gordon, and many more. Listen to Let's Be Real with Sammy J on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, and welcome to the Short Stuff. I'm Josh, and there's Chuck. Who knows where Jerry is, but this is Short Stuff, so it doesn't matter, because we can equal ourselves. A little assist by our friend Dave Brucey.
Yeah. I think we don't shout out Dave enough.
Not nearly enough. Let's just make this episode us talking about how great Dave is.
Right, the original Black Cowboy.
That's right. But totally wrong. But it was a decent attempt at a segue.
Yeah, because we all know the original Black Cowboy was Sheriff Martin in Blazing Saddles.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that movie. Is it a good one?
I mean, it's a classic. It couldn't be made today.
Sure.
But, written by Mel Brooks and the great Richard Pryor, and was one other co-writer. But, yeah, they played that for comedy in that movie, but as it turns out, there were a lot of black cowboys in the United States, and you just don't see a bunch of movies and TV shows where they're represented. Shock. But there are some statistics that say 25% or more of all cowboys after the Civil War in the Wild West were these black men out there doing cowboy stuff, working hard, roping cattle, doing all the things that you see in the movies.
Yeah, and the idea, what I can tell from the research is that the popular conception of cowboys.
It's gotta quit going in that fucking corner. It's driving me nuts.
Is fairly
I'm gonna pick that motherfucker up too much.
The race of them is what was off. Just the fact that black people were not at all represented among cowboys in the popularization of cowboy life back east. That's the historical misunderstanding. And that apparently even before the Civil War, most black cowboys, according to one historian of the American West, most of the cowboys were black. And that it was a job that was open to enslaved people, basically. And that if you were white, you didn't want to be known as a cowboy. That job was potentially beneath you or whatever. Even though it was all about bronco busting and herding cattle and lassoing and stuff like that. All the stuff we think of with cowboys today. But that transition between it being from something that was like beneath a white guy out west to something that was a coveted title among white guys was when back east people started to hear about cowboys and say, that's cool, what a cool life. And then all of a sudden white guys were like, oh, actually, I'm a cowboy now, and you can count me in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that name, at least according to this historian, is racist in nature, because the white workers wanted to be called cowpunchers or cowhands, and the black men were called cowboys. And like you said, once lore hit back east, they jumped on that cowboy train because I guess that word took and it sounded cool.
Yeah, the thing is, I went and tried to corroborate that elsewhere because it makes sense if you take it from that standpoint. That cowboy actually has like a denigrating origin, but I did not see that anywhere else, and I couldn't find the difference between a cowhand and a cowboy. They are completely interchangeable from what I can tell definition-wise. But I don't know, maybe that etymology got lost to history.
Well, Larry Callies runs the Black Cowboy Museum in Texas and Rosenberg, and I want to credit him for saying that since he's where we got it.
Yeah, here, Larry, here's the live. Just go out on it. So the idea of black cowboys and cowboys in general really kind of came out of this migration of Southerners, especially Southern whites, moving out west to Texas for the chance for cheap land, wide open spaces, the promise of a new chance for a fortune, because the South had really become industrialized as far as agrarianism was concerned. And Texas had a lot of opportunity, especially if you were willing to push Spanish settlers and indigenous people from Mexico off of their land. You could really make a name for yourself in Texas. A lot of those white settlers brought enslaved people with them, and they were the earliest black cowboys out there.
Yeah, because what happened was, you're in Texas, you get roped into the Confederacy, and then these white people who moved out west go back east to fight in the Civil War. They left the people that they enslaved behind to, keep the ranch going, basically. Right. And that was sort of the beginning of the black cowboy movement.
It really was. What's interesting is that it was triggered by the Civil War. That the Civil War created that kind of niche and need for cowboys of all stripes, but that typically fell to African Americans who were doing this work while the whites were off fighting the war. And then when the war was over, when the white Confederates came back to Texas, they were like, hey, I don't know if you heard or not, but we're free now, so you have to pay us for this work. And because a lot of herds had been broken up and lost, there was a lot of work to be done getting these herds back in order and getting Texas back up and running, economy-wise, especially with cattle herding.
Yeah, so maybe let's take a break, and we'll talk about some of the more famous of these black cowboys right after this.
Hey everybody, it's Josh and Chuck, and we bet that you're listening to us on your phone right now, right? Well, it's no surprise because the phone is probably the most powerful instrument all of us have in the world right now, but you would think we would give a little more thought to what we encase those wonderful instruments in, don't you think, Chuck?
That's right, and that's why we're talking about Peak Design, because they have just launched a complete system of mobile cases, mounts, and accessories that are designed to be beautiful, delightful to use, and, most importantly, 100% carbon neutral and built to last a lifetime. They're the world's most crowd-funded company, and they're available for pre-order on Kickstarter. Just head over to peakdesign.com/SYSK for a limited time steep discount. All accessories are going to work with the new iPhone 12 MagSafe system. To learn more about the Mobile by Peak Design and all the other amazing products they have, just go to peakdesign.com/SYSK.
This episode is brought to you by IBM. Today, every answer matters more than ever before. Because whether it's about health, deliveries, or finance, some things just can't wait. That's why IBM's helping businesses manage millions of calls, texts, and chats with Watson Assistant. It's conversational AI designed to help your customers find the answers they need faster, no matter the industry. Let's put smart to work. Visit IBM.com/Watson Assistant to learn more.
Alright, so if you look at the history books and TV shows and movies, you hear a lot about Wild Bill Hickok and Annie Oakley and all these sort of legendary Wild West figures. You don't hear as much about the Black Cowboys, who were also legendary figures, just in the same way. Like they would, some of them were bad guys who would shoot up a saloon and have a gunfight in the middle of the street at high noon. Many of them, obviously, were just regular cowboys who did hard work day and night rustling cattle.
Some of them also, Chuck, were even lawmen, too. There was a guy named Bass Reeves, who was the first African-American Marshal, U.S. Marshal west of the Mississippi, and he had a 32-year career, and apparently was so morally unimpeachable that some people insist he was the model for the Lone Ranger.
I know, isn't that crazy?
It is, and I have to tell you, I grew up on the Lone Ranger, the 1982 or 3 movie.
The movie? Okay.
Yeah, it informed my childhood. I also watched the TV show too, the playset and everything. But I was a big time into the Lone Ranger. I watched that movie within the last couple of months. It is one of the most boring movies I have ever seen in my life. I was like, my parents must have been like, what is wrong with this kid? This movie is just like watching paint dry. There's like 5 parts that are interesting, and the rest is like just slowly stringing together. This part's really weird, and the chemistry is like baking soda and more baking soda. Like nobody has any chemistry. It means that there's nothing happening. There's no reaction.
I tell you what I love though about that movie is that color blue of his outfit.
It's the star of the movie, basically.
Yeah, and the color of his hat too, because it was white, but it wasn't stark white. It was sort of this creamy white.
Yeah, he had a tinge of badness to it, maybe, but I guess not.
Another famous black cowboy from back in the day was a man named Bose Icard. He is in the Hall of Fame at the National Multicultural Western Heritage Museum and Hall of Fame.
God bless the people who found that.
And he was the right-hand man to one Colonel Charles Goodnight. He was a big, super successful cattleman in Texas. And apparently, if you've ever read or seen Lonesome Dove, Larry McMurtry's sort of classic Western, the character of Joshua Dietz was based on him, played by none other than Danny Glover, who was not too old for that dance.
Who is what?
He was not too old for that dance. That's the too old for this ass.
Oh man, that was a great joke. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
So there's another one named Bill Pickett, who was a very famous rodeo guy. He was one of the first African American rodeo men, I guess. And he invented the sport of steer wrestling, which is where you ride up alongside a steer and grab him by the horns and drag him to the ground. It's really awful, especially when you understand what he came up with, which is called bulldogging, where it was a technique that he would overwhelm the steer with pain by biting its lip. He was inspired by watching dogs herd cattle. So he tried it himself. He's like, this really works. But he was a genuine trailblazer in the rodeo world, and despite the fact that he was barred from competing in a lot of rodeos, even though he was among the best, that rodeos were segregated for a very long time. And if you were an African-American rodeo cowboy, you had to compete either late at night or early in the morning before the actual rodeo started, or else you might have your own rodeo altogether.
I mentioned outlaws. There was a man named Isom Dart. He was an enslaved person who went the other way, and he was a horse thief. Like so many other horse thieves, he would steal horses and cattle in Mexico, drive them across that big old Rio Grande River, sell them off in Texas. And like so many outlaws, he was shot down by a hired gun. In this case, Tom Moore. And I'm thinking of movies. I think there have been a couple of movies where they did represent these black cowboys, but it always seemed like these movies were sort of not a trick, but just kind of like stunt casting. Like, ooh, we're going to make a movie with black cowboys. How different? Instead of, well, this is just a movie like any other Western because this is how it was.
Exactly, and I'm sure that they were all just left out of the history books because of some oversight, but I'm glad we're here correcting that.
We're trying our best.
There's also, we would be very terribly remiss if we didn't mention the most famous black cowboy of all time, one Nate Love, also known as Deadwood Dick.
He's Nat.
No, it's not. I specifically saw it in a couple of places that we verified it. Yeah, he was born Nathaniel, and I guess they just didn't feel like adding the E, which is significant because he was taught to read and write despite being born enslaved. His father taught him to read and write, so he was educated enough that he actually wrote his own autobiography in 1907. I should have just kept it as 1907. That sounded kind of old-timey. But Chuck, I think you need to read everybody the title and note that there is not a single colon found.
Yeah, it's Life and Adventures of Nat Love, and it's spelled N-A-T in his autobiography title.
I swear it's Nate.
Well, I'm looking at the book cover.
I know, I'm telling you, it's pronounced Nate.
Okay, but there is no E. I just want to point out to people. Life and Adventures of blank love, better known in the cattle country as Deadwood Dick by himself, the true history of slavery days, life on the great cattle ranges, and on the plains of the wild and woolly West, based on facts and personal experiences by the author.
There is a colon. I thought that was a semicolon. There's always a colon.
It seems to be.
But he was like you were describing, like he would get in shootouts, and he was kind of known as an abandoner and outlaw in some circles. But from what I can tell, he was just a legitimate, bona fide cowboy, and he led a cowboy life like any other cowboy would.
Fantastic.
It really is fantastic.
Very, very big and self-promoter, like so many of those cowboys back then.
Yeah, for sure. They say that they're not entirely certain where, in fact, it departs from fiction in his autobiography, but it's apparently impeccable. So go check it out. And I guess I said check it out, which means that the short stuff is out.
It's out.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio's How Stuff Works. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
If I'm not commuting anymore, where would I really want to live?
Well, if you handle less questions, Bevel Guided Investing helps you manage your portfolio and invest for your next move with the option to work with an advisor at a low-cost minimum. Merrill, Bank of America Company. Visit merrilllynch.com/investing-goals to get started today.
Investing offers are mutual rates with no weighted with registered investment advisor member SIPC because requires other information shared on the backyard game today.
This episode is brought to you by IBM. Today, answers matter more than ever before. That's why IBM is helping businesses manage customer questions with Watson Assistant. It's conversational AI designed to work for any industry. Let's put smart to work.
Passing the
Visit
ball.
IBM.com/Watson
This
Assistant.
shit is legit just to get points. So fuck assists. Does nothing.
An incomplete compendium of mostly interesting things that you can pre-order it now.
That's right. It would mean a lot if you supported this book. You're going to love it. It's really great. It looks great. It smells great. It reads great. And how about this? Why don't you support indie bookstores by going to indiemountain.org? Or even better, why don't you support black-owned businesses? Because we set up a little link, bit.ly/SYSKELM. And order a book from us.
That's right. So, Stuff You Should Know, Cold and an Incomplete Compendium of Mostly Interesting Things is coming soon.
Definitely don't have 10 points in the fourth yet. I don't know if I played in the third at all, but I only have 6 points in the second half, so either way.
Hey, welcome to the podcast. I'm Josh Clark. Chuck Bryant right here. Gary's out there somewhere. This is Stuff You Should Know. It's a bold talk edition.
So Jerry's in her office now. I'm in the Stuff You Should Know studio.
You're in Florida.
You're at your home studio, or a home studio.
Right.
You like a
Right.
Look at this.
Right.
Which room is closest to me, baby? I'll just go in there.
We're recording from today, right?
Fuck.
And now Jerry is like a ghost that haunting the computer in here
They're
recording.
gonna take me out, probably.
Right. She's like,
That's amazing.
what's that? Yeah, she's like a ghost. You said it best.
She just texted me 2 minutes in and said, your levels are good. So
That's great. Go back to sleep, Jerry.
that's about right.
So I was talking to Jerry earlier, and she just reminded me, we're talking origami today, she just reminded me that my first trip to Japan, I brought her back a paper origami crane, and that she still has it. And I was thinking about that trip, Chuck, because on that trip, you took me to Japan.
Remember when you guys liked each other, you and Gary?
Yeah, we still do. It's that crane that's keeping us friends.
That's right.
But on that trip, one of the places you took me was Hiroshima. Right?
Sure.
And it is one of the neatest places I've ever been. I know I've talked about it before, but one of the things that you'll see there are just mounds and mounds of origami cranes.
Yeah.
Like cranes, like the bird. Basically the quintessential origami line.
Not like building cranes. That's not what we build.
You never can tell these days, you know. Bob the Builder had a pretty good run for a while there, so we could have been. But apparently, one of the reasons you see those cranes is because there was a little girl from Hiroshima named Sadako Sasaki. Yeah, I know, it's very sad. So she was
Oh my god, quit passing the ball. I know they're making me pick it up. I was like,
And she was
Jesus.
exposed to radiation and then tender age
Whatever.
of leukemia. And she died at age 12. But before she died, she started this project of folding 1,000 paper cranes for in origami, which was kind of this long-standing thing that was associated with like good luck or honor or dignity. And hers was that if you, there's another one that if you complete 1,000 cranes, and you have a wish. And so this little girl, Sadako Sasaki, her wish was for world peace, but she died before she could complete the cranes, the 1,000 cranes.
And that is upsetting, but to end it on a more heartwarming note, her classmates got together and folded the remaining cranes in her honor.
Yeah.
They were buried, which is at least a slightly uplifting ending.
Right. So when you go to Hiroshima today, at this peace memorial that they built, like a whole section of the city when the bomb went off, it's just going to turn into this anti-nuclear, anti-war peace memorial. There's just tons of cranes that were created by school children, kind of in honor of Sadako Sasaki and for this wish for world peace. And if you stepped out of the studio and followed me into the living room, you would see 1,000 paper cranes that can be folded just for me too.
You know who here at work has done that?
Who?
Guess.
You.
No. Which one of your colleagues do you think would do this?
I don't know, man. I honestly don't know. There's so many very complex, rich people that we work with that I can't even begin to guess. I'm going to hazard a guess and say Ben.
I can see that doing that.
What about the other Ben?
Probably not. Pam Peacock.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And Santon, our graphic designer, who's an artist, obviously, and I asked Pam actually if I could read her Facebook post when she completed it, because I think this is instructive on, and you tell me whether it jives with Yumi's experience.
Okay.
Because it sort of is instructive on the art of origami, and it's more than just folding paper. It is meditative, and it can be relaxing and healing and all those things. So Pam posted a photo of the final project. It said, "This is what 1,000 origami cranes looks like in a pile on my coffee table. Tonight I met the goal on August 2nd, 2018 to fold 1,000 cranes within 1 year's time. There were several reasons I wanted to take on the challenge: the meditative quality of folding origami, to practice dexterity and fine motor skills, the fun in making a flat piece of paper into something dimensional and new, to make a whole bunch of something. There's a certain satisfaction in that. But the biggest reason was to cultivate more discipline with myself, to commit to a long-term ongoing project and see it through to completion is a big deal for me." And she goes on to say she has a pretty long history about getting pumped up about a project and then abandoning it. And she found with 2 months left, she only had, she had 500 left to go. So it took her 10 months. Well, I think she just took some time off.
Sure. Well, yeah. I mean, that's how you're supposed to do it. You're not supposed to just sit there and do it in one fell swoop. It kind of misses a bunch of them.
Yeah, she said that she went several months without it, realized she had a couple of months and the clock was ticking. She said, "I made the decision to recommit and push myself instead of letting it go." Like so many other things, I know I'll still struggle with those issues, but as an exercise growth, I feel like I've leveled up a bit and continue applying these strength and skills to my art, personal and professional lives.
Very nice. And she's like, "Gonna check out my finger muscles."
That too.
You're right. You know, Yumi's not only the stick-to-itiveness, so I don't think she benefited in that sense, but there's definitely like a meditative aspect to it. Like when she was doing it for me, it was like I thought it was very sweet, and then the more I learned about it, the sweeter I realized how it was. I mean, to do that for somebody is pretty cool, and to do it for yourself too, like Hannah did, is pretty neat as well.
I think it was also for Yumi.
She, yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm sure she got a tremendous amount out of it too, But it was one of those things where she would just kind of work on it when she felt like it. It was
Damn, 15 more minutes before I spin the wheel. I was like, oh, let's go spin the wheel real quick. Not time
I
yet.
used to think stick-to-itiveness was a weird middle name, but when I saw it written down, like in the context of her name, it was great.
You're like, I've been pronouncing that Alice all these years.
That was so weird.
So Pam said something that I saw other people mention too about origami, is that it's transformative. Like she's taking a piece of paper and transforming it into something.
Yeah.
And there's this really amazing, so there's a definite Zen quality to origami paper folding, right? And there's a documentary out there called Between Folds. It's of course a PBS documentary. But it has this kind of Zen vibe to it too. It's really, really mellow and low key. But some of the stuff they're talking about and showing you there is just nuts. And I'll talk about it from time to time. But there's this one guy in there named Michael LaFosse, and he describes origami as a metamorphic type of art, where like with painting, you're adding paint, so it's an additive kind of art. With sculpting from like marble, it's a subtractive art. With paper folding and origami, you're taking the same thing, and it's the same thing that is the finished product. You're not adding to it or subtracting to it. It's still just a piece of paper, but you're transforming it into something else. And that is kind of the essence of origami itself.
Yeah, this one was one that I was so sure that we had done it before, because this just smacks of stuff you should know. We love to cover Japanese topics, first of all, but I don't know, it just felt like surely we've done this. And I had to look. I looked probably 5 different ways just to make sure that we had done it.
You're like, what kind of smart way would we title this?
Well, that's what I thought. That was my fear, was that it would be like called Folding Madness or something stupid like that.
Did you search Folding Madness?
No, I just made that up. But
what if that's the one that we already released?
It did seem really familiar, but I think I'm probably just thinking about bonsai, maybe, which I think is similar in a way, and not just because they're both Japanese disciplines, but I feel like the meditative quality and the care and the precision and the spiritual aspect, I think they have a lot of overlap there.
One of the big differences, though, is that that origami doesn't involve plant torture like bonsai does.
Well, in bonsai doesn't. There's no paper torture involved, so.
That's true. That's true. So when we talk about origami, we're actually talking about this that is technically a subset of this larger thing that actually grew out of origami and ended up forming this kind of umbrella art form called paper folding, appropriately enough. But origami, everybody kind of associates that with Japan. And the weird thing is when we talk about origami, which, by the way, we haven't really said it, but it's taking usually one sheet of paper and folding it in certain ways so that it becomes some other representation of something else.
I hate his fucking face. It's driving me nuts.
But the point of origami is that this shape or this new representation, like an animal or a person or something, it's all made just by a single sheet of paper, typically, and folding that paper. That's the whole key.
Yeah, and one of the other keys is that you're not gluing things, you're not cutting things. It's really just folding, and it can be very basic. And I tried my hand at it today just to make some very basic things, and I definitely get the meditative aspects. Although I was just doing it to try and do something sort of quickly for work and not in the style that you would normally do origami. Sure. I could see how if you applied that at your house, put on some good music.
I wonder if there's any new face scans out for LeBron yet
Shut the
or
door.
anything.
Keep your family far, far away.
I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break. Go look up face scans, see if I can find any new ones yet. And then we'll take a piss as well, grab a drink, and then do the daily spin, since that's in 10 minutes. So I'll be right back. If this looks like shit, I might try to do a crazy scene. Like that's gonna look the fucking same. But I'll try it for a game or so. See what happens. I probably accidentally hit the same fucking head. That's the key, really. Is like if you get a decent scan, you actually have to fucking find the perfect head. It looks the same. It looks horrible. Alright, time to turn the podcast back on, zone out, and keep on. Oh, that's right. I was supposed to go fucking spin the wheel. That was the whole point of me taking a break and taking a piss and shit. Huh. Yeah, well.
I could see how it could accomplish that goal for me. I might start doing it.
I hadn't thought about keeping the family farm for a week because when she was folding that 1,000 cranes, I'd be like, what number are you on now? What number are you on now? Every time she folded it.
She probably was just an autopilot.
What'd you do? What'd you do over there? Is this a crane too? Did we make it a crane?
Well, we have it. Yeah. No joking, that's
Yeah. We should probably go over a few of the terms. The terms of origami, they say, comes from oru, which means to fold, pretty smart, and kami, which is paper. So origami apparently was the original term for it. It's kind of, I guess, just became origami, which, as far as I can see, is actually not. It's not actually a word. It's kind of an offshoot of origami.
Yeah, and if you go to, you can make origami out of anything. They talk about sticky nuts and just copy paper, but you can actually buy kami, K-A-M-I, online if you want to go to an art store these days. It might not be so easy to go to a store, but that's what it might be called. There are other kinds of paper that we'll talk about later, but paper is what you need. If you want to be a paper folder, you don't need a bunch of other stuff, which is a very lo-fi art form. It's super cool in that way. And what you end up with is called a model. I guess you could call it an art piece or something if you're a little highfalutin, but they're really just called models.
Yeah, so that's any finished origami product is called the model. There's also, so this article says you need two things for origami. You need a sheet of paper and some imagination. But I would beg to differ. You don't even need imagination because there's so many what are called origami designs out there that are basically step-by-step illustrations of the different molds you need to make. So if you want to say make an origami donkey, as long as you have the paper in one of these designs, you don't have to have any imagination whatsoever.
Yeah, and when I was first reading this too, I thought, well, you need paper and fingers, but I realized that was quite ableist actually.
Boo.
Because there is actually a style of origami from a British man named John Smith in the late 70s called Pure Land or Pure Origami that is very basic and was created in part so people who had some sort of physical impairment could still realize the joy and the meditative qualities of folding paper.
I saw that too. That was the one that appeals to me the most because it's so simple.
Yeah, same here.
Also, Chuck, did you know that the world's greatest archer was born with no arms?
I think we talked about that, right?
I don't know.
The Olympic George thing?
No, definitely not. No, because I just saw it this past Sunday, so it was not possible. You just had a memory from the future. It's pretty impressive.
The Christopher Nolan movie.
So I can't wait, but I have to say, man, I am very disappointed to see movies starting to come out on the trailer saying only in theaters. I'm like, I didn't realize we were at that point again yet.
Well, I mean, his new movie Tenet is one of the big ones back in the early spring when they were like, he's going to put it out in theaters even if he has to bump it a month or two. Like, he's not going to do an at-home thing. He's not going to wait till next year.
Yep.
And I think they're doing like pretty big-time spacing and stuff, but I ain't going to a movie theater.
Yep.
And it's one of my favorite places to go.
I know. Like we talked about the other day in sneezing, how it's just so great to go see a movie in the middle of the day.
Yeah, can you imagine seeing a movie now and you hear someone sneeze? I would be out of there so fast.
I'd just start crying on the way to the movie theater. I would not be at all comfortable with that.
So I think we should probably take a break. We've been yammering for 15 minutes.
No, we made it for the first two paragraphs.
So we'll come back after this and we'll talk about paper, very key to origami, right after this.
You know, if you're an employer, you probably are already aware of this, but you have a lot on your plate. So leaving your hiring to the one place that makes finding qualified candidates fast and easy is just a smart move. And that one place, friends, is called ZipRecruiter.com/stuff.
That's right. ZipRecruiter sends your job to over 100 of the web's leading job sites, but they don't even stop there. They have very powerful matching technology, so they're able to scan thousands of resumes to find people with the exact right experience and then actively invite them to apply for your job.
ZipRecruiter is so effective that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a qualified candidate within the first day.
That's right, and it gets even better, folks, because right now you can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/stuff. That's ZipRecruiter.com/STUFF. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
You're ready to get back into yoga. So you ordered the essentials: a non-slip mat, yoga blocks to keep balance, and an exercise ball. And you used your Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, choosing to earn 3% cash back on online shopping, or up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member, which you put towards the cost of your most essential yoga gear, noise-canceling headphones. Apply for yours at bankofamerica.com/more-rewarding. Copyright 2020 Bank of America Corporation.
Alrighty, I teased paper.
You did. Paper doesn't like to be teased.
Paper didn't like that. I thought about you earlier, by the way. Sidebar, I was watching some old Mitch Hedberg stuff, and I immediately was like, man, Josh would want these.
Somebody wrote in to say you got some new. What's it? Was it based on a listener mail?
No, I don't know how. I think it was just in my feed on my Facebook page, and just I don't know, it popped up. It was so good. This joke about the belt loops.
I don't know about that one. What is it?
The belt is holding up the pants, but the belt loops hold up the belt. Who's the real hero here?
That guy was priceless.
So paper is what you're going to need if you want to practice origami. And China invented paper in about 105 AD, but it was a luxury item. They weren't so much into folding it, or at least into artwork, and they might have folded letters, or maybe they just scrolled at that point.
I saw that they folded stuff into like paper gold nuggets, and then set them on fire as offerings to ancestors.
So maybe proto origami.
Yes, definitely proto.
But in the 6th century, Buddhist monks introduced paper to Japan. It was pretty rare and expensive here as well. It was used for, special occasions and stuff like that. But as paper got a little more ubiquitous, then they decided that they could start folding it in interesting ways, and it wasn't a waste.
Right.
And it was affordable, I guess.
Yeah, as it became more affordable, folding became a lot more widespread. And as it became more widespread, people started doing kind of interesting things with it. Like you're saying, at first it was just kind of reserved for special occasions like weddings, or there's one called the Shide, S-H-I-D-E. I was thinking of Charde. And it's like a zigzag pattern that they use to kind of denote religious places or altars or something like that. And then somebody said, well, you can make a frog out of it. Let's check this out. And I think origami kind of took off. And that's how it stayed, at least in Japan, for several centuries, where it was, they knew how to make a kite, they knew how to make a box, they knew how to make cranes. Cranes were huge, sure. And in fact, one of the first books on origami was called Folding 1,000 Cranes. Let's see, Samba Zuru Morikata, 1,000 crane folding. So it was a big deal already, all the way back in the 18th century. But finally, in I believe the 1930s, I think around 1937, there was a guy whose name was Akira Yoshizawa. And you cannot talk about origami, or paper folding, or paper, or folding, or Japan, or shoes, without mentioning Akira Yoshizawa. This guy he single-handedly took what was a centuries-old school children's craft by this time, by the 1930s rolled around, that had been static for centuries, and said, I'm going to turn this into an art form, and he did.
Yeah, big time. And by this point, it was widely referred to as origami. I think in the late 1700s, it was still called orikata, and that was from that book about the 1,000 cranes. But by this time, it was origami, and he was a laborer for most of his life, and he was a hobbyist as far as origami went. But he started writing out these diagrams and basically sort of these how-tos. If you've ever looked at an origami book or something online, if you don't know how to do it, it's very simple, depending on the ultimate model that you want to end up with. These diagrams that you can just follow along these lines and fold and just kind of copy what you're seeing. And he was the first person to do this and eventually published these in the 1950s in books. And it was a really big deal. Like, it was already a popular thing in Japan. Previous to that, it was actually in Spain and some other parts of Europe, thanks to the Silk Road. But it really sort of popularized it worldwide, I think, after his book.
Yeah, well, even before then, I think there was a magazine that celebrated like the new year by commissioning him to do like the 12 signs of the zodiac in origami. They put it on their cover, and so you can imagine for Japan, everything that had to do with origami was like, look at this kite that our kid made and now it's hanging on our refrigerator. To the 12 signs of the zodiac, and these things actually look kind of like a monkey, and the box looks amazing, and it's just, what this guy did just completely blew everybody away. And very shortly after that, he divided the system, started having exhibitions around the world, and became like this revered master of origami, like the first true origami artist, the one who said you can make an art form out of this. And he decided to live like this kind of poverty, I don't want to say poverty-stricken, but poverty-adjacent life. Very nice, Chuck. Where he supported himself selling soup door to door. He sold something called sukudani, which is like a kind of a seaweed condiment that you put on rice. He sold that door to door, and he just made enough money to support his habit of origami. That's all he wanted to do. But what's amazing about him is he was like the preeminent origami artist for decades. He made at least 50,000 different models. It is. Just look him up right now, Akira Yoshizawa. And he never sold a single one. He would let them out for exhibitions, he would give them as gifts, but he never made a dime off of his origami.
Yeah, and he's one of those that his reputation reached a point where he literally could have gotten rich selling his models in the end.
Oh yeah, for sure. But he just wasn't about that.
Love it. Very good.
Very, at least very origami-esque.
Oh yeah, totally. He's like this other stuff.
Yeah.
That's not the point. What about Tim Burton after that rhinoceros? It's like, some of those animals, I mean, not just from him, but when you look up, kind of the most amazing origami, and there are a lot of animals, so we'll talk about that, but it's really just astounding.
It is astounding. One of the ways that he was able to take origami from a kite, and I know I keep going back to a kite, but,
those were the base forms.
Kind of where it was at. Taking it from a kite to, like he very famously made this gorilla, I think it's a gorilla, that you almost always see in the background behind him. It's an ape. It's either a gorilla or Tyrannosaurus Rex.
I thought you'd be like, it's either a gorilla or a car.
Right. But when he makes something, you know exactly what it is. But one of the things about his particular kind of art was that it wasn't like every single detail is captured. People have taken it to that. Paper folders have gotten to the point where it's like that guy Michael LaFosse created a huge easily 2-foot alligator, which is almost several meters, at least by my estimation, out of a single piece of paper. And it has all of like the armor, the scaly armor involved. Like there's a lot of detail. That's not what Yoshizawa was into. His was much more expressive and almost impressionistic. But you knew exactly what it was when you looked at it. And he was able to do this through a technique that he created called wet.
Yeah, and wet folding is how you can round things out. You're obviously wetting the paper, and that's how, or dampening at least, you want to get into that. And you can manipulate it a little more. You can round things out, make it look a little more like a sculpture. But I really liked his style. It wasn't because it didn't seem like boy, I'm out to wow you and impress you with just something that's so detailed that it'll blow your mind. They were detailed, but it wasn't like that other guy that you're talking about.
Michael LaFosse.
Yeah, which is, they're both great, but it just seemed a little more intuitive and organic in terms of what Yoshizawa was doing, I think.
Yeah, his technique screams, oh, you like that? Not for sale.
Yeah. Get out of my kitchen. Why were you here in the first place? Can I work for Time Magazine?
But help yourself to some soup that is sells ordered.
Exactly.
So I guess we should talk about if someone's listening to this and interest has been piqued and wants to know how to fold them. We should teach people, I think, Joe.
Yeah. Well, we'll tell you the basics at least. There are many types of folds, but you mentioned the kite base or the kite fold, and that's one of the basics, and it is there. You can oftentimes start from a base, which is just sort of your starting shape. That's your point where you start, and then get more detail from there. And there's the kite base, the fish base, the bird base, and the frog base, and those are listed in order of difficulty from easy to hard.
And there's a really great site called Paper Kawaii. It's spelled like Hawaii, but with a K. It means cute in Japanese. And the person who runs that site has made a huge depository of resources, instructional videos, diagrams, and everything you could possibly want. But she says that there's 12 bases, or at least she instructs you on making 12 bases. So it gets even richer than those 4.
Yeah, I mean, I got the picture that was the 4 most basic original bases, and
gotcha.
I was probably doing a bit more.
So there's some types of models that tend to pop up more often than others, and animals are frequently created. And like I was saying, like it's not necessarily like you're going for ultra realism. It'd be impossible to make it ultra real because I don't know if we've said this yet. Like you're not supposed to use like scissors or glue or tape or anything like that. And some people still use scissors every once in a while, but definitely you don't use glue or tape. That's not what's holding them together. These models are held entirely
I've been chilling in the back, no cat, low speed, no sleep, low key, you know me though. I've been bouncing back to back, no frauds, full squad, home team, go rings, you know me though. You know me though. You know me.
For the whole team, go hard until I'm soaking, not sweating. If we don't win, we get the next one, then the checks come.
first responders.
I'm gonna go ahead
We have a program
and
called Thank You
restart that
program,
game.
which provides free food
I'm
for
not
essential
really happy
healthcare
with the way
workers
it's going.
and first responders. And when you own and operate a
Then it's still the first
you make a
quarter,
promise to serve the
so
community
why
where
not?
you do business, and that's what those franchisees do every day.
Which is why they say, Chuck, McDonald's serving here.
Hey friends, when you're at home, you might be all about relaxing and spending time with your family. And I gotta say that Alexa can do that much easier for you to do that.
Yeah, because let's say you want to unwind and listen to a podcast. She's always there with a good recommendation. Because, you know, you can't just listen to stuff you should know all the time. Even though it is the best, admittedly.
That's right. Or if you need a funny dad joke that you want to steal and tell your kid later, you might want to listen to stuff you should know as well.
Yeah, or some days you don't feel like reading the news, Alexa will read it for you. All you have to say is, Alexa, what are today's headlines? And off she goes.
That's right. You may not even realize what you did before Alexa came along.
Oh, I can tell you, people manage their own calendars and shopping lists. We don't want to have to do that again. It's not like we're lazy. It's just that Alexa is a lot more organized than we are.
That's right. Life with Alexa is the best because she provides balance and accountability, meaning she reminds you to do stuff that you might otherwise push off another day or even another week, like calling your parents or working out. All you have to do is say, Alexa, remind me to work out tomorrow at 7 a.m., and she does.
I hate this ad. These ads literally just triggers my tablet over and over again. I can hear it over there going ding, ding.
Hey, Chuck, I love that we did not ever do an episode on paper, unless we named it in a smart aleck way, too.
What you writing on?
We did toilet paper.
You want to do toilet paper?
Sure. Yeah, I think that'd be interesting. So, we did one on grass, we can do one on paper.
Oh, absolutely. And paper, like we said, is
Hey, somehow my options got changed.
Start practicing origami.
Yeah, shop meter's
And
on.
copy
What
or
the
white paper
fuck?
is-
You're telling me it's
if you're
fucked
not
up
just- if you
again
wanna step it
now?
up from just copy paper or something like that.
Like, if it starts acting like 2K20 and just
It's a good place
changing
to
every
start.
time you log in,
It
I'm gonna
is
be
designed
pissed.
for origami and paper folding. It is very crisp, very thin, holds its shape really well, very easy to fold, and it stays it's pretty robust. Like after you fold it, it doesn't, it stays pretty strong.
Yeah. That's like if you go to a stationery store and you look for origami paper, that's probably what you're going to get is that copy paper.
Yeah, it might have a nice pattern on it, usually square, and you can get it in different sizes from like sticky note size to granddaddy size.
Not want to give
Yeah,
this dude a foul.
There's also another kind of paper called washi that is this. It's like thicker, obviously handmade. It might still have some of the grains from the pulp still mashed into it. And
That was a charge. That was great.
It's much better for using when you're doing like wet folding technique, which is where I don't know if we ever said you dampen the paper. You don't do that, but you dampen it so that it folds where the creases, and then it'll hold that shape as it dries too.
Yeah, and it said in the article, which by the way came from houseofworks.com, our website, that it's very costly. And I looked it up, and I saw some, and it seems to me like you can't. Like, if you want washi, it's coming from Japan. I saw some stuff on Amazon that they call washi paper, but it's not washi.
Oh, gotcha.
But it was, yeah, this is more washi than washi. Right now. And it was $50 for a roll that was 16 inches by 32 feet, which is,
oh, okay.
like $50 is a lot of money for paper, but 32 feet, it's not, it's a lot of paper.
Sure. That's a pretty good price on washi.
That's what I thought. You just turned into granddad.
Yeah. Just took my glasses of this.
What about the foil? That's another thing that I thought was kami, but they're two different things.
Yeah, it's often called Japanese foil. It's just paper with a foil backing on one side. The foil comes in different colors, so it can really make your origami paper great.
Yeah, you can bake cookies on it when you're done.
And you said something earlier about how kami might have like a pattern on one side, or one color on one side, one color on another side. That actually fools a lot of people into thinking that they're looking at an origami model that's made from more than one type of paper.
Sure.
But it's actually just two-sided paper. That's just still one sheet. Like, just remember this, when you're inevitably going and looking at pictures of origami today, most of that is just one big or small sheet of paper.
And the other cool thing here at the end, which I think we should mention, and this is very, very neat, is it is art, and it is a hobby, and it is zen-like, but it has practical applications in the world at large. Like when you think about manufacturing things that need to be folded into a small space, where better to look than an origami master to say, like, hey, how would you fold this airbag into this thing? Or this solar array, like, how can we make this large thing small, even if only for packaging?
And Yoshizawa's like, I've died, leave me alone. I'm giving up origami years ago.
Didn't I tell you I hated money?
Right. But what about $10,000?
Is that the magic number for him?
I guess so. Everybody's got a price, even Yoshi's got one.
And origami's great for the classroom, for younger kids to help teach geometry and stuff like that. Really, really good stuff.
I got a little more sweet Yuki story with origami. Her dad was in the hospital, had him for a while, and he was in ICU for a little while. But thanks to COVID, we couldn't visit, and we couldn't even send flowers. Like, they were super on lockdown trying to keep everything out. So she folded some paper flowers and sent them to him, and he had them on his bedside. At his bedside with him. He said he credits 100% for helping him get them.
That's amazing, and they allowed that, huh?
They did. No flowers, but paper flowers is okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Folded by human hands.
Exactly. Very clean human hands, I can assure you.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm glad they did that. That's great.
So, by the way, Bob, we're wishing you a good and healthy recovery, and we'll see you home soon.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Chuck. If you guys want to know more about origami, you can start looking it up. Get yourself some paper. That's another thing we said that I think we should point out. You don't have to have kami or washi or foil or anything like that. You can use copy paper to store it if you want. Whatever's handy. Just go ahead and have some fun with it. That's the point. Have some fun. And since I said have some fun, it's time for this one, man.
I'm going to call this Sexy Sneeze. Remember when we talked a little bit at the end of the sneezing episode about sneezes being linked to orgasms and sexual pleasure?
Yes.
And arousal?
Yes.
Well, we heard from Darcy about that. She
I
said,
think my shots got changed too, because that looks weird.
And this is the first time I've ever thought I really should send them an email
My
about
free throws
this.
are slow.
I'm trying to keep it family friendly, but in your discussion,
That's
during
crazy,
sneezing,
man.
sneezing
Like,
and becoming sexually
why can't this
aroused,
game ever
in my
get
case,
anything
my
right?
nose becomes
I don't
very
even
runny.
agree.
I often
I'm
do
sorry,
need, my nose is running.
I don't even agree with like what they just did. Like giving everyone free rep and increasing the rep. Like people are just gonna be done. You know, like they're gonna be max rep real fucking quick. I was fine with the way it is. Like let it take forever. Let it be like take the entire year to get max rep. You know, like if you play. To me, it's like if you play one game, you know, a couple games every day, let's say, it should take time. Otherwise, what the fuck is the point? Like, you're gonna get max rep and then just sit there, wait for the next 2K. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, when I logged on and saw that my rep went up that much, I was like, oh my goodness. But I don't know. Nothing I can do about it, you know? Bitching and blame. I'm just thinking, you know, I've sat here and spent how much fucking time just working on different characters. I haven't even spent that much time on this shit. Bang. The jump shot felt good, but I'm pretty sure it's not my jump shot. Easy to time, I guess. Yeah. I'd like to know what jump shot that is. I might just use that jump shot and speed it up. It's like set shot 1. That'd be AIDS. But the timing looks fairly decent. You never know what this game does. Let's go ahead and look at it one more time. Right? Give me the ball. Give me the ball, Rob. Wrong. So, like, let's give it to him. Call for the ball back. Okay. Get him the fuck off you. I don't know. It might be my jump shot. Might have just, like, roll back a little bit or something. I don't know. We'll see. I know my free throw seems really slow. That's for sure. Anyhow, let's turn back on the podcast just to be entertained.
During amorous activities, I don't always end up sneezing, but I can tell you that there's a direct link in my body from my nose to other areas. And she said the uncensored version is, I know it's been a good time when my nose starts running. Anyway, just wanted to share my experience. Keep on finding stuff to talk about. Now keep listening. And that's from Darcy. And she did say I could read this and just use her first name.
Thanks a lot, Darcy. That's very brave of you. You're not even in an internet chat room and doing it.
That's right.
It's way to go.
Interesting stuff.
It really is. If you want to be like Darcy and write in something interesting about yourself, we want to hear it. You can send it off to stuffpodcast@iheartradio.com.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio's House of Words. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows. Holiday season means stocking up on some essentials, like decorations and an ugly sweater. With the Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, you can choose to earn 3% cash back on online shopping. The essentials have never felt more rewarding. Visit bankofamerica.com/more-rewarding to apply now. Copyright 2020, Bank of America Corporation.
I created the podcast Prodigy to find the answer to a question. Can genius be created? Many believe it can, because it's happened before. Was it a coincidence, or is it repeatable? In pursuit of the answer, I interviewed brilliant academics, social scientists, groundbreaking researchers, and the prodigies themselves to gain a better understanding.
Watch this free throw. Tell me if it looks the same as my Jordan. To me, it looks slower.
Disregard all
It
simple
looks
explanations, because
yeah, it looks like Ray Allen to me.
My name is Lowell
It
Orlandi,
might be the
and
same.
I'm seeking an answer to a very complicated question.
Maybe I was just paying too much attention to it, you know, like,
December 3rd,
so it seems slow because I was really watching it like a hawk.
wherever you get your podcasts.
You know what Alexa does? She makes life better by keeping you connected to what you care about. Like, if you realize that you haven't talked to your mom in a few days, you just say, Alexa, call mom. Or if you need a reminder to drink water because you're awful about that, just say, Alexa, remind me to drink water every hour. Alexa even makes your home smarter by turning
Suck
on
it.
lights and starting coffee.
Good shot, Marty.
Just ask it, and she makes the day better. With Alexa, a voice is all you need.
This episode is brought to you by IBM. Today, every answer matters more than ever before. Because whether it's about health, deliveries, or finance, some things just can't wait. That's why IBM is helping businesses manage millions of calls, texts, and chats with Watson Assistant. It's conversational AI designed to help your customers find the answers they need faster, no matter the industry. Let's put smart to work. Visit IBM.com/Watson Assistant to learn more.
Happy weekend, folks. In old podcast time, it is December 15th, 2016. In modern podcast time, it's 2020. One thing that has not changed between 2016 and 2020 is how porta potties work. It's an interesting topic, believe it or not. I remember really enjoying this episode. I don't really enjoy porta potties, but it's kind of a neat thing to research, believe it or not.
Are you serious?
How porta potties work.
Come on. No, don't bug up. It's the fourth quarter. I don't want to restart.
Production of iHeartRadio's How Stuff Works.
There you go. 2, 3, 4. God knows where I'm at. Okay, I'm on the bench. Wow.
Master Ace. Roland. And this is definition.
Yeah, movie edition.
So it's going to get disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you need trigger warnings when the title of the episode is got porta potty in it, but we'll just throw it out there. We're going to be talking about poop and pee. And so if you're having lunch, maybe just put that chili dog down.
Okay, easily.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I don't think we can put it off any longer.
Yeah, they're going to beat it up.
I kind of like how this article actually starts, though, by Dave Ruse. It talks about the Taste of Chicago.
Oh, is this a Ruse jam?
Yes, it is.
Good.
So he talks about how if you go to the Taste of Chicago, right, every July they hold it at the Grant Park alongside the lake.
What's our show there, by the way? Was that July?
No, it was chillier than that. I think it was October.
Okay, they had something that happened in Grant Park because I remember seeing hundreds and hundreds of porta potties on the drive-in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
maybe they just always have them there.
No, I don't think so.
No. Well, for the Taste of Chicago, they definitely have porta potties. In fact, for 2014, and we should say there's like 1 million people that come through this thing over the course of the week.
Yeah, it's a lot of folks.
It really is. Have you ever been to Atlanta's Taste of anything?
No.
I haven't either. I don't think 1 million people show up for it.
No.
It makes me want to go try Chicago's.
Me too.
But so you got 1 million people, and Service Sanitation Inc., which is the company that laid the porta potty contract, crunched the numbers, looked at the food that was going to be there, said, "You gonna have some beer?"
No.
Yeah, okay. They carried the one, and they came up with 380 regular porta potties.
Yeah.
28 wheelchair accessible porta potties.
Good.
And 80 hand washing stations that have soap and fresh running water.
Not bad.
Right. So here's the thing. Like, that's great. They delivered all those things. But had they just walked away and said, "See you at the end of Taste of Chicago," it would have been a living nightmare.
Yeah.
For everyone involved.
Yeah, it would be more than the Taste of Chicago.
It'd be the sickening smell of Chicago.
Yeah, that would have been bad because Well, we'll get into it. The porta potties sometimes you can leave them, come back a week later, and just take them away. It's like a temporary work site or something. But sometimes when you're selling beer and chili, you need to come at the end of every day and clean those suckers out.
Yes, that's what they did. They came at night when everyone was sleeping.
Yeah.
Well, I guess if you went to bed at 9 p.m.
That's when I'm sleeping.
But they would come every night from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. and they would work. And here's the thing, like, porta potties, it turns out, I was overthinking them. I thought there was maybe a little more going on. No. They are I really don't know what I thought. It escaped me as the reality of porta potties sunk in. My illusions about them kind of escaped me and they trickled away. Now I can't remember what they were.
You've used a porta potty, right?
Sure, I have.
Okay.
But I was like holding my breath and like just barely had my eyes open because I didn't want any germs to get on my eyeballs. So I wasn't paying that much attention. It's an in and out kind of thing.
Yeah.
It turns out that like when you service a porta potty, what you're doing is you're showing up with a truck as a tank with a vacuum on it, a pressurized tank, and you are sucking the contents out of that porta potty. You put it in the truck, you drive off, and you dump it off at the waste treatment plant of your local city or town.
Yep, it's like a gigantic wetback.
Yes, it is.
Or poo-poo and pee-pee.
Yes, and a very dangerous one. I saw at least one story in a porta potty trade magazine that of somebody who I read a bunch of those in the last.
What was the magazine called?
It's called Portable Restroom Operator, or Pro. It's a good mag, man. I actually found this one issue online going all the way back to 2009 that I was looking for. So they're legit.
Yeah, but they could have been a little more fun with the name.
Well, I think they're saying like, hey man, take all the fun you want, but we're signaling you're behind.
Hey, see that? That sounds like a slogan.
I'm sure it is.
Well, they do point out a couple of the slogans because porta potty companies, or Porta Johns, Jiffy Johns, Portaloo if you're in England, Toy Toy if you're in Malaysia.
Yeah.
They're very famous for having pretty fun, punny.
Those all tri-sets you did.
Like we're number one and then number two business. Not bad.
No, it's not bad.
No one takes care of our business like Mr. John.
Sure, saw that too.
Yeah.
There's also one called Got to Go, but it's spelled really impressively. It's all one word and it's lowercase, so it's super mod. GOTU with an umlaut. GO. Love it. You like that one?
Yeah, I thought you were going in a different direction. I thought it was going to be a little more like GEAUX.
No, that's like if they were in Louisiana, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Sure, no, this is an umlaut. That's what got me.
Well, that's why you love Motley Crue so much.
Sure it is.
All right, so should we talk a little bit about the history?
I think so.
I figure out if I want to start simming now or keep going.
World War II in this case, and because World War II was going on, there was a need for more peepers, essentially.
Right.
Because they had like manufacturing plants popping up, they had temporary manufacturing plants going up, they had places where they didn't want to build full service permanent bathrooms.
Right.
All over the place. All of a sudden, these people needed to go potty.
What I saw a few different origin stories, but the one I saw the most frequently was that the shipbuilding docks at Long Beach during World War II.
Sure.
They were building warships for the U.S. The guys working the docks building the ships would have to get on a rowboat and go back to the dock to use the bathroom.
Yeah, that's no good.
And they were like, this is a terrible waste of time. Can we just get something on the ship? So they started building temporary, what amounted to the first porta potties there on the ships for them to use.
Yeah, and these first ones, you can look up a picture of the Andy Gump. Is that what it's called?
I didn't see the guy look at it.
I think it's the Andy Gump, like one of the, just type in like 1940s porta potty, and there will be a picture, and it's basically this big, heavy metal square. Sometimes they were wood, but they were super heavy, and they weren't easily transported. This is using like chemicals, which we'll get into to help break these the poo-poo down and stuff. So it was just a disgusting affair.
I know.
So
I'm having trouble right now. I see the Andy Gump.
You see it?
Wow. It looks like
looks safe to be in.
You know what it looks like? It looks like what they used on MASH.
Yeah, like the latrine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Same idea, basically.
Yeah.
It's just a latrine you can take places.
Gotcha.
But I came across this really cool little thing on a website about World War II fighter pilots. And with World War II came along planes that could stay in these bombers that could stay in the air for a lot longer. And they started to think like, hey, these dudes are up there for like, 10 to 14 hours. We have to come up with ways for them to go to the bathroom.
Right, yeah. I mean, like, You don't think about that. Like when we had the frostbite episode, I certainly didn't think that they were up there getting frostbite because it was so, cold. I also didn't think that they were up there so long that they couldn't use the bathroom. They had to hold it, right? So, yeah. And the earliest ones were, well, here's a funnel, and it's attached to a tube, and it leads out of the plane. So go ahead and key.
Yeah, and that's basically just for like the pilot and co-pilot.
Right.
This relief tube.
After that, they're like, well, what if we had to poop?
Yeah.
They said, can you get your hands on a produce crate? And the crew would say, like, well, yeah, sure, we'd produce crate, of course, are we commies? And the people in charge would say, well, poop in that. Take that up in the plane, just poop in that, buddy. Maybe wash it out when you get down here and put it back in for later use.
Yeah, or maybe just get a new crate.
I guess, if you're not thrifty.
Eventually they came up with something called the Elsan, E-L-S-A-N. It's a chemical toilet, and it was really kind of one of the first little porta potties, but if you look up Elsan and on the images on Google, you will find that it looks like nothing more than a metal oil can that you sit on.
Which is basically what it was.
Pretty much.
Yep.
And you're all there exposed. I mean, there's no room that this is in. You're just doing this in front of, all your buddies on the plane.
Right, like prison.
Sure.
And the Elsan toilet was still, as primitive as it was an advancement. But it had certain problems, right? Like if you were flying through turbulence.
Yeah.
The Elsan would spill its contents out into the plane.
Yeah. There's a few quotes here. I'd like to read a couple of these from some of these fighter pilots. Here's one, and this is from a British pilot. While we were flying in rough air, this devil's convenience often shared its contents with the floor of the aircraft, the walls, and ceiling, and sometimes it remained in the container itself. It doesn't take much imagination to picture what it was like trying to combat fear and air sickness while struggling to remove enough gear in cramped quarters, and at the same time trying to use the bloody Elsan. If it wasn't an invention of the devil, it certainly might have been one foisted on us by the enemy. When seated in frigid cold amid the cacophony of roaring engines and whistling air, away from what should have been one of life's peaceful moments, the occupant had a chance to fully ponder the miserable condition of his life. This loathsome creation invariably overflowed on long trips, and in turbulence was always prone to bathe the nether regions of the user. It was one of the true reminders to me that war is hell. You don't think about this stuff. You hear about all the glory of being like a bomber pilot, and you don't think about
I forgot to check my
can
shots.
and having your friends poop and pee slosh up on your fanny. Sorry to those in the UK.
Right, so doesn't even make sense in the context.
That means something different here in the US.
Right.
Your butt.
Right. So, yeah. That's
feels good though.
I guess chemical
Pretty
toilet,
sure
which
it's
is a
still
designation
Jordan's.
of a porta potty, right? Like a porta potty is
It
a
seems
chemical
slower
toilet.
all of a sudden.
Toilets are
I don't know why.
That's right.
But a chemical toilet is the kind of toilet where you have something in there that's intended to break down waste. And actually, I don't know that an Elsan toilet, I guess it was a chemical toilet, I see now, but that's gross because in addition to getting the rest of the crew's poop and pee slopped up against your rear end, so too were you getting very, very hazardous chemicals.
Oh, back then, for sure.
As well, yeah, so that's not good, man. That guy may have had his buttocks removed after the war.
One of the uses of the toilet, they said that this is supposedly very true, is that some members of the Royal Air Force actually jettisoned the Elsan toilets with their bomb payload on the German targets.
Okay.
So they would drop these toilets full of poo on the Germans. And there was an American, too, who had a great quote about peeing through the little hose. He said, as the urine ran through the tube, it turned to ice and dropped like topaz-colored hail to the ground. I like to imagine every time I urinated over Germany, my acidulous projectile would plink on some Nazi burger's Aryan nose.
Poetry.
Yeah, there's some more good stories in here. You should, I don't know which website it was.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'll have to post that later on Facebook.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And I'll tweet it.
Alright.
So that's the war effort that ultimately led to the creation of the porta potty, right?
Yes.
And again, like, there were already latrines, there had already been outhouses, and the difference between an outhouse and a porta potty is that an outhouse is basically some sort of rigid structure that's intended to be permanent or semi-permanent that's dug over a hole in the ground.
Yeah.
That's it. A porta potty is a self-contained unit that has a place where the waste goes and is held inside that unit rather than like put into the ground, which is extremely dangerous. We've learned a very long time ago, pooping in holes in the ground is not a good way to go as far as public health is concerned.
No, it's not.
And that's one of the legitimate marks in the favor of porta potties. As gross as most people who've ever used one thinks they are, they're actually quite beneficial to public health.
Yeah. And they're green too, saves a lot of water.
Yeah, I saw 170 million liters a year about 125 million gallons a day in the U.S. alone.
Crazy.
Yeah. So, you want to take a break for a second?
Yeah, we'll break and we'll talk a little bit more about the evolution of the Porta-John after this.
You're ready to get back into yoga. So you ordered the essentials: a non-slip mat, yoga blocks to keep balance, and an exercise ball. And you used your Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, choosing to earn 3% cash back on online shopping, or up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member, which you put towards the cost of your most essential yoga gear, noise-canceling headphones. Apply for yours at bankofamerica.com/more rewarding. Copyright 2020 Bank of America Corporation.
Support for this podcast and the following message come from E-Trade. You want to invest your money, but there's one problem. You're not sure where to begin. Luckily, there's E-Trade, who offers more than just trading. E-Trade simplifies investing without the financial jargon and has the people to offer guidance and support to make your money work hard for you. For more information, visit etrade.com/iheart. E-Trade Securities LLC, member FINRA SIPC.
That's why it's gay. That's why it's gay.
All right, Chuckers. So we're talking about the evolution of the Porta-John. You got the 80 Gump. You've got the Elsa toilet, and then finally, in actually the 60s, you have what we think of as a porta potty. A patent was developed by a guy named George Harding, and he called it for a portable toilet cabana, and it was made from plastic. And although he had the patent for it, the guy who actually gets credit for actually creating the first real modern Porta-John, or porta potty, was a guy named Harvey Heather.
Yeah.
And he created what's called the Strongbox.
It's a great name.
Have you seen the Strongbox?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you did?
Uh-huh.
That's when I went and found the December 2009 issue of Pro magazine to find, because I saw a reference that they had published a picture of it, and I couldn't find it anywhere else.
Oh, yeah.
Those things are ugly.
Yeah, it wasn't a great looking, it's not like the fantastic Porta-Johns they have today.
Yeah.
It's so gorgeous to look at.
Right. No, this thing was ugly.
Yeah.
It had no alibi.
Yeah, these were made of fiberglass, which was good. It was lightweight, but and it was sturdy. It was as sturdy as metal or wood, and it was a lot easier to clean. But the problem with the Strongbox and the fiberglass is it was a big kind of one-piece mold.
Oh, I hate that fucking
it was dark
bullshit.
inside, which was not good.
That's a big drawback.
They weren't stackable as far as transporting them, and so that just made it really expensive to get them where they needed to go and back again.
It did, and the fact that it was completely opaque, and there was no light that could get in, that's an issue. Plus, I also got the impression that the floors could get pretty slick, and you could fall and die of positional asphyxiation in a Porta-John.
Yeah, and they were also, fiberglass is pretty fragile, so they would break a lot. Fiberglass absorbs odors, which was not good.
No.
And so shortly after the fiberglass came along, someone said, you know what, how about polyethylene?
Why does he keep doing this?
And George Harding, who you mentioned,
This is just crazy how bad it is. Like,
polyethylene portable toilets.
he just kind of stumbles and bumbles.
They lasted longer, they would last like a decade. Although I would not want to use a 9-year-old Porta-John.
I know acceleration is just the first step this year, so it's not bad. I guess it's just speed the ball.
In service, it was still in service, and it had been built like 30 years before. Yeah, you would know that your company could not have cared less about you if you show up to your job site and there's a Strongbox there.
Yeah.
And that's what you're expected to use. With all of the possible choices that your company could choose from, and they went with the Strongbox, they don't care about you or your happiness.
The polyethylene, the other good thing about them was they were assembled into different parts and pieces, so it made them a lot easier to transport, a lot cheaper, and if a part broke, you might be able to replace it.
Oh yeah, that is.
It's all about having a head of steam, if you ask me.
So hooray for polyethylene toilets.
But one of the things that George Harding created in his patent that I noticed was a ventilation system.
Yes.
This is a big improvement, right?
For sure.
Because when you're just piling human waste upon human waste into a hole, that it's going to create gases, noxious gases, because bacteria is going to start decomposing that waste, and as a byproduct of that decomposition, they're going to produce what we experience as rotting fecal material, right?
Yeah, it's not just that it's stinky, it's dangerous.
It is dangerous, and as that gas tries to find a way to escape upward, if the only hole available to it is the toilet that you're pooping or peeing into, those gases are going to come out of it, and you're going to vomit while you poop or pee as well. So what George Harding had, I told you this one's going to be gross. What George Harding figured out was that if you could just basically create a pipe venting off that gas upward and out of the porta potty, people would be willing to use porta potties a lot more. And that was a huge improvement.
Yeah, he also said, how about we make this rooftop translucent white so we can let its natural light at least. Why don't we improve the flooring so that it's not as slippy? And maybe even further down the line, we'll have porta potties that have a little urinal that's separate so you don't even have to sit your butt down on that most horrid of places.
Right. Yeah.
What about the roll-around toilet? Did you see these?
Yeah, those. I mean, that makes sense. So basically, if you were on like a job site, right, where there are like different multiple stories being built, and you're up on one of the higher stories, it's the same thing as when you're working in the shipyards building a ship. You don't want to have to come all the way down to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
So they created porta potties that were a lot more mobile that could be hoisted by cranes.
Yeah.
Just to different levels.
Yeah, if you look up roll-around toilet, it basically looks like one of those coolers that has the two wheels and the handle, and you can pull the cooler around, except it's larger, and sitting above the wheels is a urinal.
Right.
I don't see how you go poopy in those, so maybe that's when you go downstairs.
I don't know either.
Because it's not enclosed or anything, it's just wide open.
Just like prison. And there's actually a great scene from, I think, the first Police Academy, starring our friend and Twitter follower, Steve Gutenberg.
Goots.
And I think it's Mauser who uses a porta potty, and Steve Gutenberg goes over and gets some crane operator to lend him the crane. Now it's Mauser's.
Thanks,
They
game.
lift the porta potty up while he's inside using it. It's hilarious.
Wacky stuff ensues. And then, if you really are living the good life, or you have maybe a really nice upscale wedding that's out in a remote area, you don't want to bring in just even the nicest polyethylene porta-john won't do. You will bring in what we call in the movie business a honey wagon. It is a restroom trailer, and these are actually nice. They have running water, they have stalls, they have porcelain toilets. It's all partitioned. They have sinks and running water and mirrors, hand towels. It's like a rolling trailer full of toilets.
Yeah, like you can breathe through your nose in these things. You can lay down on the floor if you want.
Yeah, and apparently these first started in 1984. Polyjohn in Columbus, Ohio, go by guys. Yeah. And the original trailer was 8 stalls, or as we said in the movie, this is an 8-banger. They had 3 urinals, and it was 32 feet long.
Wow.
And now there are 19 companies manufacturing luxury restroom trailers around the world today.
Yeah, I saw one like that they market for like outdoor weddings and stuff like that.
Sure.
They said all you need are like I think 6 outlets, maybe 620 volt outlets, and like a standard garden hose connection, and you got yourself a luxury porta potty trailer.
Yeah, for your next remote black tie event.
Right. Which, I mean, even people in black tie gotta pee.
Yeah, sure.
So you might as well take it easy on them with a nice Lux trailer.
That's right.
So speaking of Chuck, you want to take a break?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to a real bathroom.
That's good.
And hug it.
Now I'm gonna get a crane operator to play a prank on you.
All right, we'll be right back.
Support for this podcast and the following message come from E-Trade. Trading isn't for everyone, but E-Trade is. Whether it's saving for a rainy day or your retirement, E-Trade has you covered. They can help you check your financial goals off your list. And with a team of professionals giving you support when you need it, you can be confident that your money is working hard for you. Get more than just trading with E-Trade. To get started today, visit etrade.com/iHeart for more information. E-Trade Securities, LLC. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Hey everybody, the 94th Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade is back in a whole new way, so let's celebrate together at home.
That's right, the parade is going to kick off the holiday season, as usual, with its signature balloons, floats, performances, and more, live from 34th Street, only on NBC.
Yeah, but you can only watch on NBC, but you can watch from 9 a.m. to noon in every single time zone. If you want more information on the lineup, behind-the-scenes content, or even educational activities, visit Macy's.com/parade.
That's right, and then on Thanksgiving Day, tune in to enjoy those larger-than-life balloons, dazzling floats, big stars, and the one and only Santa Claus by watching the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade live from 34th Street, only on NBC, November 26th from 9 a.m. to noon in all time zones. For more info, visit Macy's.com/parade and follow hashtag Macy's Parade on your social platforms to take part in the conversation. That's why I asked James. That's why I asked Gabe.
Okay, Chuck.
Yep.
We can't put it off any longer.
We gotta go inside.
We're going to go inside, deep dive into the bowels of the porta potty.
Oh my gosh.
Okay?
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Got your snorkel?
Yep.
Okay. So, when you look into a porta potty, you may notice that the stuff that's inside the bowl or inside the holding tank is blue.
Yeah, and brown.
Sure, yeah, but it's more blue than brown, and it's no accident.
That's right.
Any porta potty is going to use a deep blue dye, and the entire purpose, from beginning to end of blue dye, is to visually mask the presence of human feces.
Yeah, they don't want you looking down there and seeing if it was just like clear. Like it's already disgusting.
You're getting the full experience from the smell alone. You don't need the visual.
Yeah, and you don't poop in these things, do you?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, I think I would just put my pants and walk around instead. I don't think I would. I certainly don't remember ever pooping in it. It's possible I blacked out that memory, but I don't think I ever had that.
Yeah, like the first Lollapalooza.
Right.
The only time I pooped in these, I'm sure there's been like some extreme emergency, but the only time I can really recall is when Emily and I were getting our master bath built at our house.
Oh no.
We had we had another little bathroom, kind of, a little small guest bathroom, and we shared that. And then we had a construction toilet on site because we were doing construction.
Right.
So I would get up in the mornings, instead of I want to be a good husband, and not ruin Emily's day at morning by getting in there first. So I would get my newspaper and I would walk outside in my slippers and use the porta john in my driveway every morning.
But I mean, I guess that was pretty clean. It was yours, right?
That was great. It was me and like 2 or 3 dudes.
There you go. That is doable. Festival?
Oh no.
Taste of Chicago?
Ooh.
Like, yes, of course, but surely if you're sharing a porta potty with a couple of other people that you have to look in the eye here or there, you're going to take care of it.
Right.
But if it's random drunk strangers or people on drugs or something like that, it's going to get messy awfully fast.
Yeah.
And again, as more and more people use it, that blue dye becomes more and more important.
Yeah,
right?
Yes, it does.
There's also going to be a fragrance that they're going to add to hopefully mask the odor. And apparently,
it makes it worse.
Well, I was reading in some trade magazines, and I haven't experienced it myself, but I did get the impression that they have come a long way as far as fragrance goes.
Yeah.
Like I saw, you can get bubblegum fragrance.
Oh, God.
Doesn't sound good. Vanilla?
Lasagna?
That comes from just standard use in the Taste of Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, me with fragrances, period. It's even worse.
Everything bagel? No, but like I came across this site, and there's like a Jaguar brand porta potty fragrance additive, and they have like any fragrance you can imagine.
New car. Wow. And then the final thing you're going to see down there, or that's going to be down there, are biocides to kill the bacteria and microbes. And it used to be that they would use formaldehyde to take care of that, but more and more wastewater treatment plants started saying, hey, we can't properly dispose of that stuff now. It's a carcinogen, and we don't feel good about it. So they've been phasing that out over the years, going a little greener, and now they actually use enzymes, like beneficial enzymes and microbes that feed on this stuff.
Right, they help break down poop, and they also feed on the bacteria that causes the smells, right?
Yeah.
So they're making the poop inert, but they're also naturally cutting down on smells, which I just find fascinating.
Yeah.
They also, since it's capable of breaking down bacteria, it's also capable of breaking down any organic material. So if you use the right kind of toilet paper, they'll break down the toilet paper as well.
Yeah.
It's just basically magic in a porta potty.
Yeah, and the other benefit there is they don't need to be emptied as often if it's doing the job like it should.
Yep.
Weather has an effect, obviously. Here in Georgia in the hot summer, things are going to get even worse. I imagine Chicago in July is probably no picnic either. And the Taste of Chicago, no one's going to go to the Taste of Chicago anymore. You're like, attendance dropped like 20% this year. You don't know what's going on. But when temperatures go up, bacteria go to work even harder, and things are just going to smell even worse. So they might actually use more chemicals in the summer, or more chemicals, especially if it's a summer festival.
Right. And then conversely, I saw this, I guess it was a blog post by a porta potty worker that was published on Cracked, and they basically just went over most of the stuff you can imagine, but just crazy stuff that they found. But one of the things that they made reference to is that the worst thing that they can encounter is frozen waste.
Yeah.
Because they said once that happens, you have to break it up by hand. So to defend their people from having to do this, typically colder areas during the winter, they'll create a briny mixture that will have a lower freezing temperature.
Like the Minnesota Ice Fishing Festival.
Right, but eventually you're going to reach a point where it's cold enough that it's freezing no matter how much salt you add to it.
Yeah, and I did see one of their little tricks of the trade is they put a cake of this rock salt in the urinal. So you go pee-pee on it, and as you pee-pee on it, it just adds a little more salt slowly throughout the day.
Right, the only issue with those is that you have to keep the deer away, because they love salt licks. You like that one?
Yeah.
So I'm ashamed of basically every joke I made this whole episode. I don't feel good about myself right now.
All right, so let's finish up by talking about the worst part of this. If you're one of like 8 people still listening,
Right.
If you're still listening, then we'll finish up with the worst part, which is servicing these things. And we talked about it. It's like a wetback. You suck it out, drive it to a wastewater plant, but you have to add new water. You have to add new blue junk and some more dry solution.
Yeah, I saw like a ratio of 1 to 1, fresh water to solution.
We don't want to mess that up.
No.
And you think like, all right, so that's pretty gross and everything, but especially at like a music festival or something, there's stuff everywhere. Like you've been in these. There's urine everywhere. There's poop in places where you think like, what in the world is someone doing in there? And they have to be cleaned out by somebody. It's an awful job.
Yeah, there's stuff that people drop down there, like if you used a sock to wipe your bottom with, you just deposit the sock into the porta potty, that's going to gum up the tank or the pump. So they have to get that kind of stuff out first.
What about your cell phone?
Cell phone? Yeah, apparently they find all sorts of stuff, especially things like phones, wallets full of cash, jewelry, drugs.
A gun?
Yeah, guns. That crack guy said that he had a friend who showed up at a porta potty where they just found a body.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
In the thing?
Not in the porta potty, not in the actual hole.
Okay.
It's just cruel.
Yeah.
But yeah, they find all sorts of stuff because almost everybody would say, well, that's gone. I'll just have to get a new identity because I dropped my whole wallet in the porta potty.
Actually, I saw a stat where 5% of people that go in porta potties don't come out at all, so the dead body scenario makes sense.
They end up in that other dimension from Phantasm.
And then our article says that the worst case scenario, if you're a porta potty service person, is that the porta potty, well, there's 2 worst case, one worse and one way worse. One is if it just gets knocked over, either by a car hitting it or the wind or some jerk who thinks it's funny.
That's not cool.
Knocks it not cool at all. Knocks it over on purpose. But the ultimate worst is if it tips over on its door.
That's its Achilles heel. Any porta potty's Achilles heel.
Yeah. Because what happens?
All of the stuff that's in the holding tank gets dumped out when it's facing on its front on the door. All of the stuff is liable to come out, and it does, especially when they pick it back up. It just sloshes around everywhere.
Yeah.
Poor porta potty service operator has to wash this thing out, and those are the worst. Like like somebody can put poop like on the ceiling or on the walls or something. That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But when it falls on its front on the door and everything sloshes out, it gets everywhere. So you have to like get inside to clean the whole thing. And at the very least, it takes them a lot more time and screws up their entire day's schedule. At the worst, they're in there cleaning filthy porta potties, nook and crannies from the inside.
Yeah, I would just say it fell off the truck, boss.
Right.
Sorry.
It's in that Phantasm dimension, boss.
Didn't the guys from Jackass do one of these? Like, put one of them in there and tip it over or something?
Yeah, I'm sure. I think they did that when they were like 4.
Yeah, I think they did, like, had a crane lift it and turned it over or something, I don't know.
No, you're thinking Police Academy. And also, Police Academy gigs you don't have to write in. It was Police Academy 3.
No, I was about to say, I don't remember that. It's not C3.
You didn't see what?
Nah, I think I petered out after 2 even.
3 might have been the best of all of them.
What's just that? What was the full name of it?
Citizens on Patrol.
Okay.
It's the one where Bob Goldthwait goes over from his life of crime to being a junior police academy guy.
Yeah, I love Bob Goldthwait.
That's good. He's great.
Can we stop?
Sure.
Okay.
We have to say, you got anything else?
No.
Okay, Chuck.
Oh, actually, I do.
No.
If you see these porta potty service people in your neighborhood, if there's construction going on, you see them bring in the truck, just flash a nice smile, give them a tip of the cap.
Holy
It's
moly, what a horrible
gnarly
quote.
job, and like they say, somebody's got to do it. They're making a living. Like, they've got a job. They went out and got that job to make money and provide for their family.
And don't forget, they're defending public health,
Yeah.
and they're saving a significant amount of water.
Yeah.
So there you go. Nice job. All right, go ahead and finish. If you want to know more about porta potties, you can type that hyphenated word on the search bar at howstuffworks.com. And since I said hyphen, it's time for the smoke out.
John, please, Richard.
John, please.
congratulations on an absolutely marvelous episode of Insert Lines of Life, guys. It's great to hear so much of the history of the group. Well done. One bit of information, I happened to see John Cleese present a one-man show a few years ago in Carmel, California. He just stood on stage and talked for about 75 minutes. Boy, that's a good gig. He discussed his life in general, Python in particular, and lots of things, other things. He noted that his name is pronounced to rhyme with cheese rather than fleece. In fact, his surname was originally Cheese, but his father changed it to Cleese. This was a good thing for the son being named John, because he did not want to go by Jack Cheese.
Yeah, I guess not.
So it's John Cleese, never knew that. That's from David Hewitt.
Yeah, and I also want to say, Chuck, somebody called us out for not mentioning Carol Cleveland. She was, for all intents and purposes, the 7th member of Monty Python.
Yeah, we felt terrible because she was in our notes, and we mentioned her and lavished praise on her in our run-through that we did in the studio, and it was just one of those live show things that got by us.
Yeah, so sorry, Carol Cleveland.
Yeah.
Hats off to you. We appreciate your work, and we're sorry we let you out.
Agreed.
If you want to get in touch with me or Chuck, you can tweet to us. I'm at Josh L. Clark, and there's also a SYSK podcast. Chuck's at Charles Chuck Bryant on Facebook, and at Stuff You Should Know on Facebook. You can send the both of us and Jerry an email to stuffpodcast@howstuffworks.com. And as always, hang out with us at our home on the web, stuffyoushouldknow.com.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio's How Stuff Works. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Holiday season means stocking up on some essentials, like decorations and an ugly sweater. With the Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, you can choose to earn 3% cash back on online shopping. The essentials have never felt more rewarding. Visit bankofamerica.com/more-rewarding to apply now. Copyright 2020, Bank of America Corporation.
Nearly 600 years after the invention of the printing press, the most important book in the history of the world has arrived.
That might be overstating things.
Stuff You Should Know, an incomplete compendium of mostly interesting things. It will change your life forever.
Well, that's not
Is that their new draft pick this fucking score on me? Man, they added them?
Interesting things is proof that time travel is possible, because that is the only way to explain how a book this impressive was possibly made.
What?
Stuff You Should Know, an incomplete compendium of mostly interesting things, will regrow hair, whiten your teeth, and improve your love life.
That's just not at all right.
Well, the love life part, maybe, if you find someone who thinks smart is sexy.
Stuff You Should Know, an incomplete compendium of mostly interesting things, available for pre-order now at stuffyoushouldknow.com.
Now that is true.
This episode is brought to you by IBM. Today, answers matter more than ever before. That's why IBM is helping businesses manage customer questions with Watson Assistant. Conversational AI designed to work for any industry. Let's put smart to work. Visit IBM.com/Watson Assistant.
Being there for our military heroes, even after they've left active duty, is a mission Ford Motor Company takes to heart. That's why Ford is a proud supporter of iHeartRadio's Vets You Should Know podcast.
I was taught this is normal, this is what happens, and I'm sorry this happened to you, but expect it from now on. And so I said, you know what, somebody has to do better. They deserve better. So I decided if nobody's going to do it, then I guess I have to.
Check out iHeartRadio's Vets You Should Know podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. Then tell Ford about a service we bring you're proud of using the hashtag #ProudToHonor. And Ford will give $100 on your behalf to military charities up to 3.5 years.
We have a book coming out, and we would love it if you bought it.
That's right, that'd be great. It's called Stuff You Should Know, and that's it, just colon.
Okay, well, I think there's a little bit more to it, and I'll be the one to say it. It's called An Incomplete Compendium of Mostly Interesting Things. And the title's just a flat-out lie, because it's all interesting junk.
It is, and it's a really fun book. We're really proud of it. It's got great illustrations from our new friend, Carly Minardo. It was co-written with us with a great guy named Nils Parker, and the team all came together to produce something that we're just super, super proud of.
That's right. So you can order it everywhere you buy books. Pre-order now, and we appreciate you.
Welcome to Stuff You Should Know, a production of iHeartRadio's How Stuff Works.
Hey, and welcome to the podcast. I'm Josh, and there's Charles. Jerry's over there, and this is Stuff You Should Know, the dripping wet edition.
In these wet plans.
What? Is that a Seeger reference?
Oh, gosh, why do you have to say Seeger when you always mean Springsteen?
Was it Springsteen?
Yes, Badlands.
Oh, okay. Maybe these wetlands are born to run?
Sure. Run water.
I don't like myself anymore. Run water. That was a great save, Chuck.
Thanks.
So we're talking wetlands. I have to say, we have to give a shout out to Tom Peterman, Foulmouth wetland biologist who keeps asking us to do this episode.
Oh, is that where this came from?
It was a Tom Human suggestion, although I'd already wanted to do it anyway, so.
Yeah, we love our earth sciences, man. This one was, I was just smiling from ear to ear.
Can you imagine watching a blacksmith forge something in a wetland, in a flooded woodland?
No, that's nirvana right there.
It really is. So we're talking wetlands, everybody, and Dave Roos helped us put this one together. And Dave likes to pop in jokes every once in a while, and he said, what makes a wetland wet? Water. And then he says, in all seriousness, that's basically it, that the water has to be largely present, at least some parts of the year, in the soil in such amounts that you would call something wetland. I mean, think of the name, wetland. It's about as earthy a term as science gets.
Yeah, and he front-loaded this with a few stats, and I won't go through all of them, but I'll go through a few that kind of are instructive as to why I love wetlands so much. Here's one. Although wetlands make up only 5% of the land surface of the United States, they are home to 31% of our plant species.
Yeah.
Not bad. 1/3 of America's threatened or endangered species live only in wetlands.
I would propose that that's slightly misleading. I think they're endangered because they live in wetlands, and wetlands are endangered, as we'll see. Think about it, Chuck.
I don't know. I took it more as...
Like they're all hiding out in the wetlands? Because it's a terrible place to hide out.
No, it's not bad because it's got 31% of the plant species. I mean, it's a pretty rich, biodiverse area to live in if you're an endangered species.
For sure.
All right. It's just a motto.
Well, we'll have to hear from Thomas Peterman, the wildlife or wetland biologist, who can let us know.
What does he say? Like, do effing wetlands already?
Yes.
That kind of thing?
Yeah.
I like this guy.
I think that's an exact quote.
Yeah, he's my kind of dude.
So another stat that I thought was pretty interesting that will just kind of needs to form the basis or the undercurrent of this whole episode is that, so and we keep talking about the U.S., there's wetlands found all over the world of different types and varieties, different climates and different continents, every continent except Antarctica. But in the United States in particular, we have a long history of filling in and draining wetlands for other purposes.
Yeah.
So much so that, let's see, I believe, I don't know how much we've lost, but in the 1600s, the lower 48 states were covered with 220 million acres of wetlands, which is 11% of the total surface area of the lower 48 states. And I think starting in the 50s, we were doing away with wetlands at a rate of about 60,000 of those acres per year.
Yeah, and it's gotten better since then, but yeah, up until the Clean Water Act, it was just like, hey, you know what would look great there? A resort.
Right.
With like 3 golf courses and a bunch of tennis.
That's been such a driving force. Like it's like looking at like.
Damn, they choked this game away? That's fucked up. Should let me play it,
Drain
bitches.
and repurpose it. Set it on fire, repurpose it. Stop it from burning, repurpose it. Like, if we can't make money off of it, it can't possibly be useful. And luckily, since the environmental movement really started in the 70s, we realized that that's not necessarily true. That even if you are just a heartless dummy, there's still a lot of benefits that humanity's given from things like wetlands that seem problematic or non-productive, you know?
Yeah, that was one of Dangerfield's big lines in Caddyshack. That's how survey. It's golf courses and cemeteries. 2 biggest wastes of prime real estate.
That's a good one.
So let's talk about wetlands. You said that they are some of them are only wet for short periods, sometimes when there's snow melt or just rain.
Yeah, those are called ephemeral wetlands, which is a cool term.
It's a great term. Some are wet all the time, and the key parts of being a wetland, or the key characteristic, is that it's either permanently or periodically flooded or wet, and that the soil is it's called hydric soil, and it's dominated by anaerobic processes, meaning it loves water, and plants there love water.
Which is weird because you used another word that shouldn't really jive with plants, and it's called anaerobic, which means there's very little to no oxygen present, and we'll explain why later, but the fact that there are plants means that those plants have adapted to the wetlands.
Yes, it makes them
anaerobic.
Hydrophytic, and we'll talk about those plants later. It's another thing I love about wetlands is just that it really underscores the remarkable evolution that something will go through to survive.
Very cool.
Very, very awesome.
Yeah, so there's also, you hit upon something, like they're not necessarily wet year-round, right? So there's a whole bunch of different types of wetlands, or wetland environments, that that check those boxes. One of the ones that most people think of when they think of wetlands are coastal wetlands, like marshes. And a marsh is basically like this area between inland and the ocean. It's like a transition zone, a buffer zone. And because of its proximity to the ocean, it's usually salty, or at least brackish, which is a mixture of saltwater and freshwater. And one of the ones that really come to mind, if you're thinking coastal wetlands, you're thinking marshlands, you're thinking tidal marshlands probably, especially if you're a Pat Conway fan.
What's the name of her character that he repeats over and over? whisper?
I think I remember, Chuck. It was Bobby Jim. Bobby Jim.
This is one of those scream at the pod player moments.
Was it in the Prince of Tides?
Yeah. Moonstein, is that it? Moonstein.
You're sure it was Bobby Jim? Was it his shrink girlfriend's name?
Yeah, Babs.
Okay, yeah, I don't remember.
I think it was Moonstein. Alright, so anyway, tidal marshes, yes, Prince of Tides. They, obviously, it's because they're tidal, they're going to come in and out with high and low tide. And like you said, they're generally saltwater. And the salt marshes are very nutrient rich, and they do have a lot of diversity, but obviously only the kind of things that can tolerate the salt, as far as plants and animals go.
Which is a pretty short list, really, because salt is not conducive to life. Instead, there are some plants that have figured out how to deal with salt, but most of the time when you're looking at salt marshes, the plant life is basically grasses of some sort.
Right.
There's also freshwater tidal marshes, which they are either connected to the saltwater marsh, but they're far enough inland that the saltwater doesn't make its way in there. So it's a freshwater marsh, but it still is affected by the tides. And then I had no idea about this. And I used to vacation on Lake Erie. But apparently the Great Lakes are so big that they have tides themselves.
You didn't know that?
I had no idea.
I even knew that. I'm a dum-dum when it comes to the Great Lakes.
Well, Chuck, I think you got me beat big time.
Well, in this case.
Because I can know a million other things about the Great Lakes, and if you knew that one thing and I didn't, you had me beat.
Yeah, I knew that, and so that means that they do have those tidal marshes. The Florida Everglades are another good example. And boy, Florida, there's a lot of different types of wetlands in Florida.
There's a lot of coastline.
Yeah, a lot of coastline and a lot of interior wetness.
Yeah, we have a lot of wetlands around our place in Florida for sure. And there's mangroves and all sorts of stuff that we'll talk about.
But we're at mangroves. I love those things.
So mangroves, I think they at least deserve the short stuff because they're one of the most amazing plants of all time. But they're a type of coastal wetland themselves, a mangrove forest. Or if you've never seen a mangrove forest, they're these kind of they have a growth habit for their shrubbery on top of like the hair that Oompa Loompa has in the original Willy Wonka, the good one. And the trunks split out into these cool like long roots and legs that stick up out of the water, and they form this huge tangle, this riot of like woody shrub, and they do all sorts of amazing things to help the aquatic life and us humans as well up on land just by being present.
Yeah, they're really cool looking, and this is another good one, sort of like the origami, that if you're able and you're sitting still to look up a lot of these things as you go, because these mangrove forests, it looks like a shrub that's like, I really want to be a shrub, but I don't want to get wet. So I'm just going to dip my legs in a little bit.
Yeah, that's really great.
It's just very cool looking. And again, just the adaptability that these mangroves really want to live where they live, even though it's not very suited for them. Yeah, it becomes suited for it.
Right. If you've been sleeping on mangroves, welcome to reality.
Well, that's a t-shirt if I ever heard one.
Yeah, I could use a little work, but there's the beginnings of one.
You also got your inland wetlands. These are not coastal. In this case, we're talking about swamps and marshes and bogs.
They did put in all the draft picks. There's fucking Lamel's bum ass. They have him going 16 points per game with 5 assists and 5 rebounds. I would bet anything he doesn't pull that.
Different types of flooding that might happen. And they can be a few inches deep. They can be several feet deep.
Yeah, most of the non-tidal inland marshes are ephemeral wetlands.
Yeah.
So they're dry a lot of the year. They might fill up seasonally. They might fill up with the rains. They might fill up with the nearby river flooding.
It's like my backyard.
And they, oh really, is that right?
Yeah, it doesn't drain well. I've got a drainage problem.
Okay, to you it's a problem. To nature, it's wonderful. Because we like things that drain really quickly and dry, and then we can walk on them, and the grass is fine. But there's a lot of like benefits to things that take their time. Like there's something called a vernal pool, which is a kind of non-tidal marsh, an ephemeral wetland, and it's basically just like, say, a stretch of woods that's a little bit depressed there, so that when it rains or a river floods, it fills with water. And because the underlying bedrock or clay is not very porous, it takes a while for that water to go through. But that water is also not going further downstream, so it prevents flooding from being as bad as it could, because a lot of the water collects and stays there. And it also slowly recharges the groundwater. And because it does get dry, it can't sustain fish, which makes it a really great nursery for things like newts, salamanders, frogs, things that fish eat their eggs. But since there's no fish, this is like a really great place for them to get a good hold and a brand new life.
You've also got your prairie potholes. This is one you should definitely look up. These are usually in the upper Midwest of the United States, the Dakotas, Minnesota, maybe Wisconsin. And these are where ancient glaciers left these big depressions in the landscape. And they fill up sometimes during rain, during the spring, during snowmelt. and they're not small like our prairie pothole, and I got a vision in my head. But if you look it up online, they're beautiful and just they're very large though, and they're kind of interconnected. Just these big round holes scattered through like a big open area full of water. And these are great for migrating birds because that could be a stopover that they might not have had those potholes not been there.
And when they're flying over the Dakotas, they say, "Look, I see Van Nostril tests." Our buddy, Van Nostril. And then there's also, we said that wetlands occur in all different kinds of climates. They also occur in the desert. There's something called playa lakes, which are these depressions that apparently no one has any idea exactly how they formed. It could have been from erosion, it could have been from an ancient sinkhole, but there are depressions that are deep enough that when the seasonal rains come, the water is held in there. And just like the prairie potholes, it's very useful for migratory birds to stop over at. Really plays a huge role in this ecosystem where there's almost no water. Now all of a sudden there's water, and it's in this nice little lake, so let's all go gather there and have a social hour. But go responsibly, 6 feet apart.
We're getting very little production.
I think we should take a break, and we will talk a little bit about inland swamps right after this.
Today, we're gonna get up and down the court in some transition drills.
Hey friends, this year getting a head start on the holidays doesn't mean just putting up your lights before Thanksgiving. It means shopping and shipping early too. FedEx is expecting a record number of packages will be shipped this holiday. It's going to be a shipping marathon, also known as the Shipathon. FedEx is training harder.
Wow, LeBron will not pass you the ball. It's like, fuck you.
So make sure you shop
Won't pass it to me coming up the court? None of them will.
FedEx.com/holiday guide to learn more. Here's something you might not know. Blue Moon beer was created during the 1995 baseball season at the Sandlot Brewery at Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. That's right. The Blue Moon founder and brewmaster was inspired by the flavorful Belgian wits he enjoyed while studying brewing in Brussels.
Yeah, and somebody tasted it, and they said, "Here, this good only comes around once a blue moon," and hence the name was born. And not just today, a really good, delicious beer, a bright, well-crafted beer with a twist of flavor, best served with an unmistakable signature orange garnish in a glass to showcase the whole beautiful, hazy color of it.
That's right. Once in a blue moon can happen more than once in a blue moon, you know? So the next time you're out with friends or enjoying a night in, reach for a blue moon. It's the beer you can enjoy every day. And you can have Blue Moon delivered right to your door by going to get.bluemoonbeer.com, finding delivery options near you.
Blue Moon, reach for the moon. Celebrate responsibly. Blue Moon Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Ale.
All right, so inland swamps, we promised to talk about that. These are
Now they're giving it to
some
me.
of the coolest areas in the country because I
Should give me some
think I
decent
talked
badge
about it at
work.
some point, but I took a very special fun trip many years ago to the Okefenokee Swamp and did one of those canoe trips where you have to rent, there's no place to stop in the Okefenokee Swamp. If you're like, I think I'll camp here, it's like in the water. So they had these camping pads built up, that essentially just decks that are like 6 feet above the water, and you have to reserve those. They're not just wide open for anyone because there's nothing else out there, so you have to reserve them for specific nights on these specific pathways or paddleways. And me and a couple of buddies did it one year. We canoed from deck to deck, and
very cool.
It was amazing. Like one of the coolest trips I've ever taken.
That is very cool. Was Ned Beatty with you?
No, but you do wake up surrounded by alligators. It's a little creepy.
Yes, alligators are very creepy.
Like you wake up on that pad and be off the dock, and they're growling at you.
Yeah, and you do not want to get too close because they can move faster than you think.
Yeah, they can. It was a lot of fun, but not for the faint of heart because you don't realize until you get out there, A, how bad the sun is going to beat you up because there's no shade, and B, how tough it is to paddle all day long without let me get out and stretch my legs.
Right.
I mean, there is no getting out. You just go and go and go, and by the time you finally reach that janky deck, it is like might as well be the Plaza Hotel.
Oh, nice.
But what I'm talking about in the case of the Okefenokee, I thought it was a forested or a bottomland hardwood swamp. You think from reading this, but apparently it's called a non-riverine swamp forest, and that is a forested swamp that fills up from non-river sources, basically rain or groundwater.
Right. So what would make a forested swamp, like a bottomland hardwood swamp, is a proximity to a river that floods its banks, or that is just so big it kind of spills over into some of the surrounding land, and the surrounding land is swamp. So
your name's right.
Well, it's okay. It's either river fed or groundwater fed or precipitation fed. And if you're talking bottomland hardwood swamps, or river fed swamp, there's usually also a shrub swamp, which is a transition or buffer zone between the forested swamp and somebody's backyard. which is it's just dominated by shrubs. But it's all the same thing. It's all freshwater swamp.
Yeah, I mentioned anything the Okefenokee has several different types of these, would be my guess. Because there were full-on lakes that we paddled through.
Yeah.
So that would be my guess. And I also think if I had a country band, we would be the Bottomland Hardwood Swamp Rats.
Oh, that's a good one. That sounds like an all-star band, you know?
Oh, sure, yeah.
So another kind of wetland.
Not bad for 63 points.
Especially in Europe, which when I think of bogs and fens, I think of Europe, but apparently there's plenty of them in the United States too. But bogs and fens are kind of their own thing. Bogs in particular are very unique as far as wetlands go because not only are they anaerobic, which by definition a wetland is anaerobic soil, they're like very little nutrient, very high acidity. And I've heard like the kind of acid that is put out by the peat that's created in the bog has the same acidity roughly of vinegar. It's like it's really, really acidic stuff. And yet some plants prefer it. Like you could grow cranberries and blueberries in the bog.
Sure.
You can preserve a body from the Iron Age forward in the bog.
Did we cover that? The bog bodies? I feel like we did. Maybe it might have been one of our video things on YouTube.
Maybe mummies. Because I think, if I remember correctly, our mummy episode covered more than just Egyptian mummies. I think it covered like Inca mummies, and I'm sure we did. We saw some of them when we went to on our UK trip. We got to visit some of those cats like firsthand, like right there in that glass, right? Like all you have to do is smash it with a hammer. That's really
You're not a bog person.
Yeah.
Or at least whatever you can grab, like a bog ear.
Right, it just crumbles in your hand. But I was like, okay, why are the bogs so great for preservation? Part of it, from what I understand, is the acidity, that the bodies are actually pickled. But another part is the aerobic life is so devoid there. There's just anaerobic bacteria, and they don't decompose nearly as well as aerobic bacteria. So the decomposition doesn't set in, and the remains are pickled. So, you can preserve a body in a really great state.
Yeah.
For like Toland man, his whiskers are still intact on his face.
Yeah.
Like that was the level of preservation, and he was sacrificed into a bog, which is a very specific kind of wetland.
Yeah, and a fen, like I said, it's FEN. It's sort of like a bog in that it is a peaty wetland. But they're a little bit different than bogs. The water supply doesn't come primarily from rain, and it comes from the ground. So it's going to be less acidic because I don't think we mentioned. I know it's partially because of the peat, but the acidity also comes from the fact that there's acid and rain that gets that fills up these bogs.
Right.
But not the case in a fen.
No, because the groundwater is able to kind of dilute it a little bit. So they're much more nutrient rich than the bog is. So they're going to have a much wider, diverse range of plants and animal life.
Yeah, I love that this next section from Dave was called Other Fun Types of Wetlands.
Yeah, mud flats.
Yeah, you get your mud flats. Another good country band.
My favorite are seeps. These are just gorgeous little pieces of nature, if you ask me. It's if you have a spring that comes up out of the ground, it spills over into the ground, so the surrounding ground is wetland, and it's called a seep.
That's right.
It's where gnomes go and shower.
Yeah, and it's not like you said, it's a spring, so it's not like a creek.
No,
it's actually coming up from the ground. You ever drink from a natural spring?
I did when I was a kid, and my mom fired the babysitter that took us to drink from a spring. Yeah, she was like, "What are you doing?" It was either spring or like a river in Ohio. Either way,
two very different things. It was like Cuyahoga River, then you're batching.
It was on fire while we were drinking.
But I mean, we have creeks. If you're listening, you've never been to Atlanta. Atlanta has creeks all over the place. Like all of the in-town neighborhoods just are riddled with creeks. They're just sort of out of view. But we have a creek, 120 feet from our house.
Sure.
Which has something to do with our drainage. Who knows?
And it's spring fed.
No, it's just just a part of the Atlanta. Probably all comes from the Chattahoochee at some point.
Sure. So Chuck, if that creek behind your house started meandering in a different direction and left a body of water where it originally flowed, it would be an oxbow lake. But if you were in Australia and you were calling it this proper Aboriginal name, you'd call it a billabong.
Billabong.
Which I had no idea. What does that have to do with surfing?
Oh, I think they just probably co-opted the name and it became more associated with surf and surf gear than its true meaning.
That doesn't seem right.
No, let's take it back.
But that's what an oxbow lake is in Australia among the Aborigines. It is a billabong, which is great.
A billabong, that was along with OP, it was one of the prime t-shirts to have when you were a kid in the 80s.
Oh yeah,
if you were cool.
I had this amazing OP long sleeve shirt that I wore with my parachute pants.
Yes, those were the best.
My British Knights.
I remember those long sleeve OP shirts.
Yep, they're good.
Gorgeous.
So Chuck, one of the things we've been talking about is the kind of the characteristics that make a wetland a wetland. It's not just the fact that the soil table or the ground is either flooded or almost completely flooded up to the surface level with water. That's not the entirety of it. Like, different wetlands are characterized by how that water gets to it. Like we said, some kinds of swamps are fed by groundwater, others are fed by precipitation, some are tidal. So there's a whole group of scientists out there that are called wetland hydrologists. And what they study is how that water gets into a wetland to create a wetland, what happens to it while it's there, and then where it goes, and how all these things kind of interact to form this very unique ecosystem.
Yeah, and we talked early on about the kind of soil, hydric soil, is saturated with water, and so if it's saturated with water, it's not going to have nearly as much oxygen. And usually oxygen in soil are in these little tiny air pockets.
Remember we talked about that in our soil episode?
Yeah, exactly. And in the case of a wetland, then those air pockets are going to be filled with water or just collapse altogether, and then you've got your anaerobic condition. But if you're a plant, you need CO2 and oxygen, and you'll get a little bit of that from photosynthesis in the leaves, but the roots are like, what about me down here? I need oxygen too. And if it was an aerobic soil, like we talked about in the soil podcast, the roots can get it from those air pockets, but in wetlands, they have to really, really adapt to become hydrophytic or water-loving plants in some pretty amazing ways.
So I just have to say that this is like a lifelong mystery solved. It's solved in like the simplest way possible. Like, it's anaerobic because there's water there instead of air. The air can't be in there because the water is there. Ipso facto, anaerobic. I just think that's brilliantly simple.
Yeah.
Did you get that intuitively? Because I never did. I always thought it was something mysterious. Like, we're talking about a whole different type of soil or something else.
No, I think I got it.
Okay, well, it was. I've been around for 44 years and wondered it until just now.
Well, 49, so I might have learned that the last 5 years.
So, the plants that we're talking about, like you said, the roots still need oxygen. So they've said, okay, well, I really like it here. I like this wetland area. This is a pretty amazing place to live. I'm going to change so that I can stay here. And some of the ways that plants have adapted, well, one good example is a cattail. Right? Cattails are pretty much synonymous with marshlands. Yeah, they're beautiful. They're that long, thin stem with like a big fat thing on top, like a hot dog that's ready to be roasted on the fire.
Yeah, I grew up with those. I don't know if it was a southern thing, but they can be decorative items in the home. And I grew up, I feel like, with a lot of cattails in vases and stuff.
Okay, so that and wasps' nests?
Yeah, hornet's nests, yeah.
So cattails have this thing called Erinichiuma. No, I've got Erinichiuma. 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 I think I got it. Anyway, they're like these channels that basically direct air from the leaves and the stem and every other part of the cattail down to the roots. So here you go, roots, here's some oxygen fresh from the leaf.
Yeah.
So that cattail can have as much roots as it wants down in this anaerobic soil. It doesn't matter because it's getting its oxygen from the air through the leaves.
Yeah, one of my favorites is the speckled alder. You just look up a picture of that, and they have these enlarged pores called lenticels, and they allow for the passage of oxygen directly into that wood. And if you look up a picture and you see those, you go, oh, that's what those are. That's what those are for. They're like swords of a knife, and they're just tiny little horizontal slits all up and down the alder.
I guess.
And it's they're breathing basically.
Yeah, that's creepy as heck, but it's like really neat too.
Mouths, little slitty mouths.
So, the grasses that we talked about growing in salt marshes, just like an iguana sneezes out excess salts as part of digestion, things like cordgrass that grow in these salt marshes, they actually excrete salts through their leaves, so they can sit there and intake all the nutrients they need from this salinic environment, and still not get overloaded with salt. It's just pretty amazing that they can do that.
Yeah, and then to me, maybe the most amazing, and this is where the mangroves kind of come back in, although the mangroves apparently utilize all these to stick around. But the bald cypress, they grow in those forested swamps where there's always water, and they are deciduous conifers, and they grow this root structure that they call a knee. It's a new metaphor, but like a knee in your leg is how it's spelled. And they just sit above the water line and take in oxygen. And that's what those, I guess, mangroves. There's a soul train joke in there somewhere.
Yeah, it struck me as like a terrible jam band thing.
The mangroves?
Yeah.
God, you're right. Yeah. That plays somewhere in Florida, probably.
Probably.
But the mangrove uses, like I said, a lot of these tricks. And I think certainly when you see those roots, they're using.
All right, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break. Jesus.
Yeah, which is basically it's a way.
I think this podcast sucks, but I'll be back here in a few. I've been going for fucking 5 hours, 6 hours straight. Basically, a little 5. Yeah, I'll be right back.